Chapter 639. When Fang Chen's group of 4 reached a certain depth, they stopped. They didn't dare act rashly. The temperature here has risen sharply. If my guess is correct, the mutated dark void bird you spoke of should be nearby, said Fang Chen gravely. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong also carefully looked around. Although they didn't find any traces of the dark void bird, they could feel a scorching aura. Brother Fang, are we going straight ahead? Asked Zhong Yu. Fang Chen shook his head. The mutated dark void bird is abnormally strong. We can't fight it head-on. Then how do we catch it? Asked Feng Yunzhong. Li Xiaoke smiled brightly and reminded them, have you forgotten that Fang Chen is a formation master? Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong were enlightened by Li Xiaoke's reminder. They gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Brother Fang, we'll be relying on you to catch the dark void bird this time. Fang Chen nodded and said, I need to make some preparations. You guys protect me. Fang Chen began to organize the materials in his interspatial ring. If he wanted to fight the mutated dark void bird, he had to set up a mid-tier profound void plundering formation. Only the void plundering formation could withstand the mutated dark void bird's attack. Of course, setting up the void plundering formation required a lot of materials. Fang Chen checked to see if he had enough. Before long, Fang Chen finished checking. The materials in the interspatial ring were enough for him to set up another void plundering formation. Fang Chen then began to set up the void plundering formation. At that moment, Ancestor Bronze spoke from within the python sword. Use the purple crystal as the base and the purple crystal soul stone as the core of the formation. Fang Chen was startled by Ancestor Bronze's words. Ancestor, have you discovered something? Ancestor Bronze was silent for a moment. I've discovered the mutated dark void bird you spoke of. How strong is it? Asked Fang Chen hurriedly. Although Ancestor Bronze was just a wisp of remnant consciousness, it was still far stronger than Fang Chen's yellow-level soul. At the very least, Fang Chen couldn't find the exact location of the mutated nethervoid bird, but Ancestor Bronze could. You are no match for it. You can only place your hopes on the void plundering array, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded as he understood old Ancestor Bronze's words. Forefather Bronze had told him to use the purple crystal as the base of the formation and the purple crystal soul stone as the core of the formation. This meant that the mutated nethervoid bird was very strong. Even if the 4 of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to do anything. At the thought of this, Fang Chen's eyes turned serious as he took out the purple crystal. After checking, Xiao Chen found that there were still 290 purple crystals in his spatial ring, enough to be used as the foundation of the formation. As for purple crystal soul stones, there were still 30-odd purple crystals, enough as well. True to his word, Fang Chen began to arrange the void plundering array. Hiss hiss hiss. Fang Chen shook his wrist and immediately, 108 purple crystals flew out of the spatial ring and floated in the sky in an orderly manner. Finally, under Fang Chen's control, they drilled into the ground. Crash! When all the purple crystals drilled into the ground, suddenly countless purple rays of light broke through the clouds and intertwined. This is the time. Fang Chen felt that the time was right. With a low shout, he placed a purple crystal soul stone into the control center of the array formation. Rumble! An earth-shattering sound suddenly spread out. The void plundering array was activated and a majestic aura swept across the land. At the same time, a loud and clear cry came from the depths of the mountain range. It was the cry of the mutated nethervoid bird. Hurry up and enter the array formation! Fang Chen shouted as he pulled the other 3 into the array formation. Just as Fang Chen set up the array formation, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. It was the king of assassins, Zhou Kunshan. There is a scorching aura here. Zhou Kunshan had just appeared when he sensed the scorching aura. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Kunshan's mind flashed and he was stunned. He immediately looked at the depths of the mountain range in disbelief. Could it be, thinking of this, Zhou Kunshan was extremely excited. Then, his body flashed and he instantly flew towards the depths of the mountain range. However, after advancing for 100 meters, Zhou Kunshan stopped in his tracks. He had discovered a formation in front of him. This formation. Zhou Kunshan could feel the power of this array formation. He probed it for a while and a cold smile appeared in his eyes. Void plundering array, Zhou Kunshan said in a low voice. The purpose of his trip was to kill Fang Chen. The owner of this void plundering array was Fang Chen. Roar. A loud cry spread throughout the mountain range. Countless demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. This was the suppression of bloodline. The mutated dark void bird on the bluestone was furious when it discovered that a human had intruded. It spread its wings and flew into the sky. The mutated dark void bird flew in the sky and looked down with its pitch-black eyes. It instantly discovered Zhou Kunshan outside the formation. Damn human! The mutated dark void bird spoke in a human voice. It flapped its huge wings and swooped down. Rumble! The mutated dark void bird swooped down and flapped its wings. Countless spatial currents instantly surrounded Zhou Kunshan. Not good. Zhou Kunshan shouted subconsciously. Then, his body flashed and he dodged the airflow. Bang! At the same time, the mutated dark void bird landed in front of the void plundering array. Its huge eyes stared at Zhou Kunshan and it said coldly, "Human, you dare to intrude into my territory. Are you courting death?" Zhou Kunshan steadied himself and looked at the mutated dark void bird. His eyes were filled with passion. It really is a dark void bird. I never thought that I, Zhou Kunshan, would actually encounter a dark void bird. Zhou Kunshan shouted excitedly. Crash! When the mutated nether void bird saw this, it flapped its wings. Immediately, a scorching flame aura shot towards Zhou Kunshan. Zhou Kunshan's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. When the mutated dark void bird was fighting with Zhou Kunshan, Fang Chen, who was inside the formation, saw everything clearly. "Who is fighting the mutated dark void bird?" asked Fang Chen. "I didn't think that he would also come," said Zhong Yu with a grave expression. "He's the expert ranked 35th on the Hidden Dragon ranking, the king of assassins, Zhou Kunshan," said Feng Yunzhong. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Kunshan, who was flickering in and out of existence. He came at just the right time. Let him fight the mutated dark void bird. Once both sides are injured, we can reap the benefits, said Li Xiaoke. Fang Chen exchanged a glance with Feng Yunzhong and then nodded. They had just finished setting up the void plundering array when Zhou Kunshan appeared. He felt that this was too much of a coincidence. However, there was no time to think about this. The mutated dark void bird was more important. Bang! Bang! After a fierce battle, Zhou Kunshan was at a disadvantage. The mutated dark void bird had actually discovered his body that was hidden in the void. The latter's attacks were very powerful. In one of the attacks, Zhou Kunshan was sent flying by the mutated dark void bird's claw. He immediately felt his blood boil. Too strong, Zhou Kunshan said with difficulty. This mutated dark void bird was at least at the 3rd level of the spirit vortex realm. I can't continue like this. Zhou Kunshan glanced at the void plundering array and then thought to himself. Whoosh! Zhou Kunshan once again fell into the void. This time, he didn't wait for the mutated dark void bird to attack. He appeared above the mutated dark void bird's head and a large axe appeared in his hand. He directly chopped at the mutated dark void bird. Crack! The large axe shattered and Zhou Kunshan's body was sent flying again. During this process, Zhou Kunshan used the recoil force to plunge into the void plundering array. Seeing Zhou Kunshan enter, Fang Chen and the others raised their guard and stared at Zhou Kunshan. Fang Chen, right? Zhou Kunshan looked at Fang Chen and asked. You saw the situation outside. How about we join forces to defeat the mutated dark void bird? Fang Chen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The mutated dark void bird discovered that Zhou Kunshan had entered the array and began to attack the array with all its might. Rumble! The void plundering array shook under the attack of the mutated dark void bird. However, every time it shook, a purple aura would appear from the array base and the control center of the array, stabilizing the void plundering array. The void plundering array this time was the most powerful array that Fang Chen could set up. According to Ancestor Bronze, once trapped in this array, even a third-level spirit vortex realm martial artist would not be able to break free. When the mutated dark void bird attacked the array, it discovered the purple aura. Roar! The mutated nether void bird seemed to have recognized the purple aura. Its eyes blazed with desire as dense flames surged around its body. Then, it dove into the void plundering array. I feel the aura of purple crystals. The mutated dark void bird stared at Fang Chen and the others and said coldly, "It has been a long time since I felt this aura." The mutated dark void bird sucked in the aura of purple crystals in the array and enjoyed it very much. "What should we do?" Zhong Yu asked. "Let's attack together," Zhou Kunshan said. Crash! Under Fang Chen's control, their figures instantly disappeared into the array, leaving only the mutated dark void bird covered in flames. "Humans, you have completely infuriated me. I will kill all of you and take the purple crystals here," the mutated dark void bird said coldly. As it spoke, it flapped its wings and bombarded the array with wild energy. However, at the same time, the void plundering array was also forcibly plundering the fire element aura of the mutated dark void bird. Fang Chen and the others, who were hiding in the dark, were waiting for an opportunity to act. "That mutated dark void bird is injured," Ancestor Bronze suddenly said. "It's injured." Fang Chen was startled. "Nonsense. Otherwise, how could the few of you trap it?" Ancestor Bronze said. "Ancestor, do you have any ideas?" The mutated dark void bird was much stronger than they had imagined. He needed to ask for Ancestor Bronze's opinion. Chapter 640. In ancient times, the Kongming bird clan was extremely powerful. They claimed to be the descendants of the divine beast, the undying bird. During the dark times they could be called emperors. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Kongming bird clan was. They had ancient bloodlines in their bodies. Some of the top geniuses in the clan could even activate the undying bird bloodline. Any Kongming bird with the undying bird bloodline would eventually become a peerless powerhouse. The Kongming bird in front of him had experienced a great battle in ancient times. Because of that, its cultivation had fallen to the spiritual vortex realm. It had been severely injured in that battle and had almost died. Although it had survived, it had taken countless years to recover from its injuries. It had been living in the bloody battle space, absorbing the ancient aura here to recover. This year, its cultivation had recovered to the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. However, the injuries from that battle back then were deeply rooted and difficult to remove. Fortunately, it would be able to return to its peak with time. In these long years, it was unwilling to be mediocre for the rest of its life. It had fought fiercely on the edge of life and death and unintentionally activated the undying bird bloodline. After activating the undying bird bloodline, it was very excited. There were very few members of the Kongming bird clan who had the undying bird bloodline. Since it could activate the undying bird bloodline, it was destined to become an emperor-like existence in the future. It would then lead the Kongming bird clan to rise again. This time, it had discovered the purple crystal and was very excited. The purple crystal was very useful for its stubborn illness. Therefore, it wanted to obtain the purple crystal at all costs. The mutated Kongming bird kept attacking the void plundering formation, and the formation was plundering the fire element aura on its body. Time passed slowly. Fang Chen did not move. He was waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for the moment when the mutated Kongming bird exposed its injuries. Just like that, about an hour later, the opportunity finally came. The mutated Kongming bird flapped its wings. Suddenly, a powerful force bombarded the void plundering formation. At the same time, the mutated Kongming bird's left wing came to Fang Chen's side. Attack its wing with all your might. Fang Chen suddenly let out a loud roar and immediately displayed the flowing water swordsmanship. Within the formation, countless ripples of water appeared out of nowhere. They turned into cold streaks of light, stabbing towards the mutated nethervoid bird's left wing viciously. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhou Kunshan and the others launched their attacks in unison. Puchi Fang Chen controlled the void plundering array to restrain the mutated nethervoid bird's body. Although the effect was very weak, it still bought him some time. By the time the mutant nethervoid bird broke free, Fang Chen's sword light had already pierced its wings. Roar! The mutated nethervoid bird let out a deafening roar. On its wings, ripples of water continuously extinguished the flames, causing it great pain. Bang bang bang! Before the mutated nethervoid bird could counterattack, the other four's attacks also landed on the same spot. Puchi, the mutated nethervoid bird's left wing, actually started to bleed under the repeated attacks of the 5 people. Upon seeing this, the mutated nethervoid bird became even more enraged. Its left wing had been severely injured in ancient times and had yet to fully recover. It hadn't expected that these damned humans would actually attack its left wing. At this moment, the mutated nethervoid bird only wanted to kill these humans. Humans, you've successfully angered me. You're all going to die. The mutated nethervoid bird roared furiously. Attack its left wing. Under Fang Chen's command, the 5 of them attacked the mutated nethervoid bird's left wing repeatedly. The mutated nethervoid bird was furious and attacked the 5 of them. However, with Fang Chen controlling the void plundering array, the 5 of them were able to evade the attacks without suffering any real harm. This way, one side would weaken while the other would strengthen. Before long, the aura around the mutated nethervoid bird had weakened significantly. When they realized that this was effective, the 5 of them continued to increase their attacks. Fang Chen controlled the void plundering array and did his best to absorb the fire element aura around the mutated nethervoid bird's wound. In a short 15 minutes, the mutated nethervoid bird had weakened significantly. It raised its head to the sky and roared angrily to express its anger. Damn it! The mutated nethervoid bird could feel its aura fading away. It had completely sunk into a state of madness. Rumble! The flames around the mutated nethervoid bird had turned scarlet. Its body exuded an aura that made people shudder. What's going on? At the same time, Fang Chen's group of 5 felt their souls tremble. They cried out involuntarily. When the mutated nethervoid bird's body emitted that terrifying aura, all the monsters in the mountain range prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies constantly trembling. The first to react was Fang Chen. Bloodline suppression. Following Fang Chen's roar, Zhou Kunshan seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened as he stared at the mutated nethervoid bird. The aura of the undying bird. It actually possesses the bloodline of the undying bird. Zhou Kunshan had also gone crazy. He knew very well how precious the undying bird's bloodline was. His heart was in turmoil. If he could obtain the undying bird's essence blood, his strength would skyrocket. The undying bird's essence blood is mine, Zhou Kunshan shouted in his heart. The mutated nethervoid bird's bloodline aura shook the souls of Fang Chen's group of 5. Even the void plundering array was shaking. The void plundering array can't hold on any longer, Fang Chen shouted. Crack! As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, many cracks appeared on the void plundering array. The 5 of them were directly exposed to the mutated nethervoid bird. Damned humans! The mutated nethervoid bird used the bloodline aura of the undying bird to suppress the 5 of them, preparing to kill them in one fell swoop. Brother Fang, we can't hold on any longer, Zhong Yu shouted. The mutated nethervoid bird was much stronger than they had imagined. Crack! As soon as Zhong Yu's voice fell, the void plundering array became even more damaged and was about to collapse. "We can't let the void plundering array collapse," Zhou Kunshan roared. At the same time, a talisman appeared in his hand. "You maintain the array. I'll deal with it." In order to obtain the undying bird's blood essence, Zhou Kunshan took out his trump card. This trump card was prepared to be used in the fight against the experts on the hidden dragon list. But now, he had no other choice. The undying bird's blood essence was too important to Zhou Kunshan. He had to obtain it. As long as he could kill the mutated nethervoid bird, he didn't care about Fang Chen's group at all. He could easily kill them. After taking out the talisman, Zhou Kunshan stepped forward and stared at the mutated nethervoid bird. Fang Chen continued to add purple crystals to fill the gaps in the array. In the blink of an eye, the broken void plundering array looked brand new again. At the same time, Zhou Kunshan activated the water element talisman. A thick stream of water shot out from the talisman, forming a small lake in the air. The water in the lake kept spinning. In the end, the whirlpool fell directly on the mutated nethervoid bird. Boom! This water element talisman was a high-level talisman. It was very powerful. Zhou Kunshan had discovered that water could suppress fire. That was why he had decided to take a gamble. The water whirlpool carried a powerful aura as it struck the mutated nethervoid bird. The latter did its best to resist, but it was still heavily injured by the talisman. Crack! A deafening sound echoed through the sky. The mutated nethervoid bird's body fell heavily to the ground. A large wound had appeared on its left wing. Fresh blood was flowing out of the wound. The fire element aura within the mutated nethervoid bird's body was also gradually disappearing. Under the dual attacks of the water element talisman and the void plundering array, it was finally unable to resist. "I can't accept this." The fallen mutated nethervoid bird suddenly roared. Its pitch-black eyes stared at Zhou Kunshan, and then it attacked Zhou Kunshan with all its might. Damn it! Zhou Kunshan discovered that the mutated nethervoid bird was making a final struggle. He did his best to dodge. Whoosh! A beam of light appeared within the array. In the next moment, Zhou Kunshan's arm shattered, turning into a bloody mist. His body was sent flying. After the final attack, the mutated nethervoid bird's huge body also slowly fell to the ground. Its aura was weak, and it was still struggling. "Human, I admit defeat," said the mutated nethervoid bird. Fang Chen's group of 4 looked at each other. Their eyes were burning with desire. "Brother Fang, we actually succeeded." "Ha!" Feng Yunzhong laughed heartily. "The undying bird's essence blood is ours," said Zhong Yu excitedly. "Humph! You want my undying bird's essence blood?" "Impossible!" snorted the mutated nethervoid bird. "Even if it had to die, it would die proudly. The nethervoid bird race would never lower their head. After killing you, we'll personally take the undying bird's essence blood," said Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu prepared to kill the mutated nethervoid bird, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, why are you stopping me?" asked Zhong Yu. "Even if we kill the mutated nethervoid bird, we won't be able to get the undying bird's essence blood," said Fang Chen. "Oh, why is that?" asked Feng Yunzhong. "The undying bird's essence blood comes from the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. How can such a powerful bloodline be obtained so easily?" asked Fang Chen. "Then how do we get it?" asked Zhong Yu. "There's only one way to obtain the undying bird's essence blood. That is to obtain its acknowledgement," said Fang Chen. In truth, this was what Ancestor Bronze had told him. Hearing this, Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong looked at each other. As for the mutated nethervoid bird, it looked at Fang Chen with surprise. "I didn't think there would still be someone who knew of this method." Hearing the mutated nethervoid bird's words, Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong believed Fang Chen. "In that case, the 4 of us will rely on our own abilities," said Zhong Yu. He walked in front of the mutated nethervoid bird, preparing to try and obtain its acknowledgement. Chapter 641. The strength of the mutated dark void bird exceeded everyone's expectations. However, they still managed to defeat the mutated dark void bird with their combined effort. At the moment, the mutated dark void bird was seriously injured and had no combat power left. It posed no threat to Fang Chen and the others. The mutated dark void bird seemed to have given up on resisting. It closed its eyes and waited for death to come. There was a great hatred in its heart. It wished it could reach the peak and become an emperor, leading the dark void bird clan to rise again. Let me go first. The first to step forward was Zhongyu. He walked up to the mutated dark void bird with an excited look on his face. He followed the method Fang Chen had taught him and placed his hands on the mutated dark void bird's wound to sense the undying bird's blood. If he could sense the undying bird's blood, then he would have a chance of being recognized by the undying bird's blood essence. Otherwise, it was almost impossible. Even in ancient times, it was very difficult to gain the recognition of the undying bird's blood essence. It might even be impossible. Although Ancestor Bronze had told Fang Chen the method, he didn't think that these people would be able to obtain the undying bird's blood essence. When Zhongyu's hands landed on the mutated dark void bird's wound, a trace of blood was suddenly sucked into his palms. Then, Zhongyu tried his best to sense the undying bird's blood essence. After a while, Zhongyu shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha! I can sense the undying bird's blood essence." When they heard Zhongyu's shout, the other three people's expressions changed slightly. They immediately stared at Zhongyu. Zhongyu smiled excitedly after sensing the undying bird's blood essence. Then, he tried to obtain the undying bird's blood essence. Bang! However, just as Zhongyu was getting excited, a powerful force came from the undying bird's blood essence and blasted Zhongyu away. Zhongyu's qi and blood were in turmoil as he fell to the ground. What's going on? Zhongyu had just felt a rebounding force. He stared at the mutated dark void bird in astonishment. It's not that easy to obtain the undying bird's blood essence, the mutated dark void bird said in a low voice as it opened its eyes. Fang Chen and Feng Yunzhong looked at each other. They already knew what had just happened. It seemed that Zhongyu had been rejected by the undying bird's blood essence. If Zhongyu has failed, then let me try. After Feng Yunzhong spoke, he walked up to the mutant nether void bird and began to remove the undying bird's blood. Zhongyu, who was rejected by the undying bird's blood essence, was clearly unwilling to accept this. He roared loudly, "Why? Why is it like this? Anyone would be like this." The undying bird's blood essence was right in front of them, but they couldn't get it. Was there anything more painful than this? However, Zhongyu also knew that being rejected by the undying bird's blood essence meant that he had no hope of obtaining the undying bird's blood essence. His face was gloomy and he did not say a word. A minute later, just like Zhongyu, Feng Yunzhong was also repelled by the undying bird's blood essence and blasted away. Feng Yunzhong's face was extremely gloomy, and he finally shook his head slightly. "It seems that the blood essence of the undying bird is not fated with me," Feng Yunzhong said helplessly. In the end, only Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke were left. "Xiaoke, you go first," Fang Chen said. Li Xiaoke shook her head and said, "Fang Chen, you're the main force in defeating the mutant nether void bird. You go first. The undying bird's blood essence belongs to me, Zhou Kunchen." Suddenly, an angry roar was transmitted into the void plunder formation. In the next moment, Zhou Kunchen staggered into the void plunder formation. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. "Zhou Kunchen." Feng Yunzhong saw this and called out in a low voice. "You can only obtain the undying bird's blood essence if you get its approval." Feng Yunzhong was afraid that Zhou Kunchen would attack, so he hurriedly explained. Fang Chen did not speak. Although Zhou Kunchen was strong, he was clearly injured. Moreover, he was in the void plunder formation. He was not afraid of Zhou Kunchen at all. "I'm the main force in defeating the mutant nether void bird. Let me try." With that, Zhou Kunshan walked up to the mutant nethervoid bird and began to try to get its approval. Bang! Zhou Kunshan's situation was even worse than Zhong Yu's. He had just arrived in front of the mutant nethervoid bird when he was sent flying by a wing. If it weren't for your talisman, I wouldn't have been reduced to this state. Don't even think about getting the undying bird's blood essence, the mutant nethervoid bird said coldly. Zhou Kunshan was stunned when he heard this. Then, his face twisted and he roared, "The undying bird's blood essence is mine. No one can stop me." Zhou Kunshan once again arrived in front of the mutant nethervoid bird. However, he was sent flying again just like before. After 3 or 4 attempts, Zhou Kunshan finally gave up. He turned to look at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice, "Kid, go and try." Zhou Kunshan's intention was obvious. He wanted Fang Chen to try. If he succeeded, he would steal the undying bird's blood essence from Fang Chen. Zhou Kunshan was the strongest person in the void plundering array, so he had the final say. Fang Chen nodded when he saw this. He walked over to the mutant nethervoid bird and sat down in a lotus position. He smiled at the bird and said, "Senior nethervoid bird, I don't want to attack you, but I really need the undying bird's blood essence. We'll talk about it after you get its approval," the mutant nethervoid bird said coldly with its eyes closed. Fang Chen nodded and placed his hands on the mutant nethervoid bird's wound. Immediately, a large amount of blood was absorbed by Fang Chen's body. After the blood of the mutant nethervoid bird entered Fang Chen's body, it tossed and turned before finally arriving at Fang Chen's golden heart. See. When the golden heart sensed the fresh blood, it suddenly started beating rapidly. Suddenly, a formless aura was emitted from Fang Chen's body and engulfed the entire area. At the same time, the golden heart quickly absorbed the blood of the mutant nethervoid bird that had entered Fang Chen's body. The mutant nethervoid bird, which had its eyes closed, suddenly sensed that something wasn't right. It immediately opened its eyes and stared carefully at Fang Chen. It could clearly sense that the undying bird's blood essence within its body seemed to be stirring restlessly. "What's going on?" The mutant nethervoid bird was flabbergasted. What exactly was on Fang Chen's body that could attract the undying bird's blood essence? Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 1/4 of an hour had passed. During this time, the golden heart had absorbed enough blood of the mutant nethervoid bird. Finally, its beating speed slowed down a lot. At the same time, the mutant nethervoid bird's body suddenly started to tremble. The undying bird's blood essence was stirring restlessly within its body, as if it wanted to rush out. The mutant nethervoid bird was actually unable to control it. "Impossible!" The mutant nethervoid bird cried out involuntarily. However, it was clear that there was nothing it could do. A mass of red blood instantly shot out of its body and floated in front of Fang Chen's eyes. When this mass of blood appeared, the entire area fell into a state of silence. The majestic aura caused Zhou Kunshan and the others to feel as if their heads were about to split open. They all let out miserable cries. Fang Chen felt an ancient, vicissitude aura. His eyes lit up with excitement. "Is this the undying bird's blood essence?" Fang Chen cried out in delight. At the same time, the golden heart released a trace of a summon. It enveloped the undying bird's blood essence and started to absorb it. When the undying bird's blood essence sensed the aura of the golden heart, it didn't resist at all. It immediately burrowed into Fang Chen's body and entered the golden heart. Dong! Fang Chen felt his body instantly become scorching hot. The golden heart had undergone a huge change. The undying bird's blood essence was residing within the golden heart. It was also at this moment that the powerful pressure between heaven and earth instantly disappeared. Fang Chen's body was burning with intense flames. The power of these flames was enough to burn an ordinary first-level spirit vortex realm martial artist to death. The intense flames surrounded Fang Chen's body, making Li Xiaoke extremely worried. Did he succeed? Zhou Kunchen muttered to himself as he stared at Fang Chen. At the same time, Fang Chen felt his fire-intent realm soar rapidly. This feeling made him feel very comfortable. The mutant nethervoid bird beside Fang Chen was completely shocked. There was actually a human martialist in this world who was compatible with the undying bird's blood essence? Boom! A deafening sound came from Fang Chen's body. Then, he realized that his fire-intent realm, which had been at the peak of the second minor boundary, had easily broken through to the third minor boundary. My fire-intent realm has broken through. Fang Chen's face was filled with surprise. The harvest this time was too great. Not only had he obtained the undying bird's blood essence, but his fire-intent realm had also successfully broken through to the third minor boundary. This was simply a double blessing. Crash! At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying flames shot out from his eyes. Then, all the flames within the void plundering array disappeared. Fang Chen returned to his original state. He could clearly see that the undying bird's blood essence was residing within his golden heart. Fang Chen, you obtained the undying bird's blood essence? Zhou Kunchen was the first to react. He asked anxiously. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong also looked curiously at Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Fang Chen looked at Zhou Kunchen and narrowed his eyes. He did not speak. Fang Chen, did you obtain the undying bird's blood essence? Zhou Kunchen asked in a low voice. What does that have to do with you? Fang Chen said. He could see the killing intent in Zhou Kunchen's eyes. It seemed that the latter wanted to steal his undying bird's blood essence. Then you must have obtained the undying bird's blood essence. Hand it over. You can't keep it. Zhou Kunchen spread out his hand and smiled. The undying bird's blood essence was too important to Zhou Kunchen. He had to obtain it. For this reason, he could give up on killing Fang Chen as long as he handed over the undying bird's blood essence. Chapter 642. The strength of the mutated dark void bird had exceeded everyone's expectations. However, they had still managed to defeat the mutated dark void bird with their combined efforts. At the moment, the mutated dark void bird was seriously injured and had no combat power left. It posed no threat to Fang Chen and the others. The mutated dark void bird seemed to have given up on resisting. It closed its eyes and waited for death to come. There was a great hatred in its heart. It wished it could reach the peak and become an emperor-like existence, leading the dark void bird clan to rise again. Let me go first. The first person to step forward was Zhong Yu. He walked up to the mutated dark void bird with an excited look on his face. He followed the method Fang Chen had taught him and placed his hands on the mutated dark void bird's wound to sense the undying bird's blood. If he could sense the undying bird's blood, then there would be hope for him to gain the approval of the undying bird's blood essence. On the contrary, it was almost impossible. Even in ancient times, gaining the approval of the undying bird's blood essence had been very difficult. It had even been close to impossible. Although Ancestor Bronze had told Fang Chen the method, he didn't think that these people would be able to obtain the undying bird's blood essence. When Zhong Yu's hands landed on the mutated dark void bird's wound, a trace of blood was suddenly sucked into his palms. Then, Zhong Yu tried his best to sense the undying bird's blood essence. After a while, Zhong Yu shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha! I can sense the undying bird's blood essence." When they heard Zhong Yu shout, the other 3 people's expressions changed slightly as they stared at Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu smiled excitedly after sensing the undying bird's blood essence. Then, he tried to obtain the undying bird's blood essence. Bang! However, just as Zhong Yu was getting excited, a powerful force came out of the undying bird's blood essence and blasted Zhong Yu away. Zhong Yu's chi and blood surged as he fell to the ground. What's going on? Zhong Yu had just felt a rebounding force. He stared at the mutated dark void bird in astonishment. It's not that easy to obtain the undying bird's blood essence, the mutated dark void bird said in a low voice as it opened its eyes. Fang Chen and Feng Yunzhong looked at each other. They already knew what had just happened. It seemed that Zhongyu had been rejected by the undying bird's blood essence. If Zhongyu has failed, then let me try. After Feng Yunzhong spoke, he walked up to the mutant nethervoid bird and began to remove the undying bird's blood. Zhongyu, who was rejected by the undying bird's blood essence, was clearly a little unwilling. He roared loudly, "Why? Why is it like this? Anyone would be like this." The undying bird's blood essence was right in front of them, but they couldn't get it. Was there anything more painful than this? However, Zhongyu also knew that being rejected by the undying bird's blood essence meant that he had no hope of obtaining the undying bird's blood essence. His face was gloomy and he did not say a word. A minute later, just like Zhongyu, Feng Yunzhong was also repelled by the undying bird's blood essence and blasted away. Feng Yunzhong's face was extremely gloomy, and he finally shook his head slightly. "It seems that the blood essence of the undying bird is not fated with me," Feng Yunzhong said helplessly. In the end, only Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke were left. "Xiaoke, you go first," Fang Chen said. Li Xiaoke shook her head and said, "Fang Chen, you are the main force in defeating the mutant nethervoid bird. You go first. The undying bird's blood essence belongs to me, Zhou Kunchen." Suddenly, an angry roar was transmitted into the void plunder formation. In the next moment, Zhou Kunchen wobbled into the void plunder formation. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. "Zhou Kunchen." Seeing this, Feng Yunzhong called out in a low voice, "You can only get the undying bird's blood essence if you get its approval." Feng Yunzhong was afraid that Zhou Kunchen would attack, so he hurriedly explained. Fang Chen did not speak. Although Zhou Kunchen was strong, he was clearly injured and was in the void plunder formation. He was not afraid of Zhou Kunchen at all. "I am the main force in defeating the mutant nethervoid bird. Let me try." With that, Zhou Kunchen walked up to the mutant nethervoid bird and began to try to get its approval. Bang! Zhou Kunchen's situation was even worse than Zhongyu's. He had just arrived in front of the mutant nethervoid bird when he was sent flying by a wing. "If your talisman had not injured me, I would not have been reduced to this state. You can forget about getting the undying bird's blood essence," the mutant nethervoid bird said coldly. Hearing this, Zhou Kunchen was stunned. Then, his face twisted and he roared angrily, "The undying bird's blood essence is mine. No one can stop me." Zhou Kunchen came in front of the mutant nethervoid bird again, but he was sent flying again just like before. After 3 or 4 times, Zhou Kunchen finally gave up. He turned to look at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice, "Kid, go and try." Zhou Kunchen's intention was obvious. He wanted Fang Chen to try. If he succeeded, he would steal the undying bird's blood essence from Fang Chen. Zhou Kunchen was the strongest person in the void plundering array, so he had the final say. Fang Chen nodded when he saw this. He walked up to the mutated nethervoid bird and sat down cross-legged. He smiled at the mutated nethervoid bird and said, "Senior nethervoid bird, I don't want to attack you, but I really need the undying bird's essence blood." "Wait until you get its approval," the mutant nethervoid bird said coldly with its eyes shut. Fang Chen nodded and placed his hands on the mutant nethervoid bird's wound. Immediately, a large amount of blood was sucked into Fang Chen's body. After the blood of the mutant nethervoid bird entered Fang Chen's body, it tossed and turned before finally arriving at Fang Chen's golden heart. See. When the golden heart sensed the fresh blood, it suddenly started to beat rapidly. Suddenly, a formless aura emanated from Fang Chen's body and engulfed the entire area. At the same time, the golden heart quickly absorbed the blood of the mutant nethervoid bird that had entered Fang Chen's body. The mutant nethervoid bird suddenly sensed that something wasn't right. It immediately opened its eyes and stared carefully at Fang Chen. It could clearly sense that the undying bird's blood essence within its body seemed to be restless. "What's going on?" The mutant nethervoid bird was flabbergasted. What exactly was on Fang Chen's body that could attract the undying bird's blood essence? Time passed bit by bit. A quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the golden heart had absorbed enough of the mutant nethervoid bird's blood. Finally, it started to beat a lot slower. At the same time, the mutant nethervoid bird's body suddenly started to tremble. The undying bird's blood essence was restless within its body, as if it wanted to rush out. The mutant nethervoid bird was actually unable to control it. Impossible. Chapter 66656973757A772E636F6 Tool 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 Tool. Chapter 643. Hearing Zhou Kunshan's words, Fang Chen's expression turned grave. He icily said, "You won't be able to obtain the undying bird's essence blood." The mutated nethervoid bird sneered and disdainfully said, "Humph, trash like you doesn't deserve the undying bird's essence blood." After Fang Chen obtained the undying bird's essence blood, the mutated nethervoid bird's attitude toward Fang Chen had changed greatly. Seeing that Zhou Kunshan wanted to steal Fang Chen's undying bird essence blood, the mutated nethervoid bird sneered. For Fang Chen to be able to obtain the undying bird's essence blood was equivalent to obtaining the ancient undying bird's approval. As a descendant of the undying bird, it naturally had to follow its ancestors' decision. Furthermore, the mutated nethervoid bird could sense that Fang Chen's body had a terrifying aura. That kind of aura was even able to attract the undying bird's essence blood. So the mutated nethervoid bird felt that Fang Chen was very mysterious. "You're just a dying bird. How dare you speak to me like that?" said Zhou Kunshan icily. At this moment, Zhou Kunshan's ugly face was instantly revealed. Crash! Zhou Kunshan's body flickered and he suddenly appeared in front of the mutated nethervoid bird. Then he used his full strength to send a punch at the mutated nethervoid bird. Bang! However, his attack was blocked by Fang Chen. "Brat, are you courting death?" asked Zhou Kunshan. "What's the point of bullying an injured nethervoid bird?" As he spoke, Fang Chen placed one of his palms on the mutated dark hollow bird's body. Then, the third minor level of the concept of fire instantly opened. Countless dense fire elemental auras poured into the mutated dark hollow bird's body. The mutated nethervoid bird was a bit surprised by Fang Chen's actions, but it immediately became wild with joy. Now that it had obtained enough fire attribute energy, the mutated nethervoid bird's injuries were instantly healed. Originally, the nethervoid bird race was especially fond of fire attribute energy. Now that it was heavily injured, it urgently needed more fire attribute energy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When Fang Chen gave it the fire element aura, the undying bird's essence blood residing in the golden heart also emitted a scorching aura. When this scorching aura entered the mutated Kongming bird's body, it instantly regained its fighting strength. "Bastard, what did you just say?" Fang Chen moved his hand away, and the mutated nethervoid bird became active again. It stared at Zhou Kunshan and said coldly, "Fang Chen, are you crazy? You're actually treating it," roared Zhou Kunshan furiously. "Bastard, let me kill you." The mutated nethervoid bird let out a furious roar and flapped its wings. Suddenly, a wild aura surged out from within the void plundering matrix and bombarded Zhou Kunshan. Zhou Kunshan, known as the King of Assassins, instantly disappeared into the void. "Humph, too bad this is the void plundering array." Fang Chen sneered and said disdainfully when he saw Zhou Kunshan's body disappear. In the next moment, Fang Chen activated the void plundering array to forcibly plunder Zhou Kunshan's spiritual qi. Zhou Kunshan's body was instantly exposed in front of the mutated nethervoid bird. The latter let out a sharp cry and its body was bathed in flames as it launched a powerful attack on Zhou Kunshan. Bang! Bang! With Fang Chen's help, The mutated nethervoid bird had gained the upper hand and was constantly suppressing Zhou Kunshan. As for the king of assassins, Zhou Kunshan was unable to escape within the void plundering matrix. Everything was under Fang Chen's control. "I'll kill you!" roared Zhou Kunshan furiously. He had already won, but at the critical moment, Fang Chen had actually played such a trick on him. His hatred and anger soared. "Die, bastard!" The mutated nethervoid bird's hatred for Zhou Kunshan was monstrous. Its claws clawed at Zhou Kunshan's body, directly tearing it apart. The king of assassins had fallen just like that. After Zhou Kunshan died, the mutated nethervoid bird turned to look at Fang Chen. "You're pretty gutsy, brat. After healing me, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Fang Chen faintly smiled. "I believe in the choice of the undying bird's essence blood. What about you?" Hearing Fang Chen's question, the mutated nethervoid bird was startled. Its eyes flashed. "You won the bet. I won't attack the owner of the undying bird's essence blood." Hearing this, Li Xiaoke let out a sigh of relief. She had been afraid that the mutated nethervoid bird would go crazy and attack them. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. That was the undying bird's essence blood, and Fang Chen had obtained it just like that. However, they knew their own limit. They definitely wouldn't be stupid enough to act like Zhou Kunshan and forcefully take the undying bird's essence blood. "Brat, I don't know what's in your body, but since you've been recognized by the undying bird's essence blood, I won't attack you. You can leave," said the mutated nethervoid bird. "If one day you're strong enough that you don't need the undying bird's essence blood, I hope you can return it," said the mutated nethervoid bird. A human who had been recognized by the undying bird's essence blood was equivalent to being recognized by the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. Naturally, the mutated nethervoid bird wouldn't attack him. "Many thanks, senior." Fang Chen cupped his hands. Fang Chen waved his hand and removed the void plundering formation. The mutated nethervoid bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. A voice entered Fang Chen's ears. "I hope we'll meet again one day." After that, the mutated nethervoid bird completely disappeared. Fang Chen stared blankly at the nethervoid bird that had disappeared. In truth, the reason he had healed the mutated nethervoid bird was because of Ancestor Bronze's guidance. Otherwise, how would Fang Chen know all this? In short, using the mutated nethervoid bird to successfully solve a problem could be considered a good thing. "Brother Fang, congratulations on obtaining the undying bird's essence blood." Zhong Yu walked in front of Fang Chen and grinned. "Yes, Brother Fang, you've gained a lot this time. However, since you obtained the undying bird's essence blood, can you give Zhou Kunshan's spatial ring to the two of us?" asked Feng Yunzhong. Fang Chen was startled and immediately said apologetically, "It's all thanks to the two of you that I was able to obtain the undying bird's essence blood this time. You can take Zhou Kunshan's spatial ring, and we'll give each of you 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones." After that, Fang Chen took out 2,000,000 top-grade spirit stones and handed them to the two of them. "This." Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong looked at each other and nodded heavily. Then, Chapter 6665-697. 3757 A77236 F6 Your Majesty, 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 Your Majesty. Chapter 644. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had killed all the disciples of the Thunder Fantasy sect. Not even their corpses were left behind. Fiction. Li Xiaoke was a little worried. She reminded him, "Fang Chen, Lei Dong of the Thunder Fantasy sect is very strong. You have to be careful." The Thunder Fantasy sect was a 5-star sect. It was much stronger than a 4-star sect like the Green Lotus sect. The two were not on the same level at all. Moreover, Lei Dong was a top genius of the five element state. It was said that he was already in the top 10 of the hidden dragon list. He was a very terrifying warrior. Don't worry. They won't know, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen deliberately used the fire concept to burn the disciples of the Thunder Fantasy sect and destroy their corpses. The bloody battle space was so big that it was impossible for the people of the Thunder Fantasy sect to know. The disciples of the Thunder Fantasy sect relied on the prestige of their sect to burn, kill, and rob in the bloody battle space. If they encountered a weak warrior, they might be able to rob the treasure. However, they were unlucky to have met Fang Chen. After killing a few disciples of the Thunder Fantasy sect, Fang Chen took Li Xiaoke and quickly left the place. In a hidden cave, Fang Chen was refining the undying bird's blood essence. Li Xiaoke was also cultivating with her eyes closed. The undying bird's blood essence contained a majestic flame aura. It was very difficult for Fang Chen to refine it. After absorbing the undying bird's blood essence, Fang Chen's fire concept reached the third minor realm. The strength of the fire concept was directly related to the difficulty of refining the undying bird's blood essence. At this moment, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by thick flames. These flames had an ancient aura. As Fang Chen closed his eyes, the undying bird's blood essence in the golden heart began to rotate gradually. A trace of blood flowed out from it and finally flowed through Fang Chen's body. When the undying bird's blood essence spread to every part of Fang Chen's body, he felt very comfortable. At the same time, the golden heart was beating rapidly. It seemed to be helping Fang Chen refine the undying bird's blood essence. In the beginning, Fang Chen's refining speed of the undying bird's blood essence was very slow. However, with the help of the golden heart, the refining speed of the undying bird's blood essence became faster and faster. In the end, Fang Chen smiled excitedly. It's just a matter of time. Fang Chen thought to himself. With the help of the golden heart, the refining of the undying bird's blood essence was on the right track. He only needed a little time to completely refine the undying bird's blood essence. At this moment, Hong Wu, Jin Zhong, and the cleric had been waiting for several days on a mountain peak in the bloody battle space. However, they still hadn't received any news from Zhou Kunshan, which made them very anxious. What's going on? Why hasn't Zhou Kunshan replied yet? Hong Wu asked. Could it be that Zhou Kunshan still hasn't found that brat? Or could it be that Zhou Kunshan is no match for that brat? The priest asked in a low voice. Jin Zhong shook his head slightly. Of the three of them, he was the clearest about Zhou Kunshan's strength. As the king of assassins on the hidden dragon rankings, Zhou Kunshan was extremely powerful. Most importantly, he could appear and disappear unpredictably. Once he hid himself in the void, even powerful martial artists wouldn't be able to sense his existence. So each of Zhou Kunshan's assassinations would succeed. There was almost never a time when he failed. How about we go take a look? Suggested the priest. He felt that this matter was a bit fishy. Only by personally going would he know what was going on. The three of them exchanged a glance and then reached an agreement to go to that mountain range. Several hours later, the three of them arrived at that mountain range. Because there were no longer any mutated nethervoid birds, the stifling aura within the mountain range had long since disappeared. It was just like an ordinary mountain range. The three of them directly entered the depths of the mountain range. There are traces of a battle here. Suddenly, the priest shouted. Hong Wu and Jin Zhong hastily walked over to where the priest was. They were shocked to see that there was a large pit here. Furthermore, this open space was extremely damaged. It was clear that an intense battle had occurred here. It seems Zhou Kunshan came here and even fought with Fang Chen. The priest closed his eyes, sensing the remnant aura of the void plundering formation in the air. Back then, he had been defeated by Fang Chen's void plundering formation. So he was very clear about the aura of this formation. There's a corpse over there. Hong Wu saw a disheveled corpse beside the huge crater. The three of them immediately walked over to the corpse and examined it carefully. This is Zhou Kunshan. How could it be him? Jin Zhong's heart was in turmoil when he saw Zhou Kunshan's corpse. Zhou Kunshan was ranked 35th on the Hidden Dragon rankings. He was much stronger than him. Yet he had died here. Could he have been killed by Fang Chen? Asked Hongwu gravely. The priest's pupils shrank. His face was filled with shock. In such a short time, Fang Chen's strength had increased once more? Damn it! Jin Zhong's expression was extremely gloomy. He had originally planned to use Zhou Kunshan to assassinate Fang Chen. But he hadn't expected that even Zhou Kunshan would die here. Although there was no evidence that Zhou Kunshan had been killed by Fang Chen, the three of them knew that this matter couldn't be separated from Zhou Kunshan. If Zhou Kunshan was really killed by this kid, then his strength is too terrifying. Even if we join forces, we won't be his match, said Jin Zhong in a low voice. Are we just going to let it go? Hongwu was a bit unwilling. In such a short time, that kid's strength had reached such a level. He would definitely be a formidable opponent in the future. They had to get rid of him. The priest shook his head. As a formation grandmaster, he knew the power of a formation grandmaster best. He whispered, for the time being, it's not appropriate to confront that kid head-on. Let's leave first. In the end, the three of them left. In the hidden cave, Fang Chen was still refining the undying bird's blood essence. 3 days had passed. At a certain moment, the red flames around Fang Chen's body instantly turned into black flames. Then, the temperature in the cave instantly spread. Fang Chen's clothes instantly turned to ashes. His bronze skin was exposed to the air. His whole body was wrapped in black flames. The aura on his body was rapidly increasing. At this moment, the golden heart was beating rapidly. The undying bird's blood essence residing in the golden heart had been completely refined by Fang Chen. Countless undying bird's blood essence had been integrated into Fang Chen's body. Boom! With a loud bang, the black flames around Fang Chen disappeared instantly. Then, Fang Chen opened his eyes. The refining was successful. Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. After completely refining the undying bird's blood essence, his understanding of the fire intent realm had deepened. Fang Chen's mind moved. Suddenly, dense black flames appeared on his palm. The power of these flames was much stronger than the flames that Fang Chen had used before. This is just the most ordinary undying flame. If it can be truly transformed into the undying flame, it will be very powerful, Ancestor Bronze suddenly said. Fang Chen naturally knew what the undying flame was. It was the true flame that the ancient divine beast, the undying bird, possessed. The divine beast, the undying bird, had mastered the complete great path of fire. Its control of flames had reached an unprecedented level. The reason Fang Chen's flames had turned black was because he had refined the undying bird's blood essence. The flames had started to transform into the undying flame. Of course, it was too difficult to transform an ordinary flame into the undying flame by relying on one's own ability. In the history of the ancient sword continent, many geniuses had tried, but they had all failed. However, even though the black flames had just started to take shape, their power was still terrifying. Fang Chen did not think too much about Ancestor Bronze's words. He was already lucky enough to have obtained the undying bird's blood essence. As for transforming it into the true undying flame, that was still a long way off. After Fang Chen put away the black flames, he suddenly realized that his cultivation had silently reached the peak of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. It is indeed the undying bird's blood essence, Fang Chen said excitedly. All of this was because of the undying bird's blood essence. However, before Fang Chen could finish his excitement, he suddenly heard a loud shout. He turned around and saw Li Xiaoke covering her eyes with her pale hand. She was shouting loudly. "Xiaoke, what's wrong?" Fang Chen asked curiously. Fang Chen thought that Li Xiaoke had encountered a problem with her cultivation. Hearing Fang Chen's question, Li Xiaoka's face instantly flushed red. She said softly, "Your clothes." Fang Chen subconsciously lowered his head to take a look. What he saw gave him a fright. His expression changed drastically. With a thought, he took out a set of clothes from his interspatial ring and put them on. After that, Fang Chen adjusted his emotions. Finally, he looked awkwardly at Li Xiaoka and said, "Xiaoka, I just refined the undying bird's blood essence. My clothes were burned. I didn't know." Li Xiaoka's face flushed red. She lowered her head and did not speak. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the cave. Fang Chen wanted to change the topic, but he happened to feel the change in Li Xiaoka's aura. His eyes lit up and he asked, "Xiaoka, you broke through?" Hearing Fang Chen ask about her cultivation, Li Xiaoka nodded gently and said, "Yes, I broke through." Li Xiaoka had successfully broken through to the peak of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. This made Fang Chen very happy. "Xiaoka," Fang Chen called out. Li Xiaoka raised her head and looked at Fang Chen with her dark eyes. "Have you heard from Li Mingzhu and Lu Lianxue during this period of time?" Fang Chen asked. After entering the bloody battle space for so long, he had only met Li Xiaoka. He did not know anything about Li Mingzhu and Lu Lianxue. Hearing this, Li Xiaoka shook her head and said, "The bloody battle space is too big. The two of them should be somewhere else." Fang Chen nodded and did not say anything. He turned around and left the cave. Li Xiaoka's face was still a little hot. Looking at Fang Chen's departing figure, she had a complicated feeling that did not dissipate for a long time. "What kind of person are you?" Li Xiaoka's face was slightly hot. Her eyes were hazy as she asked softly. Chapter 645. While Fang Chen was refining the essence blood, a piece of very important news came from the northern region of the bloody battle space. As soon as the news came out, countless geniuses flocked to the northern region of the bloody battle space. On the northern plain, the old site of a dilapidated ancient sect was found. This news was too shocking. Fang Chen and Li Xiaoka also heard the news while walking in the bloody battle space. In an open space somewhere, Fang Chen and Li Xiaoka were hurrying along. "Fang Chen, are we going to the old site of the sect too?" Li Xiaoka asked. Fang Chen nodded his head. The reason he entered the bloody battle space was to search for opportunities and constantly become stronger. After that, he would join the legendary Five Elements Academy. This time, he had finally obtained such important news. How could he not go? One had to know that those ancient super sects were all dukes that intimidated a region. Their forces were extremely tyrannical. Although no one knew why they had fallen, there were many inheritances in their sect. This was what Fang Chen wanted. Of course, there were many warriors who had the same idea as Fang Chen. They were all aiming for the inheritances in the dilapidated sect. This plain was called the Shattered Plain. It had been split into two by something, and there was a bottomless gully in the middle of the plain. The air above the gully was filled with an ancient aura. It was said that the old site of the dilapidated sect was in this gully. After several days, Fang Chen and Li Xiaoka finally arrived at the Shattered Plain. At this moment there were countless warriors on the Shattered Plain. They were all here for the ancient sect. At the front of the Shattered Plain, there were some powerful geniuses and even some experts on the Hidden Dragon list. Behind them were some powerful warriors who couldn't make it to the Hidden Dragon list. As soon as Fang Chen arrived at the Shattered Plain, he saw a few familiar faces: Hong Wu, Jin Zhong, and the Reverend. The three of them were standing quietly at the forefront of the group. Standing side by side with them were all powerful experts on the Hidden Dragon list. It seems that the super powerful warriors on the Hidden Dragon ranking are not in the north. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and said in a low voice. Fang Chen glanced around. Almost all the top experts on the Hidden Dragon ranking were not here, which meant that these geniuses were not in the north. After all, the bloody battle space was very vast. The northern region was also very far away from the other three divisions. Even if the news spread to the other 3 divisions, those geniuses were not willing to travel long distances to compete for the opportunity, because there were more important things waiting for them. At that moment, Hong Wu, who was sitting in the front row, discovered Fang Chen. Her eyes were filled with rage. "Damn it, that brat has appeared again," Hong Wu said coldly. She was holding half of a fiery red whip in her hand, which had been cut in half by Fang Chen. Jin Zhong also discovered Fang Chen. His eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, "Yeah, he's here too. There are quite a few hidden dragon ranking experts here. Given his strength, he'll definitely die if he enters the sect," the Reverend said in a low voice. Hong Wu and the other 2 didn't act rashly. However, the red-faced cultivator at the side seemed to have noticed the strangeness of the 3. He immediately followed their gazes and discovered Fang Chen. "Who is he?" the red-faced warrior asked curiously. "He's a formation grandmaster," the Reverend said. Upon hearing the Reverend's words, the other warriors all looked at Fang Chen in astonishment. They had never expected that a formation grandmaster would appear here. As expected, the powerhouses on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard had different expressions when they heard the words Formation Grandmaster. The red-faced warrior smiled faintly and said, "If I'm not wrong, Reverend, you must have suffered a loss when he was injured." Upon hearing the red-faced warrior's words, the Reverend said in a low voice, "If I'm also a Formation Grandmaster, destroying him would be as easy as flipping my hand." "Reverend, stop bragging. It's ridiculous that a Formation Grandmaster wants to defeat a Formation Grandmaster," the red-faced warrior said disdainfully. Subsequently, the red-faced warrior slowly walked in front of Fang Chen under everyone's gaze. He smiled and said, "My name is Fan Xinjue. Can we be friends?" Fan Xinjue. Upon hearing this name, Fang Chen was stunned. This person was ranked 30th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm. It was said that he had once killed a martial artist at the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm and became famous overnight. Fan Xinjue specialized in water cultivation technique. His water cultivation technique was very powerful. Every time he attacked, it would be accompanied by majestic waves. Hence, he was known as the Wave Jew. Fan Xinjue took the initiative to greet Fang Chen because he saw his potential. To be able to become a Formation Grandmaster at such a young age, his future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Such a martial artist was worthy of being friends with Fan Xinjue. Seeing Fan Xinjue's outstretched hand, Fang Chen grinned and said, "My name is Fang Chen. Fang Chen, this ancient sect is very strange. After we enter, how about we travel together?" Fan Xinjue asked. "Sure," Fang Chen said. In the front row, Hong Wu and the others' faces were ashen. They wanted to kill Fang Chen, but there was nothing they could do. Rumble. Just as Fang Chen was talking to Fan Xinjue, a deafening sound suddenly came from the bottomless ravine. Following that, everyone felt the ground tremble. "What's going on?" Many martial artists cried out in panic. The expression of the Hidden Dragon rank expert standing in the front row flickered slightly as he gazed at the bottomless gully. All of a sudden, a beam of golden light shot out of the gully, and a floating bridge appeared in it, connecting it to the edge of the shattered plain. "Could it be?" Jin Zhong and the others exclaimed. Immediately, countless martial artists realized that they had to cross the pontoon bridge to enter the ancient sect. For a moment, many martial artists were eager to step onto the pontoon bridge. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed, and an ancient voice entered everyone's ears. "If you want to enter my water god sect, you have to pass the pontoon bridge." This ancient voice made many martial artists cry out in surprise. They didn't know what kind of test the pontoon bridge was, but after the voice came out, they didn't say anything. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, Jin Zhong took the lead and said, "Let me, Jin Zhong, try." Because they didn't know what kind of test was on the pontoon bridge, and whether it was dangerous, Jin Zhong was willing to be the first to try. No one objected. After Jin Zhong stepped onto the pontoon bridge, he disappeared instantly. Everyone looked at the pontoon bridge in confusion. Before long, a dazzling light burst out from the pontoon bridge. In that light, a large, vigorous character vaguely appeared. Xian. Xian? What does that mean? When everyone saw the character, they exclaimed in surprise. Why would there be a character? At this moment, Jin Zhong came out. His figure flashed, and he directly jumped onto the shattered plains. In his hand was a wooden tablet with the character, Xian, written on it. Jin Zhong, what's going on? The priest asked first. The pontoon bridge is actually a comprehensive test for martial artists. The Water God sect has set up a total of 4 levels of tests: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. The higher the level of the test, the greater the opportunity after entering the Water God sect, Jin Zhong said in a low voice, his face a little pale. Out of the 4 major tests of Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, he had only barely passed the Profound grade test. This left him speechless. I see. The priest nodded. Even you could only pass the Xian level test. How strong are the Earth level and Heaven level tests? Hongwu asked coldly. Instantly, countless martial artists on the shattered plains began to discuss spiritedly. They were all trying to figure out what this so-called pontoon bridge test was all about. After a brief commotion, the priest made his move. The priest was a formation grandmaster. Although his fighting strength was definitely not as good as Jin Zhong's, his comprehensive fighting strength was still extremely formidable. At this moment, Fang Chen and Fan Xinjue arrived at the back of the shattered plains side by side. The two of them were discussing. Brother Fang, what kind of test do you think the priest will pass? Fan Xinjue asked. It might be the Earth level test, Fang Chen said. He had fought the priest head-on before, and had to admit that the priest was a genius in formations. If he hadn't suppressed the priest with his attainment in formations, he would have been the one to lose that day. Oh, Brother Fang thinks so highly of the priest. Fan Xinjue was a little surprised. Before long, the priest came out. He had really passed the Earth level test. His vigorous and powerful Earth character in the sky illuminated the entire land. The priest held the wooden tablet with the character Earth in his hand, his face full of excitement. The Water God sect had 4 major tests in total. Since he had passed the second major test, he should be able to obtain a lot of treasures. I wonder who among you will be able to pass the Heaven level test. The priest looked at Fang Chen as he spoke. After the priest passed the test, one hidden dragon ranking expert after another took the pontoon bridge test. Several of them passed the Xian level test, while 2 passed the Earth level test. They were Fan Xinjue, who was ranked 30th, and Sha He, who was ranked 32nd. In just an hour, all of the hidden dragon ranking experts had passed the pontoon bridge test. Now, it was time for the ordinary disciples to take the pontoon bridge test. So far, only Fan Xinjue, Sha He, and the priest had passed the Earth level test. As for the others, they had all passed the Xian level test. After Fan Xinjue came out of the pontoon bridge, he looked at Fang Chen and said, Brother Fang, why don't you go try it? Fang Chen nodded and took a step forward, stepping into the pontoon bridge. Humph, the pontoon bridge test isn't a joke. It'll be ridiculous if you accidentally lose your life, said Hongwu coldly. Her heart was filled with hatred for Fang Chen. She wished that Fang Chen would die in the pontoon bridge test. Chapter 646. After Fang Chen stepped onto the pontoon, his figure disappeared in an instant. Shi Huan net when he saw his surroundings clearly, he found himself in a hazy, sealed space. In this sealed space, there was only extremely dense spiritual energy. This place seems like a battlefield, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Crash! At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared, followed by the appearance of a warrior. This warrior's face was stiff, without any signs of life. It was a puppet. A puppet, Fang Chen exclaimed in a low voice. Human, I am a yellow-grade puppet. Defeat me and you will be able to challenge a black-grade puppet, the yellow-grade puppet said in a low voice. Hearing this, Fang Chen instantly understood. So the so-called test of the pontoon was to defeat the puppet in front of him. Just as Fang Chen stared at the puppet, the yellow-grade puppet instantly launched a fierce attack. Bang! In his haste, Fang Chen exchanged a punch with the puppet. In an instant, the puppet's body was sent flying. It's not that strong, Fang Chen muttered, and then a dense black flame appeared around his body. He clenched his fist, and the black flame wrapped around his fist as he threw a punch at the yellow-grade puppet. Bang! Without any fancy movements, Fang Chen's simple punch directly landed on the puppet's body. Suddenly, the black flame from his fist was transmitted into the puppet's body. Crack! Fang Chen heard a cracking sound, and then the yellow-grade puppet actually shattered in front of him. Looking at the shattered puppet, Fang Chen was speechless. This puppet was too weak. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a dazzling light suddenly shot out. Then, a puppet appeared. Human, you have damaged the yellow-grade puppet. You will be punished by the Water God sect, the puppet said. Punishment won't happen, right? Fang Chen was a little speechless. Could it be that he could only defeat the puppet, but not damage it? However, the puppet didn't give Fang Chen any chance to explain, and directly said, Human, the Water God sect's punishment is to accept the heavenly trial. If you fail, you will be directly kicked out of the Water God sect. If you win, you will receive a heaven-grade wooden token. Hearing the puppet's words, Fang Chen was speechless. Didn't he just damage a yellow-grade puppet? The Water God sect actually sent a heaven-grade puppet to fight him. Even Fan Xinjue could only defeat an earth-grade puppet. One could imagine how strong a heaven-grade puppet was. Even Fang Chen didn't have any confidence in defeating it. However, he had no choice but to brace himself and fight. Ha! The heaven-grade puppet bellowed and suddenly launched a fierce and overbearing attack. Water ripples appeared in the air, and then the heaven-grade puppet's palm. The ripples turned into a long spear directly pierced towards Fang. How is this possible? Seeing the heaven-grade puppet's technique, Fang Chen was completely shocked. What kind of sect was the Water God sect? Even a puppet could control the water element aura like this, and it could even turn water ripples into a weapon at will. As expected of the Water God sect's heaven-grade puppet, it was too overbearing. Although he was shocked, Fang Chen was still the fastest to act. He used the flowing water sword technique. In the sealed space, water ripples constantly emerged, and finally turned into sword light that pierced towards the long spear. Bang! Under Fang Chen's gaze, the long spear directly pierced through Fang Chen's sword light and rapidly shot towards Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen discovered that the illusory long sword actually contained the concept of water. Was this heaven-grade puppet so heaven-defying? Void plundering array. Fang Chen knew that it was impossible to defeat the heaven-grade puppet with just the flowing water sword technique, so he did not hesitate to set up the void plundering array. Of course, this time, Fang Chen used supreme-grade spirit stones to set up the array. Even if he was a tycoon, he did not have that many purple crystal stones, and purple crystal stones were so valuable. Crash! After the void plundering array appeared, it immediately enveloped the heaven-grade puppet. However, the heaven-grade puppet did not change at all. It still controlled the concept of water, and launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Fang Chen controlled the void plundering array and constantly plunder the heaven-grade puppet's water concept. The heaven-grade puppet seemed to have realized this, and its attacks on Fang Chen became even fiercer. Flowing water sword technique. The entry-level flowing water sword technique was displayed to the extreme by Fang Chen. Countless sword lights of water suddenly shot out and collided with the heaven-grade puppet's water spear. With the void plundering array, Fang Chen could clearly feel that the concept of water on the heaven-grade puppet was slowly dissipating. Without the support of the concept of water, the heaven-grade puppet was just SOSO. After discovering this, Fang Chun adopted a roundabout strategy. He did not meet the heaven-grade puppet head-on. Instead, he constantly dodged. At the same time, he urged the concept of fire to use the black flames to attack the heaven-grade puppet. Of course, the biggest threat to the heaven-grade puppet was the void plundering array. The void plundering array was constantly absorbing the concept of water on the puppet's body. After a short while, the puppet became much weaker. After 3 minutes, the heaven-grade puppet's combat strength had dropped to the level of an earth-grade puppet. This allowed Fang Chun to defeat it very easily. Boom! When Fang Chun defeated the heaven-grade puppet, a golden light rushed out of the pontoon. At this time, on the shattered plain, everyone was curiously staring at the pontoon. Fang Chun had been in there for a long time, but he still had not come out. What was going on? Humph, he hasn't come out for such a long time. Did he die in the pontoon test? Hong Wu's eyes flickered as she said coldly. Even if it's an Earth-grade test, it shouldn't have taken so long. The priest was a little confused. Jin Zhong gazed at the pontoon and said in a low voice, maybe he was arrogant enough to challenge the heaven-grade puppet and was killed by it. Hearing Jin Zhong's words, the experts on the hidden dragon list around him nodded. If a formation grandmaster and a priest could pass the Earth-grade test, then Fang Chun must have been arrogant enough to challenge the heaven-grade test and was killed by the heaven-grade puppet. Fan Xinjue narrowed his eyes and stared at the pontoon. He did not believe that Fang Chun had died in the pontoon test. On the shattered plain, many martial artists were also discussing the matter. After a while, Fang Chun still did not come out. Hong Wu and the others were even more convinced that Fang Chun had died in the pontoon. Her face was full of smiles. Humph, he overestimated himself, Hong Wu said disdainfully. Jin Zhong was about to say something when he suddenly saw a change in the pontoon. He shouted, "The pontoon is changing!" As soon as Jin Zhong's words left his mouth, a beam of golden light suddenly shot up into the sky. The power contained in the beam of golden light was so strong that it made countless warriors on the shattered plains tremble. The golden light floated in the sky for a long time. The golden light slowly spread out, and in the center of it was a large Tian character. Tian! Fan Xinjue exclaimed in disbelief when he saw the character in the golden light. How is that possible? The character has appeared. Did Fang Chun pass the test? Many experts on the hidden dragon list exclaimed in disbelief. Hong Wu, Fan Xinjue, and Fan Xinjue's faces were extremely gloomy as they stared at the pontoon. At this moment, a figure walked out of the pontoon with a faint smile on his face and a wooden token with the character Tian in his hand. Fang Chun, I told you that you wouldn't die so easily, Fan Xinjue said with a smile. The way the other experts on the hidden dragon list looked at Fang Chun also changed slightly. The appearance of the wooden token with the character Tian shocked all the martial artists. It's actually the wooden token with the character Tian. Even Fan Xinjue didn't get it. Priest got the wooden token with the character Earth, while Fang Chun got the wooden token with the character Tian. Both of them are experts in formations. Does the pontoon test have something to do with formations? It must be. Otherwise, with Fang Chun's strength, he wouldn't have been able to get the token with the character Tian. Among the 4 tests, the Tian test was the most difficult one. Even Fan Xinjue, who was ranked 30th on the hidden dragon list, couldn't pass it, let alone Fang Chun. Although a formation grandmaster was very powerful, in front of absolute strength, everything else was nothing. And now, Fan Xinjue was the absolute strength for Fang Chun. Many martial artists thought that since even Fan Xinjue and Sha, he couldn't pass the heaven grade test, Fang Chun must have passed it by luck because of formations. However, even so, it was still shocking enough. Some martial artists who had underestimated Fang Chun felt their faces burning, as if they had been slapped. Hong Wu, who was dressed in red, had a gloomy face. Her heart was full of hatred as she stared coldly at Fang Chun. How could this be? Why is he so lucky every time? Li Xiaoke also walked up to Fang Chen and congratulated him in a low voice. For a moment, Fang Chen became the focus of everyone on the shattered plane. Of course, although everyone was shocked, the pontoon test had to continue. All the martial artists had to pass the pontoon test. Only those who got a wooden token could enter the Water God sect. Because of Fang Chen's Tian wooden token, almost none of the martial artists who took part in the test attracted attention. The strongest one only got a Xian wooden token. Of course, there were also some weaker martial artists who actually died directly within the pontoon bridge test. 2 hours later, all the cultivators had finally passed the floating bridge test. On the entire shattered plane, Fang Chen was the only one with a Tian wooden token, followed by 3 earth wooden tokens. As for the others, they had Xian wooden tokens and Huang wooden tokens. The pontoon test is over. Next, those with wooden tokens will be sent to the Water God sect. The ancient voice rang out once again. As soon as the voice sounded, the hazy aura on the pontoon instantly disappeared. Everyone looked over and saw a bottomless gully. This was the first time the gully had shown its true appearance. The bottomless gully was filled with an extremely rich ancient aura, which shocked countless martial artists. Chapter 647. It was said that the bloody space used to be a continent, and there were many sect members on it. Chapter 11. However, for some unknown reason, the continent was shattered into countless small fragments, and the bloody space was one of them. The Water God sect was a sect that existed on this small fragment, and their sect was destroyed here. The almighty experts of the Water God sect had set up 4 major tests here, hoping that their successors would be able to obtain the inheritance of the Water God sect and rebuild it. Therefore, Fang Chen and the others encountered the test of the pontoon bridge. In fact, for Fang Chen, this was a great advantage. Although the heaven rank puppet was strong, it was still a puppet in the end. It couldn't effectively resist the plundering of the void plundering array. Therefore, the concept of water in its body became weaker and weaker, and its combat strength increased until it was easily defeated by Fang Chen. If the almighty experts of the Water God sect knew about this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood in the underworld. The test they had set up on the verge of death had been easily solved by Fang Chen. In any case, it was a fact that Fang Chen had obtained the heaven wooden token. Therefore, after the Water God sect opened, the hazy aura on the pontoon bridge instantly disappeared, and the bottomless ravine revealed its true appearance for the first time. It was also at this moment that all the martialists holding wooden tokens felt a strong attractive force pulling them in. Their bodies uncontrollably moved toward the ravine. What's going on? Some of the martial artists were terrified by this scene. This bottomless ravine was too terrifying. Once they fell in, they would die without a doubt. No, I don't want to die, a martial artist shouted. On the other hand, the experts on the hidden dragon list were much quieter. Since the Water God sect had set up a test of the pontoon bridge, and they had passed it, this attractive force should be attracting them to the Water God sect. Hiss. In the blink of an eye, all the martial artists holding wooden tokens appeared on the pontoon bridge. Then, the pontoon bridge disappeared. Bang! All the martial artists directly fell into the ravine. At this moment, all the martial artists' expressions changed dramatically. They wanted to stop it, but there was nothing they could do. They fell very fast, and soon they couldn't see the shattered plains anymore. It was also at this moment that the falling crowd suddenly disappeared into thin air. Fang Chen felt himself being sucked into a very quiet area by a mysterious force. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a vast city. Where is this? Fang Chen was puzzled. Human, it's been a long time since someone was able to obtain a heaven wooden tablet. You're not bad. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared in the sky above the city. This illusory figure looked at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice, "Someone has been here before?" Fang Chen asked curiously. Every time the bloody battle space opens, our water god sect will look for outstanding geniuses. However, the cultivators that have come here in the past are simply too weak. They can't even pass the heaven rank test, the illusory figure said. Fang Chen was stunned. Whenever the bloody battle space opened, many warriors would come here to take the test. In other words, he was the first martial artist to obtain the heaven wooden tablet. That's right. Since our water god sect was destroyed, you're the first martial artist to obtain a heaven wooden tablet, so you were directly sent here, the illusory figure said. Where is this? Fang Chen asked. The water god sect is most famous for its 4 cities, namely Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. The city you're in is the Heaven City of the water god sect, the illusory figure said. Fang Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Whichever wooden tablet one obtained would be sent to the corresponding city. What's in the Heaven City? Fang Chen asked. The Heaven City contains the water god sect's supreme cultivation methods and many inheritances. As long as you can find them, you can take them away at will, the illusory figure said. Human, you're the first one to come here, so you can obtain everything here. However, some of the martial artists who went to the other 3 cities might even return empty-handed. No martial artist had ever come to the Heaven City. As for the other 3 cities, who knew how many martial artists had gone there? Every time they went there would be one less inheritance treasure. Over time, the inheritance treasures in the other 3 cities would be pitifully few. As for the Heaven City, it was Fang Chen's first time here. No one had come here before, so nothing had been touched. Moreover, the Heaven City contained the water god sect's top cultivation methods and the water god sect's top inheritances. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was extremely excited. Human, don't be happy too early. In the water god sect, if you want to obtain something, you have to pay the price. The illusory figure pointed at the tower in the center of the Sky City and said, That tower is called the Sky Tower. Everything in the Sky City is in the Sky Tower. You need to go and challenge the tower. It will depend on your luck if you can reach the basic level of the saber. Hearing the illusory figure's words, Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. Originally, when he came to the Heaven City, he would be able to obtain the water god sect's inheritance treasure. He didn't expect that he would have to challenge the tower. However, you have obtained the heaven wooden token. Naturally, there will be a reward. As the illusory figure spoke, a laser suddenly shot towards Fang Chen. The latter reached out and caught it. Then, he looked down and found that it was the map introduction of the Heaven Tower. This, before Fang Chen could speak, the illusory figure spoke first. This is the detailed introduction of the inheritance treasure in the Heaven Tower. You can take a closer look and challenge the tower accordingly. After the illusory figure finished speaking, he disappeared instantly. Fang Chen looked at the map in his hand and felt a little helpless. However, since he had come here, he couldn't go back empty-handed. Then, Fang Chen began to carefully study the map in his hand. At the same time, in the other 3 cities, many martial artists were challenging the tower. They were different from Fang Chen. Without a map, they could only challenge the tower randomly. Moreover, they had to worry about others successfully challenging the tower and snatching the inheritance. In the center of the Earth City, before the Earth Tower, 3 figures stood quietly. I'll go in first. Fan Xinjue grinned and entered the Earth Tower. Seeing this, he also quickly went into the Earth Tower. Only the priest was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he sat cross-legged in front of the Earth Tower and began to cultivate. As long as I study this array, everything in here will be mine, the priest whispered. Just now, during the test on the pontoon bridge, the priest felt that he seemed to have a clue about the array that he had been painstakingly studying. Therefore, at this moment, he was not in a hurry to enter. Relatively speaking, the competition in the Xian City was more intense than in the Earth City. Those who could come here were basically experts on the hidden dragon roll. With Hong Wu as the leader, many experts on the hidden dragon role quickly went into the Xian Tower. Fang Chen, after I receive the inheritance, it will be the time of your death. A terrifying murderous intent shot out from Hong Wu's eyes. She held half of the fiery red whip in her hand and entered the Xian Tower. Among the 4 cities, the competition was the fiercest in the Yellow City. In the huge Yellow City, everyone had started fighting before they even entered the Xian Tower. In just a short period of time, the Yellow City was filled with countless corpses. There were even some powerful warriors who joined forces to clean up the weaker warriors. In short, the 4 cities of the Water God sect were all different. When Fang Chen and the others entered the Water God sect to look for opportunities, the geniuses of the other 3 divisions were also looking for their own opportunities. In a secluded place, there was a dense forest filled with evil aura. There were several martial artists from the Yellow Spring sect here. "How's the harvest?" one of the Yellow Spring sect members asked in a hoarse voice. "The harvest is great. In just a short period of time, we've killed more than 30 geniuses," another Yellow Spring sect member said. "What about the losses?" "Currently, the losses have not been calculated. However, according to preliminary estimates, our losses should be very small. Only a few people." The Nether Spring sect member from before revealed a trace of a gloomy smile when he heard this, and then he said, "Next, our target will be the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Only the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon rankings have the best chance of entering the 5-Element Academy. The geniuses on the Hidden Dragon list are all looking for opportunities. It's very difficult to find one, but we have plenty of chances. Okay, pass down the message. Be careful. Don't ruin the Spiritual Pupils King's plan." The few remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect finished their discussion in a short while and then disappeared into the darkness. The remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect carried out a series of assassinations on the Hidden Dragon list experts. However, the geniuses in the bloody battle space were unaware of this. On a mountain peak in the south, a white-clothed martial artist had just come out of a ruin. Suddenly, he felt a vibration from his communication jade pendant. He immediately took out his communication jade pendant. After a short while, the white-clothed man's face became completely gloomy. "Fang Chen," the white-clothed man said in a cold voice. His body was emitting a terrifying murderous intent. The message was sent by Zhou Kunshan a few days ago. He was in the ruin. Due to the special environment, he did not receive the message. He only received it now. Before Zhou Kunshan died, he sent a message to inform him that he was about to die. It was a martial artist called Fang Chen who killed him. "Kunshan, I will definitely avenge you," Zhu Hai said in a hoarse voice. Bang! As soon as Zhu Hai's voice fell, he suddenly threw a punch. Immediately, a large hole appeared on the mountain peak. The mountain peak was shaking. Zhu Hai was venting his anger. Zhou Kunshan was his good brother. Before they entered the bloody battle space, they had once said that no matter who obtained a powerful inheritance, they had to share it with the other party selflessly. Now, Zhu Hai had received the news of Zhou Kunshan's death. Zhu Hai was infuriated. Chapter 648. In the Water God sect, countless warriors in the 4 great cities were fighting for opportunities and challenging the tower. In the Sky City, Fang Chen leisurely entered the Sky Tower. The Sky Tower contained the highest inheritance of the Water God sect. Fang Chen was the only one who came to the Sky City, and no one fought with him. The Sky Tower had a total of 2 floors. The first floor contained treasures, while the second floor contained cultivation techniques and 2 great inheritances. After Fang Chen entered the Sky Tower, his surroundings instantly changed. Immediately after, he found himself in a sealed space, and there was a strong aura of water element around him. "Is this the first floor of the Sky Tower?" Fang Chen squinted his eyes, looked around, and said softly. Ever since he entered the Water God sect, Fang Chen found that this place was filled with the aura of water element. If he guessed correctly, The water god sect should be good at water cultivation technique. Fang Chen possessed the water essence. As long as he could obtain the inheritance of the water god sect, his water essence would definitely improve. At that time, his flowing water swordsmanship might also improve. If that was the case, Fang Chen's strength would be even stronger. Crash! Just as Fang Chen was pondering, a skinny old man suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Human, if you defeat me, you can obtain any treasure in the first floor of the Sky Tower, the skinny old man said. Before Fang Chen entered the Heaven Pagoda, he had obtained a detailed map of the Heaven Pagoda. He had already studied it thoroughly. The map also said that the test of the first level of the Heaven Pagoda was to defeat this skinny old man. Although the skinny old man's aura was weak, his strength was very strong. His combat strength had to be at least at the peak of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm to defeat the old man. Of course, what Fang Chen feared the most was that the old man had mastered the water essence. He had already reached the complete realm of the third minor realm and could use the water essence freely. This was what Fang Chen feared the most. The water god sect was good at water cultivation technique. Coupled with the complete realm of water essence, Fang Chen wasn't sure how strong it would be. Fang Chen looked at the skinny old man warily. A smile appeared on the old man's withered face. He had been alone here for a long time. Finally, a martial artist came here. Human, take note. As soon as the skinny old man finished speaking, a rich aura of water element suddenly appeared around him. Immediately after, the perfect realm of water concept exploded. The majestic aura engulfed the entire first level of the Heaven Pagoda and instantly enveloped Fang Chen's body. Seeing this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. He instantly activated the concept of water with all his might to resist it. However, Fang Chen's water concept was only at the peak of the second minor realm. It was far from the skinny old man's water concept. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the gentle concept of water wrapped around Fang Chen, it became extremely powerful and directly bound Fang Chen. Flowing water sword technique. Fang Chen struggled to free his hands. Then, he took out the hidden star sword and directly displayed the flowing water sword technique. The beginner-level flowing water sword technique was displayed. The majestic sword light directly pierced the rich water concept around him. Too weak. Seeing this, the skinny old man shook his head slightly. His palms trembled constantly. The rich water concept in the air appeared and disappeared mysteriously under his control, constantly attacking Fang Chen. Crack! Under the attack of the skinny old man, Fang Chen's flowing water sword technique couldn't even hit the skinny old man. Finally, after a fierce battle, Fang Chen was sent flying by the skinny old man with a punch. Human, you're too weak. The skinny old man said, however, after so many years, you're the first person to come here. I won't kill you. Come back after you've cultivated well. After saying this, the skinny old man disappeared. Fang Chen was sent out of the Heaven Pagoda. His heart was shaken and couldn't calm down for a long time. Is that the water concept at the perfection realm? Fang Chen was shocked. That skinny old man has mastered the complete concept of water. Furthermore, he is very strong. If you wish to defeat him, you will need to at least break through to the third minor realm of the concept of water or increase the power of your flowing water sword technique, Ancestor Bronze suddenly said. Fang Chen nodded as a determined glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. The battle with the skinny old man had deepened his recognition of the concept of water. Fang Chen believed that this was also an opportunity. In the process of fighting with the skinny old man, his concept of water had also been improving. Maybe I can break through during the battle, Fang Chen whispered with a burning gaze. Then, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend the water concept. Fang Chen's body was filled with a rich water concept. The water element aura between heaven and earth was quickly absorbed into his body. At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was also filled with endless water concept. He was comprehending the water concept. Recalling the water concept that the skinny old man had mastered, Fang Chen was shocked. He could clearly feel the power of the perfection realm of the water concept. At this moment, at the top of the heaven pagoda, the skinny old man suddenly appeared out of thin air. He looked at Fang Chen, who was cultivating below, and said in a low voice, "This kid has good comprehension." After fighting with him once, he could comprehend the water concept. It was indeed good. After 6 hours, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His comprehension of the water concept had deepened. Moreover, Fang Chen found that the water concept had reached a bottleneck. He needed an opportunity to break through to the third minor realm. "Let's try again," Fang Chen said inwardly. Then he entered the first level of the heaven pagoda. The skinny old man appeared out of thin air with a smile on his face. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "Human, you can't beat me." "How do you know if you don't try?" Fang Chen said. This time, Fang Chen took the lead. The boundless water concept immediately merged into the hidden star sword, and the flowing water sword was directly used. The exquisite and peerless sword technique was operated from the hidden star sword. Combined with the water concept, it displayed an extremely powerful power. The skinny old man glanced at Fang Chen and nodded in satisfaction. He could clearly feel that Fang Chen's control of the water concept seemed to have improved a little. However, just this alone is not enough. The skinny old man shouted in a low voice. He continued to use the perfection realm of the water concept to directly crush Fang Chen. Bang bang bang, the entire battle was almost one-sided. Fang Chen could not resist the skinny old man's attack. This made the skinny old man feel very helpless. "Let's try this move." After Fang Chen's attack was defeated by the skinny old man, his eyes flickered as he thought to himself. At this moment, the rich ripples of water around Fang Chen's body instantly disappeared and were replaced by boundless black flames. After these black flames appeared, they directly wrapped around Fang Chen's body. The surrounding air temperature rapidly increased. The water element aura around Fang Chen was instantly evaporated by the black flames. This is... The skinny old man was surprised when he saw this scene. He immediately discovered that Fang Chen's black flames were a little similar to the undying flame of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. "Undying flame!" the skinny old man exclaimed. However, he immediately shook his head. After careful observation, he discovered that the black flames were very different from the undying flame. After thinking for a while, the skinny old man knew that Fang Chen must have obtained the undying bird's blood essence and refined it. What a lucky guy! The skinny old man naturally knew how precious the undying bird's blood essence was. Even in ancient times, the undying bird's blood essence was extremely precious. He did not expect this kid to be able to obtain the approval of the undying bird's blood essence and refine it. Even his own flames were transformed into black flames. Fortunately, it's not the undying flame. Otherwise, you would have easily passed the first level. After the skinny old man finished speaking, he continued to activate his perfect realm of water concept. Then, his body flashed and a trace of light flickered on his fist. Oscillating fist. The skinny old man growled and performed oscillating fist. Suddenly, the rich concept of water in the sky turned into ripples and blasted towards Fang Chen with a tyrannical force. Bang bang bang. When the light of the oscillating fist blasted towards Fang Chen, the latter discovered that the black flames could not evaporate the light of the oscillating fist. Bang bang. In the end, Fang Chen was sent flying by the skinny old man's punch. "Kid, you have great potential. Cultivate well." The skinny old man looked at Fang Chen with a strange expression. After saying this, he disappeared from the first level of the heaven pagoda. Fang Chen left the heaven pagoda gloomily and continued to cultivate. Even the black flames could not do anything to the skinny old man. This made Fang Chen speechless. However, this time, he clearly felt that the skinny old man attached great importance to the black flames. I will definitely defeat you, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Anyway, the bloody battle space would be open for a long time. Fang Chen was not worried. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. In this way, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this half a month, Fang Chen fought with the skinny old man no less than 10 times. However, he was sent flying by the old man's punch each time. Chapter 649. One day, half a month later, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by a strong essence of water. He suddenly opened his eyes. In half a month, I haven't had a breakthrough in the essence of water, but my flowing water swordsmanship has reached the small success level, Fang Chen whispered. The flowing water swordsmanship was a rank 6 cultivation technique. It was very powerful, and the flowing water swordsmanship that had reached the small success level was even more powerful. Let's try again. Fang Chen slowly stood up and said in a low voice. Then, he entered the first floor of the Heaven Pagoda again. Human, you've had a breakthrough. The skinny old man stared at Fang Chen and asked. I've had a breakthrough, Fang Chen said. Okay, let me try, the skinny old man said. For a long time, he had been very lonely here. Now that a warrior had come here, of course, he had to play with him. Take this. Fang Chen shouted and waved the hidden star sword in his hand. A strong essence of water emerged around him, and the flowing water swordsmanship at the small success level was fully activated. Suddenly, countless water ripples appeared in the sky. These water ripples turned into water splashes under the control of Fang Chen. The water splashes contained an extremely majestic sword essence. Crash! Above Fang Chen's head, the golden Dharma idol sword was activated. A strong sword essence shot out from the golden Dharma idol sword and poured into Fang Chen's hidden star sword. This was Fang Chen's strongest attack. If even this move couldn't defeat the skinny old man, then he could only cultivate again. The skinny old man noticed the abnormality of Fang Chen's Dharma idol. His face changed slightly, and he immediately used Hadouken. During this time, whenever Fang Chen came to challenge him, the skinny old man would use Hadouken against Fang Chen. The result was that Fang Chen was blown away by Hadouken. Hadouken was a unique skill of the Water God sect. It was very powerful. Moreover, Hadouken contained the perfect essence of water, which allowed Fang Chen to deeply understand the mysteries of the essence of water. Rumble the skinny old man used his oscillating fist and punched towards Fang Chen. At the same time, the latter controlled the water in the sky and blasted it toward the fluctuating fist aura. Bang! After the two collided, the shockwave of the fist shattered Fang Chen's water splashes. However, one of the water splashes still slipped through the net. Poochie! This water splash dodged the fluctuating fist light and hit the skinny old man's body. In an instant, the skinny old man's clothes were torn apart. The skinny old man lowered his head and looked at his tattered clothes. A smile of admiration appeared on his face. Human, your improvement is very fast, the skinny old man said. Fang Chen curled his lips, feeling a little helpless. Even the lesser mastery of the flowing water swordsmanship couldn't defeat the skinny old man. However, being able to hit the skinny old man was still a small improvement. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, the essence of water suddenly vibrated in his mind. Then, his face became very serious and he hurriedly left the Heaven Pagoda. Just a moment ago, Fang Chen suddenly had an epiphany. He had a new understanding of the essence of water and needed to quickly go into seclusion to cultivate. Seeing Fang Chen leave, the skinny old man nodded his head in satisfaction. Although this kid's strength is a little weak, he has great potential, the skinny old man said. Especially when the skinny old man felt Fang Chen's golden Dharma idol, he was a little puzzled. A Dharma idol that even he couldn't see through was really strange. It's a pity that this kid was born to be a sword cultivator, the skinny old man said with a little loneliness. The Water God sect was good at water cultivation technique. Therefore, when looking for a successor, they hoped to find a water warrior. Although Fang Chen also had the essence of water, the skinny old man knew that he was a natural sword cultivator. He was most suitable for the way of the sword. In the Heaven Pagoda, Fang Chen sat cross-legged. In his mind, he recalled the oscillating fist that the skinny old man had just used. The fist radiance contained a majestic essence of water. In his soul there was a vast ocean. There were surging waves in the ocean. Fang Chen carefully observed every wave that flew up. Time passed bit by bit. The essence of water around him became more and more intense. After about 6 hours, the vast ocean in Fang Chen's mind suddenly disappeared. Then, a deafening sound came from Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. There was a hint of joy on his face. After 6 hours of enlightenment, he finally discovered the true essence of water. Breakthrough! Fang Chen shouted. The aura of the essence of water around him rose rapidly. In a short while, it rose to the critical point. Then, it easily broke through to the third minor realm. When the state of water rose to the third minor realm, Fang Chen's mind suddenly opened up. Countless ripples of water filled his mind and spun around. Essence of water, the third minor realm. There was a hint of joy on Fang Chen's face. In more than half a month, he had raised the essence of water to the third minor realm. It could be considered a great improvement. Of course, this was all thanks to the skinny old man on the first floor of the Heaven Pagoda. Now, I think I should have the strength to defeat the skinny old man, Fang Chen said to himself. Half a month ago, he couldn't even touch the skinny old man's clothes. Half a month later, he was confident that he could defeat the skinny old man. Even the skinny old man blushed with shame at such a speed of growth. Since the essence of water had just broken through, Fang Chen didn't rush to challenge the skinny old man. Instead, he first stabilized the essence of water. After a day, he completely stabilized the essence of water. At this time, Fang Chen stood up and entered the first floor of the Heaven Pagoda. Senior, I think I should be able to defeat you this time. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said to the skinny old man. Oh! Hearing this, the skinny old man's eyes lit up. He carefully sized up Fang Chen. Then, he discovered that Fang Chen's essence of water had reached the third minor realm. Kid, I was right. You have great potential. If there are no accidents, you will definitely be famous in the ancient sword continent. The skinny old man laughed. Fang Chen's essence of water could reach the third minor realm. He was also very happy. Senior, I am going to make my move, Fang Chen said. Don't worry. Make your move. The skinny old man said. Swoosh! The third minor realm of the essence of water instantly emerged. Then, Fang Chen displayed the small success level of the flowing water swordsmanship. In the sky, countless water splashes with biting cold sword essence pierced towards the skinny old man. This attack was clean and neat. The skinny old man's Hadouken was actually unable to block Fang Chen's attack. Pucci countless water splashes directly shattered the skinny old man's Hadouken and then bombarded the skinny old man's body. Hiss hiss hiss, the skinny old man's body slowly collapsed. Human, you have passed the first level. You can choose any treasure on the first floor. After the skinny old man finished speaking, his body collapsed in the first floor. Seeing this scene, he was a little disappointed. After fighting with the skinny old man for more than half a month, he couldn't accept this fact for a while. Senior, Fang Chen called out, but no one responded. In the end, Fang Chen shook his head and restrained his emotions. While at this moment, countless weapons appeared on the first floor. These weapons were placed in an orderly manner on the first floor. These are the weapons of the Water God sect. Fang Chen thought to himself. Fang Chen only took a cursory look and found that the lowest grade of these weapons was a spiritual grade weapon. There were also many profound grade weapons. What treasure should I choose? Fang Chen was puzzled. As a sword cultivator, you already have the hidden star sword. There is no need to choose a weapon. Choose some other treasures. Ancestor Bronze reminded. Fang Chen nodded and then left the weapons area and walked to the treasure area. There were many weapons on the first floor, but very few treasures. Fang Chen took a closer look. There were a total of 5 utmost treasures here. Only 5 treasures. Fang Chen was a little puzzled, but he still walked to the treasures and began to choose. Water Cloud Shuttle, infused with the essence of water. It can explode with the combat power of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Waterfall, infused with the essence of water. During battle, it can change its form at will. It is extremely powerful. The 5 treasures were all water attribute treasures. Fang Chen took a closer look and finally fixed his eyes on a jade pendant. Water jade, this is an auxiliary treasure. It contains a majestic essence of water. The warrior who wears this jade pendant can increase his comprehension of the essence of water. When Fang Chen saw the aqua jade, a smile appeared on his face. He said, "This is it." Then, Fang Chen picked up the water jade and wore it around his neck. Suddenly, a cool feeling came from the water jade. In an instant, Fang Chen felt the essence of water in his mind rolling. Good stuff. The other 4 true treasures were all combat-type true treasures. Only this one was an auxiliary true treasure. If it was someone else, they might want to increase their strength and choose the other 4 treasures. But Fang Chen chose the auxiliary treasure, the water jade. Through his conversation with the skinny old man, Fang Chen knew that after passing the first level's test, he could only choose one treasure because it had to be left for the later generations. As for the weapons, he could take any. After Fang Chen chose the water jade, he naturally didn't hold back. With a wave of his sleeve, he put all the weapons into his spatial ring. Although these weapons were useless to him, he could give them away. I wonder how powerful the second level's inheritance is. After Fang Chen put away the weapons, he looked at the entrance to the second level with a burning gaze. The water god sex treasures weren't very useful to Fang Chen. But as for the inheritance, Fang Chen cared a lot about it. When Fang Chen obtained the treasures, the priest in the Earth City suddenly opened his eyes. His face was full of smiles. Ha ha ha, I've finally researched this array formation. The inheritance treasures in the Earth City Pagoda all belong to me, the priest. The priest laughed wildly. After spending half a month, he had successfully upgraded the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array by 1 level. This allowed the priest to vaguely touch the threshold of the Array Grandmaster Array. Chapter 650. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at the entrance to the second level, and then directly entered the second level. After entering the second level, Fang Chen discovered that it was still a sealed space, very similar to the first level. Is this the second level? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the sealed space of the second level. When Fang Chen saw the figure, he was completely shocked. Wasn't this the skinny old man from the first level? He was clearly defeated by Fang Chen on the first level, and then scattered. Why would he appear on the second level? As if he knew Fang Chen's doubts, the skinny old man chuckled and said, "Kid, the one on the first level was just a clone of mine. Of course, I'm also just a clone now." Hearing the skinny old man's words, Fang Chen was shocked. If a clone could have such powerful combat power, then how powerful was his original body? Fang Chen's gaze towards the skinny old man was filled with a fiery passion. The skinny old man's strength was completely beyond Fang Chen's expectations, and it shocked Fang Chen. "Kid, the strength of this clone of mine is comparable to the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. You can only pass the second level's test if you defeat me." The skinny old man chuckled and said. After interacting with Fang Chen on the first level, the skinny old man realized that although Fang Chen's strength was not strong, his potential was extremely heaven-defying. One had to know that the weak looked at strength, while the truly strong looked at potential. This was because in the early stages, one could make up for the lack of potential through hard work. However, in the later stages, especially when advancing to the real martial realm, One could not advance to the real martial realm without heaven-defying potential. The ancient sword continent was huge, and there were very few strong people who could advance to the real martial realm. Countless martial artists spent their entire lives and were eventually trapped in the spiritual vortex realm. When their time came, they died unwillingly. Fang Chen's rapid improvement surprised the skinny old man. The skinny old man believed that with Fang Chen's heaven-defying potential, as long as he did not die halfway, advancing to the real martial realm was just a matter of time. It was not impossible for him to surpass the real martial realm in the future. The skinny old man seemed to be a keeper, but he was actually a qualified sparring partner. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard the skinny old man's words, and felt a little helpless. After half a month of hard work, he had finally improved his strength and defeated the skinny old man who was at the peak of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. He did not expect the skinny old man on the second level to be comparable to a martial artist at the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. One should know that a martial artist at the third level of the spiritual vortex realm could already enter the top 30 of the hidden dragon roll. However, Fang Chen was not discouraged. After all, he still had a long time. With the skinny old man as his sparring partner, he could quickly improve his strength. He could imagine that if he could successfully leave this place, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. By then, it would not be impossible for him to challenge the top experts on the hidden dragon ranking. This was an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fang Chen would not let it go so easily. "Senior, I am going to make my move." Fang Chen cupped his hands at the skinny old man and said. Just as he finished speaking, a rich water concept emerged and he took out the hidden star sword. Fang Chen pushed the small success flowing water sword technique to the extreme. Combined with the water concept of the third minor realm, the power of this sword could easily defeat a martial artist at the peak of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Even a martial artist at the beginning of the third level of the spiritual vortex realm would be injured if they faced it head-on. However, Fang Chen was facing the skinny old man. Playing with water in front of the skinny old man was a joke in itself. Sure enough, when he saw that Fang Chen's star-concealing sword was about to pierce his body, a trace of a smile appeared on the skinny old man's face. After that, he suddenly pulled back his palm. Instantly, the wild water concept directly turned into countless splashes of water that shot towards the star-concealing sword. Bang bang bang! As expected, Fang Chen was defeated by the skinny old man in one move. His body immediately retreated. When Fang Chen stabilized his body, his face was filled with helplessness as he looked at the skinny old man. The skinny old man nodded and said, "You have great potential, but you can't defeat me for now. Go out and cultivate." Fang Chen cupped his hands at the skinny old man and left the Heaven Pagoda. In the following time, Fang Chen cultivated in Heaven City. He wanted to raise his cultivation to the second level of the spiritual vortex realm in one go. Then, he would be able to compete with the skinny old man. However, it was very difficult to raise his cultivation after reaching the spiritual vortex realm. Fang Chen had been stuck at the peak of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm for a long time. However, he was unable to break through to the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. This made him very frustrated. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, Fang Chen's cultivation did not break through. However, his flowing water swordsmanship had a breakthrough. The flowing water swordsmanship's power increased once again when it was upgraded from small completion to great completion. On the day of the flowing water swordsmanship's breakthrough, Fang Chen excitedly rushed into the Heaven Pagoda to challenge the skinny old man. However, he was still met with a punch. A simple punch negated his 1 month of hard work. However, Fang Chen was not discouraged. He continued to cultivate after he came out. After 2 months in the Water God sect, all the warriors in the other 3 cities had left. Only Fong Chen in Heaven City was left. In the outside world, many important things were happening as well. Countless ruins were discovered by martialists one after another. Of course, Fong Chen continued to cultivate in Heaven City as usual. Including the time before, the bloody battle space had been opened for 3 months. Half of the time had passed. During this time, Fong Chen's overall strength had improved a lot. One day, Fong Chen was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was cultivating when his eyes suddenly opened. He quickly stood up and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. He stabbed out with the flowing water swordsmanship again and again. After his water concept had reached the 3rd minor realm, Fong Chen's comprehension of the flowing water swordsmanship had deepened. Swoosh! The hidden star sword in Fong Chen's hand suddenly stabbed out. Suddenly, countless sword shadows appeared in the void. They carried a majestic sword essence and shot into the distance. Crash! These sword shadows stabbed into the walls of Heaven City, causing the already dilapidated Heaven City to become even more dilapidated. At this moment, the sword essence around Fong Chen's body was extremely dense. His aura was constantly rising. When his aura reached its peak, Fong Chen put away the hidden star sword. My cultivation did not break through, but my sword essence has reached the peak of the 1st minor realm, Fong Chen said with a grin. Ever since he had taken the 2nd step of the sword principle and started cultivating his sword essence again, his sword essence had not improved. During the 2 months he had been cultivating the flowing water swordsmanship, Fong Chen's sword essence had also been quietly improving. Finally, his sword essence had reached the peak of the 1st minor realm today. Fong Chen's control of the flowing water swordsmanship was as pure as fire. As long as he cultivated for a while, he would definitely be able to reach the great completion realm. I wonder if I can defeat the skinny old man now, Fong Chen muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fong Chen once again entered the 2nd level of the Heaven Pagoda. The skinny old man appeared instantly. Why? You want to challenge me again? The skinny old man asked as he looked at Fong Chen. Senior, I have gained a lot in the past 2 months of cultivation, but I have been unable to break through. I have thought about it carefully. The reason for this is because there is no pressure, Fong Chen said. Indeed, there was no pressure at all when cultivating here. There was no pressure even when breaking through the levels. If he failed this time, there would be another time. If he failed the next time, there would be another time. In short, every time he fought the skinny old man, he did not feel threatened and could not stimulate his own potential. Therefore, Fong Chen made a decision this time. He wanted to feel the threat of death and seek a breakthrough in a battle on the edge of life and death. The path of martial arts was in itself a path that defied the heavens. If one cultivated too smoothly, it would not awaken the hidden nature in the depths of a martial artist's heart. Oh, what do you want? The skinny old man asked after hearing this. If it was within the scope of his duties, the skinny old man was willing to help Fong Chen. After all, Fong Chen was the first martial artist to come to the Heaven City in such a long time. Moreover, Fong Chen's potential had already been recognized by the skinny old man. If it was possible, he was still very willing to help. Senior, please don't hold back in the battle later. Put pressure on me and let me feel the threat of death. Let me seek a breakthrough in a battle on the edge of life and death, Fong Chen said in a deep voice. The skinny old man nodded and said, Okay, I promise you. As soon as the skinny old man finished speaking, a biting cold murderous intent suddenly filled the entire 2nd level and directly pressed towards Fong Chen. What a strong murderous intent! Seeing this, Fong Chen's eyes revealed a burning look. This was the kind of battle that he wanted. The skinny old man released such a strong murderous intent to make Fong Chen feel threatened. Kid, watch carefully. As soon as the skinny old man's voice fell, the murderous intent that filled the 2nd level suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a gentle intent. The more it was like this, the more Fong Chen felt frightened. This, before the battle even started, Fang Chen felt a trace of panic, a horror that came from the depths of his soul. However, the more it was like this, the more excited Fang Chen became. For the first time in more than 2 months, he felt a biting cold murderous intent. A terrifying light shot out from the skinny old man's eyes as he stared straight at Fang Chen. In an instant, Fang Chen felt his vision blur as a blurry scene appeared in front of him. At this moment, a trace of icy aura flowed out from the golden heart, immediately waking Fang Chen up. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. What a strong illusion technique! Just by looking at him, he could make him fall into an illusion. The skinny old man's strength was too terrifying. Chapter 651. Flowing Water Swordsmanship. Above Fang Chen's head, the giant golden sword of Dharma Laksana floated in the air. Within the human-level Dharma Laksana, there was a strong sword essence that resonated with the golden heart. Then, Fang Chen performed the great mastery flowing water swordsmanship. Crash! Fang Chen waved his hand and suddenly, countless ripples of water appeared in the sky. This was the strongest attack of the great mastery flowing water swordsmanship. At the entry level of the flowing water swordsmanship, one could perform 16 ripples of water. At the small mastery level, one could perform 32 ripples of water at once. At the great mastery flowing water swordsmanship, one could perform 64 ripples of water at once. In the sealed space, 64 ripples of water floated in the sky. The strong sword essence was directly absorbed by the ripples of water. At the same time, Fang Chen's figure flashed, and the hidden star sword in his hand was constantly waving. Go! Fang Chen shouted, and the 64 ripples of water in the sky, carrying a strong sword essence, directly pierced towards the skinny old man. Seeing this scene, the skinny old man's expression did not change. He clenched his fist, and the sword essence of water shrouded him. Then, he performed the Hadouken. Hadouken! The skinny old man was not surprised by Fang Chen's strength. He calmly performed the Hadouken. Crash! As soon as the Hadouken was performed, all the water elemental aura in the sealed space, with the skinny old man as the center, seemed to be sucked out and poured into the Hadouken. This, Fang Chen, who was performing the flowing water swordsmanship, was also shocked. This was probably the true essence of the Hadouken. To be able to suck out all the water elemental aura in the sealed space in an instant, so that his flowing water swordsmanship could not be replenished, this was very clever. Boom! The 64 ripples of water violently hit the Hadouken. Bang! Bang! The Hadouken only paused for a moment, and then continued to carry the strong sword essence of water into the center of the 64 ripples of water. Crack! A cracking sound could be heard from the 64 rippling waters. In the next moment, Fang Chen discovered that the rippling waters had been shattered by the fist aura. As the first water ripple was shattered, the water ripples behind it were unable to stop the fist light at all. In the blink of an eye, they were all shattered. What a powerful oscillating fist! Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. The skinny old man's oscillating fist was several times stronger than the one he had used on the first floor. His strongest flowing water sword art attack had been easily broken by the skinny old man. It seemed like he had to show his trump card. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the skinny old man. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, he once again rushed in front of the skinny old man. While using the flowing water sword technique, Fang Chen was also secretly arranging an array. His only trump card now was the Void Plundering Array. However, he did not know if the Void Plundering Array would work on the skinny old man. Crash! When the skinny old man once again blocked Fang Chen's attack, he discovered that he had fallen into an array. Array. The skinny old man looked around the array and said faintly, "Kid, since you want to feel the threat of death, I will make an exception this time." The skinny old man knew that the Void Plundering Array was Fang Chen's trump card. This time, in order to make Fang Chen feel the threat of death, he was prepared to use an even more powerful force. Rumble. Fang Chen was controlling the void plundering array when he suddenly felt the array shaking. Then, a shocking aura rushed out from the skinny old man's body. Feeling this aura, Fang Chen's body could not help but tremble. Even his soul was trembling. At this moment, the powerful void plundering array collapsed in an instant. It was like a flood that had broken through a dam. Fang Chen could not help but let out a miserable cry. His soul was in pain. He felt the threat of death. Such strength! Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. The aura released by the skinny old man was not an aura that a spiritual whirlpool realm expert could possess. It was definitely an aura that surpassed the spiritual whirlpool realm. Could it be the true martial realm? No matter what, the skinny old man had successfully made Fang Chen feel the aura of death. No! The skinny old man only glanced at Fang Chen, and the latter felt a splitting headache. It was as if his soul was about to explode. At this moment, he did not have the strength to fight back. He could not even move his body. At this moment, Fang Chen truly felt the threat of death. That fear came from the depths of his heart. Fang Chen shouted unwillingly. At this moment, he had already forgotten that the skinny old man had no intention of killing him. He only wanted him to fight on the edge of life and death. Fang Chen let out a miserable cry. He had fallen into an illusion. Fang Chen's hair was disheveled. His eyes were scarlet red. He saw himself in a battlefield. This battlefield was foul and incomparably bloody. At a glance, there were piles of bones on the battlefield. He was standing on top of a pile of bones. The entire battlefield was filled with dense killing intent. No! Suddenly, Fang Chen saw his father, Fang Tianyu, appear on the battlefield. After that, a martial artist whose entire body was shrouded in a black aura appeared without anyone noticing. He directly launched a fierce attack on his father. Fang Tianyu was not a match for this black figure. In an instant, his chest was pierced by the black figure's spear. Fang Tianyu's body softly fell to the ground. Before he died, he looked at Fang Chen with a complicated gaze. Fang Chen wanted to save him, but he found himself unable to move. His heart was filled with helplessness. No! Fang Chen cried out miserably. He did not want to see his loved ones leave one by one. He had to work hard to change the reality in front of him. I don't believe it. Suddenly, a terrifying golden light shot out from Fang Chen's scarlet eyes. In the next moment, the golden heart trembled rapidly. Fang Chen's soul trembled incessantly. Rumble! Father! Fang Chen roared loudly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The white bones had completely disappeared. Standing in front of him was a skinny old man. At this moment, Fang Chen's forehead was full of sweat. His body was still trembling. Obviously, the illusion just now was too realistic. Fang Chen was unable to break free for a while. If it was not for the golden heart, he would probably still be in the illusion. That was an illusion. After coming out of the illusion, Fang Chen's eyes were unusually cold. In his qi, the spiritual spirals were constantly rotating. A majestic aura was emitted from his qi. I want to become stronger. I don't want my loved ones to die. Fang Chen screamed in his heart. Although it was an illusion, it had touched his weakness. He did not want to see this happen. Therefore, he wanted to become stronger. With this desire to become stronger, the spiritual energy in Fang Chen's qi began to rotate wildly. Fang Chen's temperament was changing. In his qi, the second spiritual spiral was rapidly condensing. Seeing this scene, the skinny old man retracted his majestic aura. He stood quietly in the sealed space of the second level and watched Fang Chen break through. This kid's state of mind is really terrifying, the skinny old man said to himself. Others might not know, but the skinny old man knew best. The illusion just now was so powerful that even some experts in the advanced spiritual spiral realm would not be able to extricate themselves from it. Fang Chen, on the other hand, had relied on his own willpower to wake up from the terrifying illusion. Moreover, he had used it to break through. This kind of genius was considered top-notch even in the Water God sect back in the day. Of course, the skinny old man was referring to his potential. As for his strength, Fang Chen's strength was nothing. At this moment, Fang Chen closed his eyes. The surrounding power of heaven and earth surged into his body. The second spiritual spiral in his qi was gradually forming. As long as the spiritual spiral began to form, it was only a matter of time before it formed. The skinny old man looked at Fang Chen with a smile on his face. In fact, when he had released that despairing aura, he had already broken the rules. However, if he could create a peerless expert, it did not matter even if he broke the rules. According to the rules of the Heaven Pagoda, the strength of the clone on the second level was at most comparable to the third level of the spiritual spiral realm. However, with the strength of the third level of the spiritual spiral realm, it was obviously impossible to put Fang Chen in a life-threatening situation. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the skinny old man finally chose to help Fang Chen. "Young man, I hope you can become a peerless expert in the future," the skinny old man said softly. 2 hours later, Fang Chen's qi let out a loud explosion. In the next moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes and shot out a terrifying golden light. Second level of the spiritual spiral realm? Fang Chen stared at his qi and realized that there were 2 spiritual spirals floating side by side in his qi, rotating quietly. Forming the second spiritual spiral meant that he had stepped into the second level of the spiritual spiral realm. There was a huge difference between the first and second level of the spiritual spiral realm. Fang Chen finally understood. Now, he felt that his entire body was filled with strength. He calmed himself down and raised his head to look at the skinny old man. At this moment, the latter was sizing him up with a smile. "Not bad." The skinny old man only said 2 words. "Thank you, senior." Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. This gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. If not for the skinny old man's help, Fang Chen would have needed a period of time to break through to the second level of the spiritual spiral realm. "This is your own effort. I just helped you along the way," the skinny old man said. No matter what, Fang Chen was very grateful to the skinny old man. "Since you have broken through to the second level of the spiritual spiral realm, you have passed the test of the second level," the skinny old man said with a smile. "Huh!" Fang Chen was a little surprised. Was he not going to fight anymore? "After fighting with you for so long, I naturally know your combat power. Although you are only at the second level of the spiritual spiral realm, your true combat power is definitely comparable to the third level of the spiritual spiral realm. There is no need to fight," the skinny old man said. Chapter 652. Thank you, senior. Fang Chen cupped his hands in thanks to the skinny old man. Although he didn't know who the skinny old man was, Fang Chen guessed that he was most likely a powerhouse of the Water God sect. "Since you've successfully passed the second floor's test, you can choose any of the inheritances on the second floor." The skinny old man smiled. Fang Chen's eyes blazed. The Water God sect was an ancient sect. The inheritances within the sect must be extraordinary. Moreover, he could choose any of these inheritances. Crash! As soon as the skinny old man's voice fell, 8 yellow mats appeared in the sealed space of the second floor. Each mat had a completely different aura. Fang Chen guessed that these should be the 8 great inheritances on the second floor. However, what kind of inheritances were these 8 great inheritances? Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry to choose an inheritance. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the skinny old man. He wanted to ask the skinny old man a question. This question had always been hidden in his heart. "Senior," Fang Chen said hesitantly, "I know what you want to ask. The answer can wait until you accept the inheritance." The skinny old man waved his hand and said in a low voice. This time, the skinny old man's clone didn't disappear. He just smiled at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and walked in front of the 8 mat. On these 8 mats there are 8 different inheritances. They were all passed down by the upper echelons of the Water God sect. If any of these inheritances were placed in the outside world, it would cause a sensation. Choose carefully. The skinny old man reminded him. Fang Chen nodded and walked to the first mat. As soon as he sat on the first mat, a strong wind blew out. This wind contained an extremely obscure aura. Fang Chen guessed that this first inheritance should be related to the concept of wind. After carefully sensing it, Fang Chen shook his head and stood up. He walked to the second mat. Not every inheritance should be accepted. A cultivator should choose the inheritance that was most suitable for them. The concept of wind inheritance was of no use to Fang Chen, so he directly gave up on it. Fang Chen sat on 8 prayer mats in a row. In the end, he was surprised to discover that besides the inheritance of the concept of water on the 8th prayer mat, the inheritances of the other 7 prayer mats didn't have much to do with him. Fang Chen glanced at the skinny old man and finally sat on the 8th futon. Seeing this, the skinny old man nodded as if everything was within his expectations. Fang Chen sat on the 8th futon. Suddenly, the rich concept of water surged into his body, and the information of the inheritance drilled into his mind. In an instant, Fang Chen fell into a state of epiphany. "I hope you can fully accept the 8th legacy," the skinny old man said with a smile. If Fang Chen could accept the 8th inheritance, perhaps he could try that thing. However, the most important thing now was to wait for Fang Chen to accept the inheritance. Time passed by slowly. Because Fang Chen had the 3rd minor realm of the concept of water, it was exceptionally easy for him to accept the 8th legacy. In just one day, he had completely accepted the 8th legacy. The rest of the time was to joke about the inheritance and improve his cultivation. Half a month later, Fang Chen had digested most of the inheritance. At this time, his concept of water had risen to the complete realm. This made Fang Chen very happy. Seeing that Fang Chen's concept of water had reached the complete realm, the skinny old man's face also revealed a smile. After another half a month, Fang Chen had completely accepted the 8th legacy. At this time, he slowly opened his eyes. "Congratulations," the skinny old man said with a smile. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. He stood up and cupped his hands at the skinny old man. After entering the Water God sect, he had gained a lot. Not only had his cultivation reached the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm, but even his concept of water had reached the complete realm. Of course, because he had accepted the 8th legacy, his concept of water had reached the complete realm. Naturally, his level 6 cultivation technique, the flowing water sword technique, had also reached the transformation realm. The transformation realm level 6 sword technique was even more powerful. One sword strike could shock the world. Now, Fang Chen's overall strength was enough to fight against a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm. With such strength, he was fully qualified to be in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, or even the top 5. Of course, no one in the outside world knew of Fang Chen's strength. "Senior, how do I get out?" Fang Chen asked. After spending 3 months in the Water God sect, he had finally accepted the inheritance completely. His strength had increased to the limit, so it was time to get out. There were still 2 months before the bloody battle space closed. During this time, Fang Chen wanted to strive to be in the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking. If possible, he also wanted to fight for the first place of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Of course, this was not an easy thing to do. "Kid," the skinny old man wanted to say something but stopped. There was a complicated look in his eyes. It was the first time Fang Chen had seen the skinny old man reveal such an expression. He asked doubtfully, "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it." Hearing this, the skinny old man said, "Kid, actually, I've been helping you with all my strength because I'm a little selfish." "Oh, what does Senior want me to do?" Fang Chen asked. Fang Chen was very touched that the skinny old man was willing to help him like this. Therefore, when he learned that the skinny old man wanted him to do something, he directly asked. Under the Water God sect, there is an ancient beast king suppressed. This beast king went crazy during cultivation and became deranged. Back then, it went on a killing spree. In the end, it was suppressed by the Water God sect. However, not long ago, the seal suppressing this beast king seemed to have loosened a little. If this beast king escapes here, it will be a disaster for the ancient sword continent, the skinny old man said. Hearing this, Fang Chen asked, Senior, what do you need me to do? Help me completely wipe out this beast king's life force, the skinny old man said. Fang Chen was startled and immediately said, Senior, if even you can't deal with this beast king, then I'm not worth mentioning. The skinny old man waved his hand and said, I can't deal with this beast king. Why is that? Fang Chen clearly felt that the monstrous aura released by the skinny old man had already surpassed the spiritual vortex realm. Fang Chen guessed that the skinny old man was a true martial realm expert. Even a true martial realm expert couldn't deal with this beast king. Wasn't Fang Chen, a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm, courting death by going to deal with it? Although Fang Chen was grateful to the skinny old man, he wouldn't blindly send himself to his death. Because my real body has fallen into a deep sleep, the skinny old man said sadly when he mentioned this matter. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. His real body had fallen into a deep sleep. What was going on? Seeing Fang Chen's expression, he knew what Fang Chen was thinking. The skinny old man seemed to recall the events of the past and slowly said, The battle that year directly led to the destruction of the Water God sect. My real body was also severely injured and fell into a deep sleep. Speaking of this, the skinny old man paused for a moment and then said, An eternal deep sleep. An eternal deep sleep was no different from death. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. Senior, Fang Chen asked doubtfully. My real body is no different from death. The only two clones left are guarding the Heaven Tower, waiting for the fated person to arrive, the skinny old man said. The reason why I want you to eliminate the life of the Beast King is not only because it will bring disaster to the entire ancient sword continent once it escapes. There's an even more important reason, and that's because my true body might have a chance at survival, the skinny old man said with a deep voice. Fang Chen's mouth was agape, but he was unable to say anything. The skinny old man's words had completely shocked him. However, at this moment, an ancient voice sounded in the skinny old man's ears. Water God, long time no see. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this voice. It was clearly Ancestor Bronze's voice. Did he know the skinny old man? Then why hadn't Ancestor Bronze told him on the first floor? Who is it? The skinny old man asked in a low voice. Water God, it's been so long. Have you even forgotten me? Ancestor Bronze continued. His remnant consciousness was residing in the python's sword and could not appear, so he could only communicate with the skinny old man. It's you. You're still alive. At this moment, the skinny old man finally recognized Ancestor Bronze's voice and cried out involuntarily. Ancestor Bronze, you're actually still alive! The skinny old man cried out excitedly. Ancestor Bronze was also an expert from the ancient times and had known the skinny old man since the ancient times. I'm only left with a remnant consciousness and I'm barely alive, Ancestor Bronze sighed and said. The two of them could be considered good friends in the past. Now, one of them was reduced to at least a remnant consciousness, while the other's real body was in an eternal slumber, leaving behind only two clones, one of which had already dissipated. Bronze, I didn't expect to meet you here. The skinny old man revealed a smile on his face. After such a long time, to be able to meet a familiar face was a great joy in life. Of course, the skinny old man was even more shocked that Ancestor Bronze's remnant consciousness was residing in Fang Chen's body. One had to know that Ancestor Bronze was an extremely arrogant warrior in the past. There was almost no one in the younger generation who could catch his eye. Water God, I didn't expect that even your Water God sect would be destroyed. Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen was shocked. The skinny old man in front of him was the sect master of the Water God sect, the Water God. He was a peerless expert from the same era as Ancestor Bronze. Yes, things have changed with the passage of time. Those old farts from the past are now either dead or in deep slumber. No matter how powerful a warrior is, they will eventually turn into a pile of dirt with the passage of time. The Water God sighed. Chapter 653. You two know each other? After recovering from his shock, Fang Chen licked his dry lips and asked in a low voice. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Water God looked at Fang Chen and nodded. Kid, I am the Water God that Bronze mentioned. I am also the sect master of the Water God sect. We are warriors of the same era, so of course we know each other. Fang Chen, if you can, please help the Water God, Ancestor Bronze said. His remnant consciousness was residing in the python sword. With the energy provided by Fang Chen, it was fine for the time being. Perhaps one day, when Fang Chen's strength reached an unprecedented height in the ancient sword continent, he would be able to reconstruct his physical body. The Water God was different. His true body was in eternal slumber. Once this clone dissipated, he would completely disappear from this space. Ancestor Bronze naturally hoped that Fang Chen could help the Water God, if possible. Ancestor, don't worry. Senior Water God has helped me so much. As long as it is within my power, I will definitely help, Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Water God smiled and said, Bronze, let's talk later. Let's get down to business first. After saying that, the Water God grabbed Fang Chen's body and disappeared from the Heaven Pagoda. In the next moment, Fang Chen realized that he was already high up in the sky. Strong winds blew past him. This is the sky above the Water God sect. Look down, the Water God said. When Fang Chen heard this, he lowered his head and looked down. He was surprised to see that there were 4 cities under his feet. These 4 cities were the 4 main cities of the Water God sect. At first, Fang Chen didn't notice anything. However, when he looked at it for the second time, he finally discovered the mystery of the location of the 4 main cities. The 4 cities were located in the Water God sect according to different rules. This seems to be the Chimanduanjia technique. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He wasn't sure what it was. In any case, the location of the 4 cities was a little strange. As expected of a genius recognized by Bronze, he was able to see the abnormalities in the 4 cities with a single glance. That's right. Back then, in order to suppress the Beast King who had turned into a demon, the 4 cities were specially built. The 4 cities vaguely formed a seal that suppressed the Beast King. The Water God nodded and said. Fang Chen instantly came to a realization after hearing this. Presumably, the Beast Kings were being suppressed under the 4 great cities. Senior, with my strength, can I kill a Beast King? Asked Fang Chen. That Beast King has been suppressed for such a long time that its spiritual sense is about to collapse. At this time, its weakest point is its spiritual sense. As long as you can destroy its spiritual sense, you can completely kill it, the skinny old man said. Then Fang Chen wanted to ask, but was stopped by the Water God with a wave of his hand. I know what you want to ask. You also know that this is a clone of mine. Although it can release an aura that surpasses the spiritual vortex realm, its true battle strength is only at the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm. Once the clone collapses, I will completely disappear. The reason why I asked for your help is because if you take action, there is at least an 80% chance of success, said the Water God. 80%? Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he asked. The Water God nodded and said, You are a formation grandmaster. You can set up the void plundering formation. This is a great advantage for you. Fang Chen nodded and said, I will try my best. Fang Chen's true battle strength had indeed surpassed the Water God's clone. Furthermore, Fang Chen could set up a black level formation casually. Altogether, it was very likely that he could wipe out the Beast King's spiritual sense. Wait a moment. I will open a sliver of the seal and send you underground. When you enter, the Beast King will definitely reject you. But don't worry. Once you enter, set up the formation and stabilize yourself first. The water god said, once you are no match for it, just crush this jade pendant and I will send you out immediately. As the water god said this, he gave Fang Chen a jade pendant. Fang Chen, be careful. When you set up the void plundering formation, use purple crystals directly, reminded Ancestor Bronze. Hearing the words purple crystals, the water god's eyes burned and he hurriedly asked, You have purple crystals? Fang Chen was taken aback and immediately nodded, saying, I had a fortuitous encounter and obtained some. Ha ha ha, you actually have purple crystals. This way our plan will be flawless. Even the heavens are helping me. The water god was extremely excited and did not have the temperament of a grandmaster at all. However, Fang Chen could understand. His true body was in eternal slumber and he had finally found a glimmer of hope. He was naturally overjoyed. Fang Chen looked at the water god in confusion. Purple crystals are ores from the outer realms. The energy contained within is extremely great. When you set up the void plundering formation, the Beast King's spiritual sense will definitely crazily absorb the energy within your formation. When that happens, your formation will not be able to maintain itself. If you use purple crystals to set up the formation, its energy will be too great. If the Beast King crazily absorbs it, it will directly cause its spiritual sense to explode, said the water god happily. Fang Chen nodded. So that was the case. Since that was the case, it was time to begin. Get ready, said the water god. Seeing that Fang Chen was ready, the water god waved his hand and the 4 cities below began to slowly move. A crack appeared on the ground, and a ferocious aura instantly spread out. Fang Chen could faintly hear a frenzied roar of rage. Crash! Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a huge suction force pulling his body. Following that, he found himself in a pitch-black space. I'm in. Fang Chen carefully observed his surroundings and found that it was pitch black and filled with an evil aura. Roar! Fang Chen could hear the deafening roar of a beast. He did not hesitate to set up the void plundering formation. Purple crystals flew out of the interspatial ring and landed on the pitch-black ground. Instantly, purple light intertwined and the void plundering formation was formed. Hiss! As soon as the void plundering formation was formed, Fang Chen discovered that a strong suction force was absorbing the energy within the formation. Fang Chen was delighted when he saw this. As expected, said Fang Chen to himself. He could clearly feel that there was a weak aura underground. This should be the Beast King's spiritual sense. After so many years, the suppressed Beast King had become weaker and weaker. Fang Chen quietly observed his surroundings from within the formation. An hour later, the suction force disappeared. The void plundering formation shook and was about to collapse due to the lack of energy. It was at this moment that a heart-wrenching roar suddenly came from the dark underground. Roar! It was the Beast King's roar. At this moment, its spiritual sense was filled with the energy of the purple crystal, and it seemed like it was about to explode. The Beast King was unwilling to give up, but the energy of the purple crystal was not something it could withstand. Crash! It was at this moment that the void plundering formation instantly shattered. Fang Chen saw the huge body of a demonic beast in the depths of the underground. There was a huge head on the demonic beast's body. At this moment, cracks appeared on the head. It was obvious that the energy of the purple crystal had caused it to explode. Attack the head, commanded Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen nodded and displayed the flowing water sword technique at the great success stage. He activated the power of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm and attacked the huge head. Swoosh! 64 water ripples appeared in the dark underground. They carried a majestic sword intent and pierced into the huge head. Suddenly, a miserable cry came from the head. The cracks widened and the Beast King's spiritual sense seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Humans! A broken voice came from the huge head. Cooperate with me and unify the world. The Beast King wanted to persuade Fang Chen, but it was obviously impossible. Go to hell. Fang Chen growled, and the power of the third level of the spiritual vortex realm exploded. The cold hidden star sword stabbed into the Beast King's head. Crack! The Beast King's head was already cracked. When it was stabbed by Fang Chen's hidden star sword, it instantly exploded. Bang! A majestic aura shot out from the Beast King's exploded head and hit Fang Chen directly. The latter's body was instantly sent flying. Fang Chen's body fell to the ground. He felt that his bones were about to shatter. He got up and looked at the Beast King's head. He realized that the Beast King's spiritual sense had completely disappeared. The Beast King's body was also gradually collapsing. In the blink of an eye, the Beast King had completely disappeared from this space. A heart floated in the dark underground. It was the Beast King's heart. The Beast King's heart is also a good thing. Keep it and give it to the little mouse, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded and kept the Beast King's heart. At this time, he crushed the jade pendant. On the ground, the water god had been waiting anxiously for news. Suddenly, the jade pendant emitted a bright light. He did not hesitate to send Fang Chen out. How is it? The water god asked anxiously. Fang Chen nodded and said, The Beast King has completely disappeared. Hearing this, the water god's face was filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, that's great. The water god was very excited. The Beast King had completely disappeared. This meant that his real body had a glimmer of hope to wake up from his eternal slumber. Chapter 655. He had killed a top-array grandmaster with a single move. This shocked all the martialists in the city. Among them, some of the martialists knew Fang Chen. However, the current Fang Chen gave them a very strange feeling. He was terrifying. With a simple slash of his sword, he had directly split the priest in half. Fang Chen ignored the shock of the crowd and turned to leave. The moment the priest died, two figures suddenly rushed in from outside the city. They had just sensed a majestic aura in the city. They guessed that someone was fighting. The first thing they thought of was the priest. Immediately, their figures flashed and flew directly towards the city. Priest! As soon as they entered the city, they saw the priest who had been split in half. They shouted loudly. Fang Chen turned his head and saw that it was Jin Zhong and Hong Wu. His eyes flickered and he stopped in his tracks. I don't care who you are. How dare you kill the priest? I want you dead. Jin Zhong roared angrily. He saw Fang Chen's back and did not recognize Fang Chen. A strong aura surged around him, and he was ready to kill Fang Chen. However, just as he finished speaking, Fang Chen suddenly turned around with a disdainful look on his face as he looked at Jin Zhong and Hong Wu. It's you. Obviously, Jin Zhong was also a little surprised. He did not expect that the person who had killed the priest would be Fang Chen. His pupils shrank and he immediately seemed to think of something. He immediately shouted, Run! If it had been someone else, he would still have had the strength to fight. However, he did not have the courage to fight against an array grandmaster. Moreover, Fang Chen seemed to have had an opportunity at this moment. He felt a dangerous aura. Hearing Jin Zhong's words, Hong Wu's delicate body also flashed in an instant. In the next moment, the two of them directly rushed out of the city. Stay! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. Suddenly, a shocking sword light slashed towards Jin Zhong at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Whoosh! Jin Zhong and Hong Wu's speed was still a little too slow. Fang Chen's life-demanding sword light, which carried an extremely majestic aura, pierced towards the two of them. No! Jin Zhong sensed the danger. He roared unwillingly, but it was to no avail. Poochie. In the end, the shocking sword light pierced into Jin Zhong's body, causing him to lose all signs of life. While Jin Zhong was killed by the sword light, Hong Wu's figure flashed. She used blood escape technique and disappeared from the city. Fang Chen, Luo Zhongtian, Hong Wu, Jin Zhong's words. Jin Zhong was Hong Wu's, Luo's, Luo Luo, Luo was Luo. However, if she wanted to escape, so be it. Fang Chen didn't care about a mere Hong Wu. Even if it was the Luo Zhongtian she spoke of, the current Fang Chen still had the strength to fight against him. The martialists in the city retreated one after another, afraid that they would provoke Fang Chen. The strength that Fang Chen had displayed was too strong. Ordinary people simply couldn't withstand it. However, while everyone was still in shock, Fang Chen suddenly received a piece of news. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately left the city. In a few days, the news that Fang Chen had killed the priest and Jin Zhong had spread throughout the bloody battle space. Countless martialists were shocked when they heard the news. The priest was an array grandmaster, and Jin Zhong was a powerhouse on the hidden dragon list. However, he had actually been killed by an unknown martialist. Some people rejoiced when they heard the news, while others were shocked. Of course, there were also some people who were furious. However, this was nothing to Fang Chen. At this moment, he was rushing to the place where the little mouse was at full speed. A few days later, Fang Chen arrived at a plain. On the plain, there were two groups of demonic beasts confronting each other. One of them was led by the little mouse. "Boss, you're here." Upon seeing Fang Chen's arrival, the little mouse smiled and said. Fang Chen nodded and asked, "What's going on?" There were many ancient beasts behind the little mouse. These were the races that the little mouse had conquered in the past few months. The little mouse's current power was also very large. When the ancient beasts heard the little mouse call this human martialist boss, their eyes changed slightly and they fell into deep thought. On the other hand, the little mouse pointed at the group of ancient beasts and said, "Boss, I received news that the old faker from the Bangxianshu encountered some trouble. I originally wanted to lead my subordinates to help, but they intercepted us halfway. I was worried about the old faker's safety, so I sent a message to you." After hearing the little mouse's explanation, Fang Chen turned his head and looked at the opposite side. The ancient beasts standing opposite the little mouse were the lizard race. The lizard king was at the front, and behind him were countless members of the lizard race. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the little mouse's side. What a joke! A dignified ancient beast actually recognizes a human as its boss, the lizard king said coldly with disdain. The lizard king was the most tyrannical ancient beast in the north of the bloody battle space. The lizard race that it led was also the most powerful race in the north. Their territory was very wide, but not long ago, the lizard king received news that a little mouse had appeared out of nowhere. He first led the flying rat race, then the tiger race. Later on, he led the two races to destroy the blazing fire golden leopard race. In these few months, the little mouse led his subordinates to war in the north and south, constantly expanding their territory. The little mouse invaded the lizard race's territory. At first, the lizard king looked down on the little mouse, thinking that they were just a bunch of mobs. But later on, the little mouse occupied a large amount of territory and was comparable to the lizard race. Only then did the lizard king realize that he had underestimated the little mouse. He knew that the lizard race and the little mouse would eventually fight, so he had been secretly investigating the little mouse. Today's attack was premeditated. This time, the lizard king wanted to completely destroy this potential threat. The little mouse's strength was obviously not as strong as the lizard king. So, after being stopped by the lizard king, it did not resist. Instead, it called for its boss, Fang Chen. "You ugly lizard, get out of the way," Fang Chen said directly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the ancient beasts on the little mouse's side all laughed. They had lived in the north for so long and did not dare to call the Lizard King ugly. They did not expect the little mouse's boss to dare say that. After the Lizard King heard this, he was furious and roared, "Brat, do you want to die? With your strength, you can't kill me," Fong Chen said casually. The Lizard King's strength was only comparable to the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. The current Fong Chen did not take him seriously. As long as he was not a genius at the peak of the third level of the spiritual vortex realm, Fong Chen could easily deal with him. "Since you want to die, then I'll let you die without a burial ground," the Lizard King roared angrily and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Fong Chen. "Wait," Fong Chen said. "What are you doing?" the Lizard King asked coldly. "How about this, let's make a bet." Fong Chen's eyes flashed with a mischievous smile as he said. "What bet?" the Lizard King said impatiently. "If you lose, take your lizard race and submit to it," Fong Chen said as he pointed at the little mouse behind him. "In your dreams I will never lose," the Lizard King roared. "What if you lose?" Fong Chen had a playful smile on his face. The Lizard King's eyes flashed as he carefully sized up Fong Chen. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "You really want to bet with me?" Fong Chen nodded. The Lizard King laughed and said, "Since you want to bet, then I'll bet with you. If I lose, then I'll do as you say. If you lose, then this stupid rat will take his subordinates and submit to me. How about that?" Before Fong Chen could speak, the little mouse directly nodded in agreement. It had already secretly communicated with Fong Chen earlier, so it had a new understanding of Fong Chen's strength. It believed that Fong Chen could win. "Boss, you're too careless," the Flying Rat King hurriedly said. "There were more than 10 races here. It would be fine if they won, but what if they lost? Their fates would be controlled by a human martial artist." This feeling was very unpleasant. To put it bluntly, they did not believe in Fong Chen's strength. "That's right, boss. If we lose, then all our efforts over the past few months would have been wasted," the Tiger King also reminded. The Tiger King and the Flying Rat King were the first kings to submit to the little mouse. Therefore, they had the most say in the little mouse's camp. Hearing their words, the other kings also nodded and supported the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King. Seeing this, the little mouse turned around and looked at the crowd. "I know what you're thinking, but I can tell you with certainty that we will not lose this battle." After the little mouse finished speaking, it did not allow anyone to question it. It directly turned its head and looked at the Lizard King. "I hope you can keep your promise." Hearing the little mouse's words, the Lizard King also grinned. It did not believe that this seemingly weak human martial artist could be that strong. "Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too confident," the Lizard King said coldly. In the next moment, its body quickly moved forward. Dense killing intent surged from its body as it attacked Fong Chen. As the Lizard King moved forward, its large claws fiercely swung at Fong Chen. It carried a majestic aura. Once hit, even if one did not die, they would be severely injured. After the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King saw the Lizard King's attack, their faces became extremely gloomy. Chapter 656. The members of the various clans behind the little mouse all looked gloomy. They shook their heads helplessly, their faces filled with pain. With the Lizard King's strength, this human warrior was definitely no match for it. Once they lost the battle, their efforts over the past few months would all go down the drain. They were unwilling to give up the territory that they had worked so hard to obtain just like that. However, this was the little mouse's decision. Over the past few months, the little mouse's prestige had been directly rooted in the bones of every ancient beast. Even if they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to question the little mouse's decision. Right now, they could only pray that this human warrior would be lucky enough to win. The members of the Lizard Clan were all smiles. The Lizard King's strength was too strong. In the entire northern region of the bloody battle space, not a single ancient beast was a match for the Lizard King, let alone this weak human warrior in front of them. Ha ha ha, from now on, the entire northern region will be our lizard clan's territory. Many members of the lizard clan were very excited. It was as if they could already see all the ancient beasts pledging allegiance to the lizard clan. On the battlefield, the lizard king launched a fierce attack. Its large claws directly bombarded Fang Chen. Seeing the lizard king's fierce attack, Fang Chen did not take it to heart at all. Many ancient beasts thought that Fang Chen was scared silly by the lizard king's attack and did not move. However, they did not know that the lizard king's attack did not pose any threat to Fang Chen at all. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said in a low voice. Although Fang Chen's voice was very low, it was still heard by many ancient beasts. When the members of the lizard clan heard this, their faces were filled with disdain. They coldly said, "Humph, putting on an act." They thought that Fang Chen was putting on an act. All the members of the lizard clan snorted at Fang Chen. However, what happened next was beyond the expectations of all the ancient beasts. Just as the lizard king's claws were about to touch Fang Chen, the latter gently stretched out his hands and grabbed the lizard king's claws. "I told you, you're too weak," Fang Chen said again. His palm was like a pair of pliers, clasping the lizard king's big claw. The lizard king's heart was filled with astonishment. Its large claws contained boundless power. If a martial artist at the second level of the spirit vortex realm was hit, he would definitely die. However, not only was the human martialist not dead, but he had also silently removed the power from his large claws and held them tightly. While the lizard king was horrified, it tried to pull its claws out, but it was shocked to find that Fang Chen's strength was too strong. It couldn't break free. When the members of the lizard clan saw that the lizard king's claws were tightly clasped by Fang Chen's palm, their eyes were filled with shock. "What's boss doing? Why isn't he attacking?" a member of the lizard clan asked. "Boss must be accumulating power. Once he's done, it'll be the death of this human warrior." "Humph, it's impossible to go against boss." Although the human warrior blocked the lizard king's attack, the members of the lizard clan still believed that their boss could kill this human. Roar. The lizard king let out a furious roar. A bloody red light appeared around its body. This was the sign that the lizard king had entered a state of rage. Seeing this, Fang Chen exerted strength in his palm. With a cracking sound, the lizard king's huge claw was crushed by him. The lizard king's enraged state instantly disappeared, and it let out a miserable cry. Bang! Then, under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen sent the lizard king flying with a kick. The lizard king's body fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, the countless ancient beasts on the plains were completely dumbfounded. Is this real? Am I seeing things? In the Little Mouse's area, the Flying Rat King, Tiger King, and many other kings looked at the Lizard King that fell to the ground in shock. The script shouldn't be like this. The one who fell should be the human warrior. Why was it the complete opposite? The dignified Lizard King, the absolute king of the ancient beasts in the northern region, was thrown to the ground by a human warrior and even let out a miserable cry. The Lizard King's claws were crushed by him. At this time, the Flying Rat King finally realized that the Lizard King's claws were crushed and blood was flowing out. The Lizard King's body was actually trembling. Was it afraid? "I'll kill you." The Lizard King suddenly stood up. Its eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty madness. It was unwilling to be forced into such a state by a human warrior. Then, the Lizard King launched a fierce attack. The Lizard Clan's talent was completely displayed by the Lizard King. Bang bang bang. Fang Chen and the Lizard King instantly engaged in battle. The Lizard King's strength was comparable to an early-stage third-level Spirit Vortex Realm warrior. To the current Fang Chen, it was nothing to be afraid of. After a few rounds of battle with the Lizard King, Fang Chen grasped a small opportunity and kicked out. In an instant, the Lizard King was sent flying by Fang Chen's kick. If the first kick was due to luck, then the second kick wasn't due to luck. This was absolute strength. Oh my God, he really did it! At this moment, Countless kings in the little mouse's camp were shouting excitedly. As for the members of the lizard clan, they were filled with confusion. They didn't understand why the powerful lizard king would lose to a weak human warrior. The lizard king, who had fallen to the ground, slowly stood up. Its aura surged and its bloodthirsty eyes stared at Fang Chun. It said coldly, "Human, I admit that your strength is beyond my imagination. However, it's impossible for me, the Lizard King, to admit defeat." At this point, the Lizard King still wanted to fight. It wasn't willing to let the entire lizard clan become the little mouse's subordinate. Who was it? It was the king of the ancient beasts in the northern part of the bloody battle space. It was unwilling to admit defeat to a human warrior. Fang Chun shook his head slightly. It seemed that the Lizard King wouldn't give up until it was over. Fang Chun's wrist shook and the aura of a formation surged around him. Countless supreme-grade spiritual senses flew out from his interspatial ring and instantly set up a void-plundering formation, trapping all the members of the Lizard clan within. "Lizard King, do you still not understand the difference between us?" Fang Chun stood outside the formation and stared at the Lizard King. When the void-plundering formation was activated, the Lizard King discovered that its aura was being forcibly stolen by the formation. It couldn't stop it even if it wanted to. What kind of formation is this? At this moment, the Lizard King finally felt a trace of fear. It loudly roared, "Let's join hands and break this formation." The Lizard King wouldn't admit defeat until the very last moment. Following that, the members of the Lizard clan all joined hands and attacked the void-plundering formation. However, their attacks only caused the void-plundering formation to shake a little. It was simply unable to break the formation. As time passed, the void-plundering formation's power was directly exposed. The Lizard King and the other members of the Lizard clan all discovered that the energy in their bodies was being drained away. "Boss, this formation is too strange. It's absorbing the energy in our bodies," said a member of the Lizard clan in a low voice. The Lizard King's expression was gloomy. It finally realized how extraordinary this formation was. They were unable to break the formation, so this formation would continue to plunder the energy in their bodies. Once all their energy was stolen, they would be at the mercy of others. The Lizard King lightly shook its head and sighed. It didn't expect that it, who had been wise for its entire life, would actually lose to a human cultivator. This human cultivator's strength was much stronger than the Lizard King's. The world of demonic beasts was a world where the strong were respected. After pondering for a moment, the Lizard King made a decision. It raised its head and its pitch-black eyes looked outside the formation. It solemnly said, "Human, my Lizard clan admits defeat." Hearing this, the numerous kings outside the formation were overjoyed. If the Lizard clan also submitted, then they would become the kings of the entire northern region. "However, I only acknowledge you. I don't acknowledge that little mouse," said the Lizard King. The strong were respected. In the eyes of the Lizard King, only Fang Chen's strength could make it submit. As for the little mouse, it obviously couldn't. Crash! Fang Chen dispersed the void-plundering formation, and the Lizard King appeared on the plains. "Lizard King, this brother of mine isn't any weaker than me," said Fang Chen. Subsequently, Fang Chen gave the little mouse a look. The little mouse's figure jumped and stood on Fang Chen's shoulder. Immediately, an ancient aura spread out from its petite body. Hiss! After this aura spread out, the Flying Rat King and the other kings all fell to the ground, their bodies constantly trembling. This was the suppression of bloodline aura. Even the members of the Lizard clan couldn't withstand the bloodline suppression and fell to the ground, their faces filled with fear. Only the Lizard King remained standing. However, only it knew that its blood was trembling. Bloodline suppression. The Lizard King's voice was hoarse. It didn't think that this little mouse's bloodline would be so noble that even its own bloodline would be suppressed. "Lizard King, although my brother isn't as strong as you right now, just this bloodline suppression should be enough to make you submit, right?" asked Fang Chun. A bloodline that could suppress an ancient beast was definitely a high-level bloodline. Once this bloodline matured, it would definitely become a beast king that would shock the entire ancient sword continent. To be able to become a beast king subordinate was something that all ancient beasts dreamed of. Although the little mouse was still very far from becoming a beast king, just this noble bloodline was enough to make the lizard king submit. I, the lizard king, will lead the entire lizard clan to submit to the little mouse. We will never betray you. The lizard clan's submission made the flying rat king and the other kings delighted. Without the lizard king's obstruction, the entire northern region would be their territory. Chapter 657. The lizard king's submission meant that the little mouse had officially become the absolute king of the northern region. Fang Chen was not at all worried that the lizard king had ulterior motives, because when the lizard king pledged allegiance to him, he had made a blood oath. If he violated it, he would die. This kind of oath had a great binding effect on the demonic beast world. In a short while, the lizard king's clan was completely absorbed by the little mouse. On the plains, the flying rat king, the tiger king, and the other kings looked at Fang Chen with respect. They had expected a big battle, but they did not expect Fang Chen to settle it so easily. After doing all this, Fang Chen looked at the little mouse and said, "You stay here and organize your territory. I'll go and rescue the Banxianshu." "Boss, let me go too," the little mouse said hurriedly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Since the Banxianshu sent out a distress signal, it meant that they were in great danger. Even if the little mouse led the ancient beasts over, they would not be of much help. It was better not to let him go alone. "Even if you go, you won't be of much help. Just stay here and organize your territory," Fang Chen continued. Seeing this, the little mouse did not argue anymore. He nodded and bid farewell to Fang Chen. After bidding farewell to the little mouse, Fang Chen used all his strength to fly in the sky towards the little mouse's location. After a few days, Fang Chen finally arrived at a mountain range that the Banxianshu had mentioned. This place was not part of the northern region, but was close to the central region. In front of Fang Chen was a majestic mountain range. This mountain range was called the Devil's Mountain Range. It was said that there was a very domineering plant in the Devil's Mountain Range called the blood-colored Devil's Vine. This plant was very powerful. Some geniuses who entered the Devil's Mountain Range all died without exception. The Banxianshu came to the Devil's Mountain Range to look for opportunities. The Banxianshu followed Fang Chen and often absorbed the blood of the little mouse. It had reached the critical point of transformation. As long as it found the right opportunity, it would have the chance to transform into a real immortal tree. This was very important to the Banxianshu. Therefore, after entering the bloody battle space, the Banxianshu began to look for opportunities. Finally, one day, it found the blood-colored Devil's Vine in the Devil's Mountain Range. After that, the half-immortal tree entered the Devil Mountain Range. But who would have thought that they would be in danger before they could find the blood-colored Devil's Vine? After several months of hard work, the half-immortal tree was still unable to escape from the dangerous situation. It felt very helpless. Originally, according to the Banxianshu's character, it would never ask for help from Fang Chen and the little mouse. However, as time passed, it felt a sense of danger. Finally, it decided to inform the little mouse. After Fang Chen entered the Devil's Mountain Range, he felt a different aura. He looked around and tried to find the Banxianshu. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar sounded. In the next moment, a demonic beast appeared in front of Fang Chen and directly attacked Fang Chen. "You're courting death," Fang Chen roared. He clenched his fist and punched the demonic beast. Poochie! After the demonic beast was hit by Fang Chen, its huge body flew out and broke several towering trees. Finally, its body fell heavily to the ground. Roar! After the demonic beast fell to the ground, it let out a furious roar and wanted to attack Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen did not give it a chance. His body flashed and the hidden star sword pierced into the demonic beast's huge head. After killing the demonic beast, Fang Chen's face was extremely solemn. He had just entered the Devil's Mountain range, and he had already encountered a demonic beast at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. He did not know how powerful the demonic beasts were in the depths of the Devil's Mountain range. Forget it. Let's find the Banxianshu first, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, he carefully moved towards the depths of the Devil's Mountain range. After walking for about 2 hours, Fang Chen came to a very strange place. On this place, there were countless towering trees standing horizontally. However, what surprised Fang Chen was that other than the towering trees, there were no weeds on the ground. There was only yellow soil. What's going on? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. In the Devil's Mountain range, there were weeds everywhere. Other than the towering trees, there were no weeds. This made Fang Chen feel that something was wrong. After pondering for a while, Fang Chen still entered this area. Fang Chen went around the towering trees one after another and moved forward carefully. However, Fang Chen did not know that behind him, the branches and leaves of some towering trees were moving closer to Fang Chen. Fang Chen was completely unaware and continued to move forward. When Fang Chen entered the center of this area, the branches and leaves of the towering trees suddenly stopped hiding and shot towards Fang Chen's back. Fang Chen, who was moving forward, sensed the force behind him. With a tap of his foot, his body instantly flashed. Puff! Fang Chen had just dodged when branches and leaves swung towards him from afar. The force was so great that the surrounding air dissipated. Seeing these towering trees waving their branches and leaves to attack him, Fang Chen was a little shocked. However, he immediately realized that these towering trees seemed to want to trap him. Whoosh! 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 Fang Chen's body flashed as he continuously brandished the hidden star sword in his hand. The flowing water swordsmanship, which was at the great completion stage, was fully activated. Countless rays of biting cold sword light shot out from the hidden star sword. Wherever the sword light passed, the branches and leaves were chopped off. Although some branches and leaves were chopped off, the towering trees in the entire area were still waving their branches and leaves. The branches and leaves that filled the sky formed a huge net in the sky. This net directly covered Fang Chen. I can't be entangled by these branches and leaves, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, with a flick of his wrist, rich spiritual energy emerged from his body. In the next moment, the void plundering array was completed. Fang Chen had already used up all the purple crystals. Now, he was using supreme-grade spirit stones to set up the void plundering array. Bang! As soon as the void plundering array was set up, a sky full of web-like branches bombarded the surroundings of the array formation, causing the entire array formation to shake. However, even though the formation was shaking violently, it still managed to withstand the attack of the web-like branches. I can't continue like this. I have to think of a way, Fang Chen said anxiously. He didn't know how strong the attacks of these branches were. The void plundering array could withstand them, but if it couldn't, then he would be completely exposed in front of these branches. Unless it was a last resort, he absolutely couldn't let himself be in danger. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the void plundering array suddenly shook, as if it was about to collapse. Boom! Then, a deafening sound was heard. Suddenly, the void plundering array collapsed. In the sky, countless branches intertwined and bombarded Fang Chen. Not good. In a moment of desperation, Fang Chen unleashed the concept of fire. Black flames instantly spread out and enveloped his body. Crash! Just as the black flames wrapped around Fang Chen's body, the branches that filled the sky instantly wrapped around Fang Chen's body from all directions. The star-hidden sword in Fang Chen's hand constantly slashed at the branches, but it was useless. Fang Chen's face was solemn. Unknowingly, he had fallen into a passive state. At this moment, the branches that wrapped around Fang Chen's body suddenly fell off. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen looked down and a smile appeared on his face. They are afraid of fire. Fang Chen saw that the black flames were burning the branches that were wrapped around his body. These branches could not withstand the burning of the black flames at all, and all of them fell off. Seeing this, Fang Chen increased his strength and urged the essence of fire with all his strength. The black flames spread out. Wherever the black flames passed, the branches released by the towering trees would dodge, as if they were afraid of being burned. They had just been in a dangerous situation, but in the blink of an eye they were free. I didn't expect them to be afraid of fire. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. At the same time, he rejoiced. Fortunately, his flames weren't ordinary flames, but the black flames that had some of the characteristics of the undying flame. This was why the towering trees were afraid. In this area, countless towering trees released branches and leaves that floated in the air. They allowed Fang Chen to move forward, but they didn't dare to stop him. Fang Chen walked in front of a towering tree, stretched out his hand, and directly punched the trunk of the towering tree. Immediately, the black flames burned the towering tree. The towering tree constantly shook, as if it was begging for mercy. "Little guys, who asked you to entangle me?" Fang Chen coldly said when he saw this scene. Of course, Fang Chen didn't have the time to use the black flames to burn these towering trees. The purpose of his trip was to rescue the Banxianshu, so he couldn't waste time here. Using the black flames, Fang Chen easily left this strange area. When he walked out, he instantly discovered that there was a swamp outside the forest. The air above the swamp was filled with a gray aura. The swamp was filled with an evil aura. Is the Banxianshu trapped in the swamp? Fang Chen's dark eyes stared at the swamp as he thought to himself. The Devil's Mountain Range was very strange. What he had just experienced made Fang Chen realize how terrifying the Devil's Mountain Range was. A small area of towering trees was already so strange. What would be so strange about this swamp? Fang Chen didn't rush to set foot on the swamp. Instead, he reached out and broke off a branch from a towering tree and threw it into the swamp. When the branch came into contact with the swamp, it was instantly swallowed by the swamp. "There's something strange about this swamp," Fang Chen whispered. Although he wanted to see the Banxianshu as soon as possible, Fang Chen still wouldn't let his guard down. He had to ensure that there was no danger before he set foot on the swamp. At this time, in the depths of the Devil's Mountain Range, the Banxianshu that was in danger suddenly felt a familiar aura. Then, it became very excited. Chapter 658. Within the swamp, there was a deathly silence. The air above the swamp was filled with a dusky aura. This dusky aura had the effect of isolating the soul from probing. Fang Chen's soul had ejected from his body. He had tried to probe the swamp several times, but to no avail. "Old ancestor, what do I need to pay attention to when passing through this swamp?" Fang Chen thought for a moment, but could not detect the swamp. He could only ask Old Ancestor Bronze for help. Hearing this, Old Ancestor Bronze said, "If my guess is correct, there should be poison blood vines below the swamp." Poison blood vines. Fang Chen had never heard of poison blood vines, so he was a little confused. Poison blood vines are a very domineering vine plant. They are most famous for their poison. Once a martial artist is poisoned, even a condensing reality realm martial artist will die on the spot. Even a spirit vortex realm martial artist will have the poison invade their body. The consequences are unimaginable, Old Ancestor Bronze said. After listening to Old Ancestor Bronze's explanation, Fang Chen was stunned. He did not expect the poison blood vines to be so domineering. Then how did Old Ancestor know that poison blood vines are in the swamp? Fang Chen asked. The towering trees you encountered just now are actually sky-reaching vines. Old Ancestor Bronze said, sky-reaching vines are also a vine plant, but it is different from poison blood vines. It is a more gentle vine. Under normal circumstances, it will only release branches to entangle martial artists. However, once a martial artist is entangled, under the third level of the spirit vortex realm, there is almost no way to resist. In the end, they will be strangled to death by the sky-reaching vines. Old Ancestor Bronze's words made Fang Chen feel a lingering fear. Sky-reaching vines are so powerful? Fang Chen's eyes were serious as he asked. Sky-reaching vines are very fatal to low-level spirit vortex realm martial artists. Therefore, under normal circumstances, as long as you encounter one, you will immediately escape. However, sky-reaching vines also have a weakness, that is, they are afraid of fire. Of course, sky-reaching vines are definitely not afraid of ordinary flames. Only a complete fire concept can force sky-reaching vines to give up attacking. Old Ancestor Bronze said, however, your black flame already has a trace of the characteristics of the undying flame. It's very powerful. It would be strange if the sky-reaching vine is not afraid of it. The sky-reaching vine was afraid of fire, and Fang Chen's black flames were specifically designed to restrain the sky-reaching vine. Therefore, Fang Chen easily passed through the forest of vines and arrived at the edge of the swamp. The sky-reaching vine and the venom-blood vine grow together. If there is a sky-reaching vine here, there must be a venom-blood vine here, Patriarch Bronze said solemnly. Although the sky-reaching vine was tyrannical, it still had a weakness. By exploiting this weakness, Fang Chen had successfully broken through the forest of sky-reaching vines. Hence, if he wanted to break through the swamp, he had to find the poison blood vine's weakness. Ancestor, does the poison blood vine have a weakness? Asked Fang Chen. The great ancestor pondered for a while before he answered. If we're talking about its weakness, it's that the speed at which it releases its poison isn't too fast. If one's body technique is good enough, there's still a chance to get past it. Fang Chen was speechless when he heard that. He majored in the sword Dao, and his body technique was barely enough. It was impossible for him to use his body technique to break through. After talking with Patriarch Bronze for a while, Fang Chen decided to break through the swamp alone. Although the poison blood vine was extremely tyrannical, Fang Chen had no other choice. Whoosh! After Fang Chen was ready, his figure flashed and he directly flew above the swamp. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt an oppressive aura. Following that, his body was unable to rise. At this moment, Fang Chen discovered that the gray aura above the swamp was actually able to oppress him, preventing his body from rising. He could only fly 1 meter above the swamp. Let's go. Without hesitation, Fang Chen urged his spiritual qi to fly. Whoosh! As Fang Chen flew above the swamp, countless evil auras approached Fang Chen. However, after sensing the black flames around Fang Chen, they quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had flown 100 meters away. At this time, Fang Chen could no longer see the sky-reaching vine forest behind him. Keep going. At this point, he could only keep going. There was no turning back. However, at this moment, the quiet surface of the swamp suddenly began to wriggle. Following that, a pitch-black vine covered in thorns instantly rushed out of the swamp. It was the poison blood vine. Fang Chen immediately discovered it. The instant the poison blood vine rushed out, a dense black aura was emitted from its vines. As soon as this black aura appeared, the surrounding air began to dissipate. Seeing this black aura escaping towards him, Fang Chen's expression changed. The poison of the poison blood vine. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. His body flickered as he waved the hidden star sword in his hand. Immediately, a sword light carrying the rippling water sword slashed at the poison blood vine. Crack! When the poison blood vine was hit by Fang Chen's sword light, a vine immediately fell down and drilled into the swamp. As for Fang Chen, he had borrowed the power of the recoil to fly a very long distance away. Hiss! The poison of the poison blood vine did not catch up with Fang Chen. It dissipated in the air. Immediately, the surface of the entire swamp began to squirm. Fang Chen cursed in his heart. Immediately, he increased his speed and charged forward. Could it be that these poison blood vines were drawn out by the previous poison? Fang Chen said anxiously as he flew. As the poison spread, a large number of poison blood vines rushed out of the swamp. Then, the vines started to emit poison. The poison emitted by a single poison blood vine was very small. However, when a large number of poison blood vines came together, the poison emitted would be huge. It would almost cover the entire sky above the swamp. Fang Chen, who was flying, realized that the path ahead had been sealed by the poison of the poison blood vines. He looked at everything coldly. Void plundering array. Fang Chen shouted as he set up the void plundering array. There was no other way. He had thought that the void plundering array would be able to resist the poison for a while. However, he had not expected that the poison would be so penetrative. The void plundering array was unable to stop it, and all of it poured into the array. Huff! The poison surrounded Fang Chen in an instant, and he found that his breathing had started to become hurried. Then, Fang Chen felt the poison of the poison blood vine enter his body and spread continuously. Not good! Fang Chen screamed and struggled hard. However, the poison had already spread and his body started to become weak. Just as Fang Chen was about to lose consciousness, the golden heart suddenly started to beat rapidly. A rich, cool aura flowed out and drilled into Fang Chen's mind. At the same time, the golden heart emitted a majestic suction force. All the poison that drilled into Fang Chen's body was frantically absorbed by the golden heart. In a short period of time, all the poison released by the poison blood vines in the swamp had drilled into Fang Chen's body and been absorbed by the golden heart. After the golden heart had absorbed all the poison, Fang Chen's last bit of consciousness disappeared in an instant. He immediately fell into a coma. It was also at this moment that the undying bird's essence blood, residing in Fang Chen's golden heart, suddenly emitted scorching flames, directly incinerating all the black toxins. That's right, it was burned clean. The undying bird blood essence released the true undying flame. Nothing in the world could resist the burning of the undying flame. After the black poison was burned clean by the undying flame, Fang Chen's complexion finally improved. With a bang, Fang Chen fell directly into the void plundering array. The undying bird blood essence released the undying flame slightly. Immediately, all the poison blood vines in the swamp sensed this terrifying aura. All the poison blood vines were terrified. In the blink of an eye, they all drilled into the swamp and didn't dare to emerge. What a joke! This was the undying flame, which was known to burn everything in the world. How could mere poison blood vines resist it? The Banxianshu, which was trapped in the Devil's Mountain range, was waiting for Fang Chen's arrival. Suddenly, a gloomy voice was heard. It seems like your helper has already fallen in the swamp. Hearing this voice, the Banxianshu shook its branches and said coldly, "Humph, my helper is very powerful. How can a mere swamp do anything to him?" Although he passed through the sky-reaching vine forest, the swamp is the most dangerous place. The blood-red demonic vine said eerily, "Only an ancient martial art practitioner at the third level of the spiritual vortex realm and above can resist the poison of the poison blood vines. Otherwise, it's impossible." Hearing the words, poison blood vines, the main body of the Banxianshu was clearly stunned. It had sensed Fang Chen's aura. It had been waiting for Fang Chen to save it, but it had forgotten about the poison blood vines. *T. The Banxianshu cried out secretly, worried for Fang Chen. "Do you want to watch your companion die just like that?" The blood-red demonic vine continued. The Banxianshu fell silent. "If you're willing to let me devour you, I'll save your companion. How about that?" The blood-red demonic vine continued. If not for the fact that it couldn't devour the Banxianshu by force, it wouldn't have wasted so much time with the Banxianshu. The Banxianshu struggled a little. Of course, it wanted to save Fang Chen, but it also didn't want to be devoured by the blood-red demonic vine. It was very conflicted. Seeing the Banxianshu struggling, the blood-red demonic vine continued, "After I devour you, your consciousness will still be there. It won't disappear." The blood-red demonic vine wanted to entice the Banksianshu to agree, and let it devour it. However, halfway through his speech, a frightening aura suddenly emerged from the Devil Mountain range. "What's that?" The blood-red demonic vine was shocked, and cried out involuntarily. In the next moment, the blood-red demonic vine discovered that the poison blood vines in the swamp had all burrowed into the swamp, not daring to show themselves. "What is it that makes the poison blood vine so afraid?" the blood-red demonic vine asked in a low voice. Chapter 659. Don't get cocky too early. Even if he comes here, he won't be able to save you, said the blood-colored demoness vine coldly. For some unknown reason, the Banksianshu had never seen the blood-colored demoness vine's true body after being trapped here for several months. Every time the blood-colored demoness vine spoke, it would only communicate with it through the void. As for the reason, the Banksianshu didn't know. The Banksianshu guessed that the blood-colored demoness vine was in a special state and was unable to reveal its true body. That gave the Banksianshu a glimmer of hope. Now that it knew Fang Chen was fine, it became even more excited. Once I escape, I'll definitely devour you, muttered the Banksianshu. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen's body suddenly moved. Following that, his fingers moved slightly. He slowly opened his eyes and felt that his entire body was exhausted. "Where is this?" Fang Chen subconsciously asked as soon as he opened his eyes. However, when he sensed the familiar aura of the Void Plundering Formation, he felt relieved. Fortunately, there wasn't any danger within the Void Plundering Formation. Wasn't I poisoned by the poison bloodvine's poison? Fang Chen vaguely remembered that he had been poisoned by the poison bloodvine's poison and had lost consciousness. He didn't know what had happened after that, but why didn't he feel any discomfort? "Could it be that my body is able to resist the poison bloodvine's poison?" whispered Fang Chen. "What are you thinking? Do you think you can resist the poison bloodvine's poison with your tiny body?" Ancestor Bronze suddenly shouted. Fang Chen was startled. He hastily asked, "Ancestor, what happened while I was unconscious? Why did the poison bloodvine disappear? Why did the poison in my body disappear?" Fang Chen had a lot of questions, so he asked them all at once. "It was your heart that helped you." When Ancestor Bronze mentioned the golden heart, his tone was very grave. Although he was an expert from the ancient era and had seen many things, he couldn't see through Fang Chen's golden heart at all. Sometimes, he even thought that Fang Chen's golden heart had surpassed the level of his understanding. Just now, the poison of the poison bloodvine had invaded Fang Chen's body. If he did not have the golden heart, the poison would have spread to Fang Chen's internal organs. In the end, the poison would have killed him. However, the golden heart sucked all the poison into the heart at the critical moment. Then, the undying bird's blood essence released the undying flame to burn the poison completely. Golden heart! When Fang Chen heard this, he immediately looked at the golden heart. Of course, it's also thanks to the undying bird's blood essence. Patriarch Bronze explained to Fang Chen how the undying flame had been released by the undying bird's blood essence. After the latter heard this, he immediately rejoiced. At the same time, Fang Chen sighed. The poison of the poison bloodvine was really overbearing. It would be great if he could possess a poison bloodvine plant. However, this was just a random thought. Fang Chen was very glad that he had been able to come back from the gates of hell. After communicating with Patriarch Bronze, Fang Chen removed the void plundering array and the swamp returned to its calm state. Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and continued flying. Due to the deterrence of the undying flame, the poison blood vine no longer dared to come out. Fang Chen easily passed through the swamp. After passing through the swamp, Fang Chen came to a stone forest. Yes, it was a stone forest. In this stone forest there were countless huge rocks. These huge rocks stood quietly in the open space. There was a strong aura fluctuating above them. What is this? Fang Chen was puzzled. Ever since he had entered the Devil's Mountain range, Fang Chun had noticed that this place was different. He had passed through the sky-reaching vine forest, the swamp, and now the stone forest. Just what kind of place was this in the ancient era? Why are there so many checkpoints? Fang Chun wondered to himself. The blood-colored devil vine had chosen such a place to live. It really was smart. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to charge in. As for powerful martial artists, even if they didn't die, they would shed a layer of skin. That way, the blood-colored devil vine wouldn't be a threat. However, Fang Chun was very curious as to how the Banxianshu had managed to charge in. What kind of danger had they fallen into? What kind of path is inside this stone forest? Fang Chun muttered to himself. His spiritual perception didn't find anything strange. In the end, Fang Chun walked into the stone forest. As soon as he entered the stone forest, countless boulders started moving one after another. Rumbling noises could be heard coming from the stone forest, as countless eerie auras intertwined with one another and surrounded Fang Chun. It was only at this moment that Fang Chun realized that this stone forest was actually a natural formation. What a treasure land! Fang Chun couldn't help sighing. Not only did this place have the sky-reaching vine forest, but it also had the poison blood vine's habitat. There was even a natural formation. Although Fang Chun didn't know what kind of formation this was, he could tell with a single glance that this stone forest was a natural formation. What was a natural formation? It was said that on the vast ancient sword continent there would always be some strange places. Those strange places would undergo the baptism of time, or even the baptism of nature, and gradually become formations. In other words, natural formations weren't set up by people, but by nature itself. This kind of formation didn't have any killing power. But that was also the most terrifying thing about natural formations. Their binding power was extremely strong. Once a martial artist was trapped within, even some peak formation masters wouldn't be able to easily escape. According to legends, some formation masters could be trapped within a natural formation until they died. There were also some talented formation masters who were able to break through in the face of adversity. In the end, they were able to find a hole in the natural formation and break through it. Of course, those were just legends. This was the first time Fang Chun had seen a natural formation in this place. After Fang Chun entered the stone forest, he triggered the natural formation and made it operate. I'm actually trapped in a natural formation. Fang Chun looked around and was a little speechless. Natural formations can only be encountered by chance. As a formation grandmaster, this might be an opportunity for you. Ancestor Bronze whispered. Fang Chun nodded when he heard this. He knew what Ancestor Bronze meant. He wanted Fang Chun to study the natural formation. Once he studied it, Fang Chun's realm in the formation Dao would definitely improve. Not every array master could encounter a natural array formation. I wonder if the Banxianshu can hold on. Fang Chun was a little worried about the Banxianshu, but there was no other way. Once he was trapped in a natural formation, he could only study it carefully. There was no other way. After thinking for a while, Fang Chun sat cross-legged and began to study the natural formation. At the same time, the Banxianshu, who was trapped in a dangerous situation, noticed that Fang Chun's aura was getting closer. After passing through the swamp, you'll enter the stone forest. A mere natural formation shouldn't be able to trap you. The Banxianshu pondered and said, ever since the undying bird's blood essence released that powerful aura, the blood-red demonic vine had not appeared again. No one knew what it was doing. In short, the Banxianshu had been waiting for Fang Chun. The outside world had no idea what was happening in the Devil's Mountain range. Naturally, Fang Chun did not know what was happening in the outside world either. While Fang Chun was going through the Devil's Mountain range, an extremely arrogant voice spread throughout the entire bloody battle space. It was Zhu Hai, the expert who ranked 9th on the Hidden Dragon list. His cultivation had reached the late third level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. He was only one step away from the peak third level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Such a genius expert was actually taunting Fang Chen. Where is Fang Chen? Get out here and die. These were Zhu Hai's original words. His words were filled with anger. Zhu Hai's arrogant words instantly spread throughout the entire bloody battle space. Countless geniuses were shocked. How did Fang Chen offend Zhu Hai to make Zhu Hai search for him all over the world? At the same time, there were also some geniuses who were worried for Fang Chen. Offending Zhu Hai would definitely not end well. The top 10 experts on the Hidden Dragon list were all heaven-defying monsters. No one could offend them. Of course, at the same time that Zhu Hai said that he wanted to kill Fang Chen, another voice also set off shocking waves in the bloody battle space. Luo Zhongtian, who ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon list, was an existence that was countless times stronger than Zhu Hai. He had also openly said that he wanted Fang Chen to get out of here and die. If Zhu Hai's words could only shock the various geniuses, then Luo Zhongtian's words completely shocked them. At the same time, many geniuses were also inquiring about Fang Chen's name. Who was this Fang Chen? Why did both Luo Zhongtian and Zhu Hai want to kill him? Have you heard? Zhu Hai and Luo Zhongtian are both looking for the same person. Of course I've heard. The entire bloody battle space is talking about this. It's said that his name is Fang Chen. Has Luo Zhongtian finally started looking for Fang Chen? Do you know what's going on? A warrior asked hurriedly. Chapter 660. As Fang Chen's name spread throughout the entire bloody battle space, some of his deeds also began to spread. Novels in the beginning, the geniuses didn't know much about Fang Chen, but they were shocked when they learned that he had slain the priest and Jin Zhong. On a certain mountain peak, Hong Wu's eyes burned with passion when she heard the news about Fang Chen spread like wildfire. You're the one who purposely spread the news about Zhu Hai. Beside Hong Wu, who was dressed in a red dress, was a tall and straight man. This man had an incomparable aura. Hong Wu's gaze instantly softened when she heard the man's words. A smile appeared on her face as she said, Zhongtian, he's just a piece of trash. He's not worth your time. Just get Zhu Hai to kill him. That's true. If he was an ordinary person, even if he had the ability to kill the priest and Jin Zhong, he still wouldn't be worth my time, Luo Zhongtian said indifferently. However, he quickly changed the topic and said coldly, however, he almost killed my woman. The outside world was abuzz with the news, but Fang Chen, who was in the natural formation of the Devil's Mountain Range, had no idea. At that moment, Fang Chen was wholeheartedly immersed in comprehending the formation. He was completely focused. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, Fang Chen had been studying this natural array formation. Although he hadn't fully comprehended the natural array formation, Fang Chen's understanding of array formations was very profound. Combined with the formation basics scroll, Fang Chen's comprehension of formations had improved a lot. Crash. At a certain moment, Fang Chen's eyes snapped open. His eyes were filled with delight. In half a month, his comprehension of formations had reached the level of a peak martial grandmaster. Half a month ago, Fang Chen had only been able to set up intermediate profound grade formations. Now, he could set up advanced profound grade formations, and even peak profound grade formations. This made Fang Chen very excited. The power of a top Xian grade array formation was much stronger than that of a mid-tier Xian grade array formation. The Tao of arrays is indeed incomparably profound, Fang Chen said to himself. At that instant, Fang Chen's mind buzzed. Following this, he felt that his understanding of formations had reached an unprecedented level. He raised his eyes and looked at the natural formation again. To his surprise, he discovered that he could see through the core of the natural formation. As expected of a natural formation, It's truly exquisite. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. People who didn't understand natural arrays would never understand the subtleties of natural arrays. If a formation master was able to set up such a formation, it would truly be heaven-defying. Although the level of this natural formation wasn't high, it was flawless. It was truly flawless. Such a formation did not have any flaws. If one wanted to break the formation, they would have to thoroughly understand the origin of the formation before they could leave. It's too difficult to set up such a formation artificially, Fang Chen said in a low voice as he looked around. Even with Fang Chen's current cultivation in array formations, the degree of perfection of the formation he set up was not even half of that of a natural formation. From this point alone, one could see how flawless the natural formation was. After sighing slightly, Fang Chen calmed down and began to try to break the formation. After half a month, Fang Chen finally found a way to break the formation. Of course, it only allowed him to leave the natural formation. It was very difficult to break the natural formation. At the very least, Fang Chen couldn't do it. Crash! Fang Chen flicked his wrist. Immediately, dense spirit qi surged out from his body. Then, Fang Chen's mind was filled with a large amount of information from the Array Fundamentals scroll. Combining it with his understanding of array formations over the past half a month, Fang Chen began to break the formation. At first, the natural formation did not move at all. However, after a quarter of an hour, the natural formation finally began to move. Within the stone forest, countless boulders moved slowly under Fang Chen's control. Every time these boulders moved, the natural formation would loosen a little. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. 6 hours. After 6 hours, Fang Chen finally managed to open a corner of the natural formation. With a flash of his body, he emerged from the corner of the formation. Crash! After coming out of the natural formation, the gap in the formation instantly closed. The stone forest once again returned to its calm state. Fang Chen glanced at the forest behind him, nodded, and floated away. After leaving the stone forest, Fang Chen's path was unimpeded. Finally, after 3 minutes, he arrived in front of a forest. In the center of this forest, there was a banksianshu entangled in countless branches. Fang Chen, you're here. Seeing Fang Chen arrive, the banksianshu was extremely excited. However, because its body was entangled in countless branches, it could not move at all. Why are you trapped here? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. This forest gave Fang Chen a very strange feeling. However, it was a little different from the sky-reaching vine forest. This area is the territory of the scarlet demonic vine. The towering trees here are all clones of the scarlet demonic vine, the banksianshu said helplessly. Then, the banksianshu briefly explained the situation of being trapped here to Fang Chen. The scarlet demonic vine's clones were unusually domineering. The banksianshu was a little careless and was trapped by the scarlet demonic vine's clones, unable to leave. Scarlet demonic vine. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He stared at the trapped banksianshu and asked, "How can I save you?" The scarlet demonic vine's true body can't appear now. As long as you cut off its clones, you can save me, the banksianshu said. Fang Chen nodded. He took out the hidden star sword and performed the flowing water sword technique. He began to destroy the scarlet demonic vine's clones. Human, you're courting death. Suddenly, a furious voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Scarlet demonic vine. Fang Chen instantly realized that the owner of this voice was the scarlet demonic vine. However, he was very curious as to why the scarlet demonic vine's true body could not appear. Hurry up and act. Don't be confused by it. Ancestor Bronze seemed to have discovered something and hurriedly urged Cui Yundong. Ancestor, what's wrong? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. The scarlet demonic vine is currently transforming, and it's at the most critical juncture. Once the transformation is complete, its true body will appear. At that time, let alone you, even the Banksianshu will be devoured by it, Ancestor Bronze said in a low voice. Fang Chen's expression changed when he heard this. He immediately used all his strength and rushed into the forest, wantonly cutting down the surrounding towering trees. Human, you dare touch my clones! The scarlet demonic vine's voice entered Fang Chen's ears. However, Fang Chen simply ignored it. Wherever the hidden star sword in his hand passed, countless branches would immediately scatter on the ground. Bang bang bang! Fang Chen's speed was very fast, and his attack power was also very strong. However, the scarlet demonic vine's clones were abnormally tough and difficult to cut down. Seeing this, Ancestor Bronze said, "Use your black flames." Hearing Ancestor Bronze's reminder, Fang Chen came to a sudden realization. He activated the concept of flame, and black flames immediately surrounded him. His fists were covered in dense black flames as he punched out. Bang! The scarlet demonic vine's clones let out miserable cries when they came into contact with the black flames. They all collapsed to the ground. Good job! Seeing this, the Banksianshu also cried out. It had also sensed the power of the black flames on Fang Chen's fists. Why do I feel the aura of the undying flame? The Banksianshu muttered to itself in confusion. In just a moment, Fang Chen had used the black flames to destroy countless scarlet demonic vine's clones. He finally arrived beside the Banksianshu and rescued the Banksianshu. I've finally regained my freedom, roared the Banksianshu. However, the Banksianshu also knew that the most important thing now was to completely destroy the scarlet demonic vine's clones. Under the joint attack of the Banksianshu and Fang Chen, the scarlet demonic vine's clones were all destroyed in just a quarter of an hour. It was originally a forest, but now it was barren and in a mess. At this moment, the scarlet demonic vine let out a furious roar. All of you must die. The scarlet demonic vine was furious. This damned human ancient martial art practitioner had actually destroyed all its clones. Moreover, there was an aura on his body that it hated. We still don't know who will emerge victorious, the Banksianshu said coldly as its leaves swayed. The reason why the half-immortal tree was in such a dangerous situation was that it had been too arrogant and had fallen into the trap of the blood-red demonic vine. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for the blood-red demonic vine to capture it. At this moment, with the help of Fang Chen, the Banksianshu was very confident in fighting the scarlet demonic vine. Boy, find its real body, Ancestor Bronze reminded. Fang Chen nodded and looked at the Banksianshu. He asked, "Do you know where its real body is?" "Let's go," the Banksianshu said in a low voice and moved quickly. Fang Chen followed closely behind. At this moment, in the depths of the Devil's Mountain, not far from the forest that had been destroyed by Fang Chen and the Banksianshu, there was a huge black vine. It was the scarlet demonic vine. Around the scarlet demonic vine, there were countless skeletons. These skeletons had all been sucked dry by the scarlet demonic vine. In the previous genius battles, many geniuses had died at the hands of the scarlet demonic vine. The surroundings of the scarlet demonic vine were filled with a strong aura of death. This aura of death quickly penetrated the scarlet demonic vine's real body. The scarlet demonic vine's roots went deep into the ground. It was undergoing a metamorphosis and could not move its real body. Even though it saw all its clones being destroyed by Fang Chen and the Banksianshu, there was nothing it could do. Damned human. When I'm done with my metamorphosis, the first person I'll kill is you. And the Banksianshu, I'll definitely devour you so that I can advance again, the scarlet demonic vine growled as it continued to metamorphose. At this moment, Fang Chen and the Banksianshu quickly rushed towards the scarlet demonic vine's real body. Chapter 661. The Banksianshu was very fast. Fang Chen followed closely behind it. Soon, the two of them arrived at the deepest part of the Devil Mountain range. There were a large number of corpses here. A dense aura of death filled the entire space. At the center of the corpses was a huge black vine. It was the blood-red devil vine. The blood-red devil vine was currently absorbing the dense aura of death and undergoing its final transformation. This is the blood-red devil vine? Fang Chen looked at the black vine and asked in a low voice. Correct. This is the blood-red devil vine. It's currently transforming, said the Banxianshu gravely. As a Banxianshu, it understood the blood-red devil vine the best. Otherwise, it would not have come here to look for it. Right now, it was undergoing its final transformation. Once it completed its transformation, it would become incomparably terrifying. How do we stop it? Asked Fang Chen. Let's get rid of these corpses first, said the Banxianshu. The blood-red devil vine had taken root in the pile of corpses. It needed to absorb enough aura of death to transform itself. What the Banxianshu needed to do was to destroy the pile of corpses. All right. Fang Chen nodded. He then activated his concept of fire. Boundless black flames instantly spread out. Then Fang Chen strode towards the pile of corpses. Hiss! The black flames were extremely domineering. They possessed a trace of the undying flame's characteristics. So, the corpses were unable to resist at all in front of the black flames. They were instantly reduced to dust. Seeing this scene, the Banxianshu was a little surprised. The black flames on Fang Chen's body were too domineering. Damned human! The evolving blood-red devil vine let out a furious roar. Clearly, it had sensed a trace of danger from the black flames. However, it was currently in the most critical moment of its evolution and could not move at all. Crash! No matter how Fang Chen burned the corpses, around 15 minutes later, the piles of corpses in the depths of the mountain range had all disappeared. They were replaced by dust. After the pile of bones was burned, the blood-red devil vine was exposed to Fang Chen and the Banxianshu. What should we do next? Fang Chen turned to look at the Banxianshu and asked. Leave the rest to me, Banxianshu said. Fang Chen nodded. His body was surrounded by extremely dense black flames. He was carefully on guard. If the Banxianshu was in danger, he would rescue them immediately. At that moment, the main body of the Banxianshu kept moving, and in the blink of an eye, it came before the blood-red demonic vine. Then, countless branches and leaves stretched out and wrapped around the body of the blood-red demonic vine. Do you want to die? The crimson demonic vine roared furiously. It couldn't wait to devour the Banxianshu, but it couldn't do so now. If I devour you, I will have a chance to become an immortal tree, the Banxianshu said coldly. In the next moment, the Banxianshu's countless branches and leaves shone brightly. Then, an ancient aura spread out. Fang Chen discovered that the Banxianshu was slowly devouring the vines of the blood-red demonic vine. I hope it will go smoothly, Fang Chen thought to himself. Hiss! As the Banxianshu devoured the vines of the blood-red demonic vine were constantly disappearing. It roared furiously. There was a scarlet color on its main body. This scarlet color was a sign that it was transforming. As long as the scarlet color completely disappeared, it would complete its transformation. I want you dead! The blood-red demonic vine roared furiously. However, it still didn't move. Instead, it persevered, waiting for the scarlet color on its main body to disappear. As time passed, the scarlet color on its main body became very faint. It was about to disappear. If it was given a little more time, it would complete its transformation. It kept reminding itself that it must endure. If it couldn't help but act impulsively, all its previous efforts would be in vain. The blood-red demonic vine kept letting out miserable cries. However, its main body didn't move at all. The Banxianshu seized this opportunity and continued to devour. After an hour, the countless vines of the blood-red demonic vine were all devoured by the Banxianshu. Then, the Banxianshu's gaze landed on the main body of the blood-red demonic vine. As long as it devoured the main body of the blood-red demonic vine, the latter would be completely dead. The Banxianshu's branches and leaves quickly extended. In the end, they wrapped around the main body of the blood-red demonic vine and started to absorb the energy within the body of the blood-red demonic vine. Damn it! The blood-red demonic vine roared furiously. It discovered that as the Banxianshu absorbed the energy, its evolution had become extremely slow. Finally, the blood-red demonic vine couldn't take it anymore and exploded. At this moment it couldn't care less. An extremely wild aura erupted from its main body. Countless vines shot out in an instant and attacked the Banxianshu. Bang! Seeing this, the Banxianshu flung out its branches and leaves. They collided with the vines of the blood-red demonic vine. A deafening sound erupted when the two collided. You're ruining my evolution. I'll kill you. The scarlet color on the main body of the blood-red demonic vine gradually dimmed. This indicated that the evolution of the blood-red demonic vine had ended in failure. It had waited so long for an opportunity to evolve. It didn't expect the Banxianshu to ruin it. The blood-red demonic vine was extremely furious. It couldn't wait to kill the Banxianshu and Fangchen. Voila! The vines of the blood-red demonic vine shot out from its main body in an instant and attacked the Banxianshu. The Banxianshu also noticed the blood-red demonic vine's attack. It roared loudly, "Why aren't you coming to help?" Hearing that, Fangchen was stunned. He immediately grasped the hidden star sword and used the flowing water swordsmanship. 64 water ripples appeared in the sky. These water ripples instantly merged with the hidden star sword and stabbed at one of the vines of the blood-red demonic vine. Poochie! The hidden star sword carried a majestic sword intent. It was too sharp. When it stabbed at the vines, it instantly cut them apart. Afterwards, Fangchen continued to use the flowing water swordsmanship. He used his powerful attack to cut at the vines on the main body of the blood-red demonic vine. "Kid, I'll keep it busy. You go destroy its main body," the Banxianshu roared loudly. Afterwards, the Banxianshu's main body erupted with resplendent light. Countless vines instantly flew out and engaged in an intense battle with the blood-red demonic vine. With the Banxianshu keeping it busy, Fangchen easily arrived before the main body of the blood-red demonic vine. He then used the hidden star sword to continuously attack its main body. Poochie! Every time the hidden star sword landed, a sword mark would appear on the main body of the blood-red demonic vine. 1 or 2 sword marks did not do much damage to the blood-red demonic vine. However, they could not withstand Fangchen's crazy hacking. In a short while, there were countless sword marks on the main body of the blood-red demonic vine. These sword marks stacked together and caused the blood-red demonic vine to be injured. Ah! The blood-red demonic vine let out an angry roar. Thick vines emerged from its main body, wanting to restrain Fangchen. Seeing this, the latter quickly retreated. At the same time, black flames appeared around him. As soon as the black flames appeared, the blood-red demonic vine sensed danger. Fangchen used the flowing water swordsmanship as he urged the black flames to attack the blood-red demonic vine. Just like that, under the joint attack of Fangchen and the Banxianshu, the blood-red demonic vine finally could not hold on after an hour. "I can't accept this." The blood-red demonic vine let out a miserable cry. A large hole appeared on its main body. It was pierced by Fangchen's hidden star sword. Now that it was seriously injured, its combat power was greatly reduced. It could no longer withstand the attacks of Fangchen and the Banxianshu. "Go to hell." Seeing this, the Banxianshu seized the opportunity. With a low roar, its main body leaped up and took root on the main body of the blood-red demonic vine. It quickly absorbed the energy within the body of the blood-red demonic vine. As for Fangchen, he instantly set up the Void Plunder formation to help the Banxianshu steal the energy within the body of the blood-red demonic vine. At this point, the blood-red demonic vine had been completely stopped by Fangchen and the Banxianshu. With the Void Plunder formation, the speed at which the Banxianshu absorbed energy increased significantly. At the same time, its main body was also undergoing changes. 15 minutes later, the blood-red demonic vine was completely devoured by the Banxianshu. The Banxianshu's body landed on the ground. Its body emitted a bright light. It was very happy. Finished absorbing? Fang Chen looked at the Banxianshu and asked. Yes, it's all thanks to you this time, the Banxianshu said. This blood-red demonic vine doesn't seem to be as powerful as what is recorded in the books, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Hearing this, the Banxianshu said directly, this blood-red demonic vine is only underage. If we encounter an adult blood-red demonic vine, both of us will die here. Hearing the Banxianshu's words, Fang Chen was also stunned. He did not expect the blood-red demonic vine to be underage. No wonder the books said that the blood-red demonic vine was very powerful. It could release countless vines in an instant. Once an ancient martial art practitioner was entangled, they would definitely die. Some of the more powerful blood-red demonic vines were so powerful that even a high-level spiritual vortex realm ancient martial art practitioner would not dare to face them alone. I see, Fang Chen said. After absorbing the blood-red demonic vine, can you evolve into an immortal tree? This was the question that Fang Chen was most concerned about. Once the Banxianshu evolved into an immortal tree, he would also benefit. There are many conditions to evolve into an immortal tree. Energy is only one of them. At the moment, I do not have the conditions to evolve into an immortal tree. However, after absorbing the blood-red demonic vine, I am one step closer to becoming an immortal tree, the Banxianshu said in a low voice. There was probably no immortal tree in the entire ancient Sword continent. In history, any existence that could evolve into an immortal tree stood at the top of the ancient Sword continent. Chapter 662. After successfully rescuing Banxianshu, Fang Chen eventually left the Devil's Mountain Range. As for Banxianshu, he stayed in the Devil's Mountain Range. This was the place where the blood-red Devil's Vine took root. It was obviously not an ordinary place. Banxianshu also wanted to take root here and absorb the energy in the earth. It would take a long time to evolve into an immortal tree. Banxianshu was working hard. When Fang Chen saw this, he only reminded Banxianshu to be careful. Then, he left the Devil's Mountain Range alone. Banxianshu was very safe in the Devil's Mountain Range. Even if an ordinary ancient martial art practitioner discovered the Devil's Mountain Range, it would be very difficult to break through the various barriers and enter the deepest part. After Fang Chen left the Devil's Mountain Range, he walked quickly in the wilderness. A day later, he came to a dilapidated city. In this city there were countless geniuses. Their auras were incomparably vigorous. They were basically all ancient martial art practitioners at the second level of the spirit vortex realm and above. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. In the bloody battle space, all the young geniuses of the Five Elements province were gathered. He could meet them anywhere. After entering the city, Fang Chen did not care. He casually walked to an open space and sat down cross-legged, preparing to rest. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly heard the conversation of a few ancient martial art practitioners around him. Have you heard? During this time, in the entire bloody battle space, countless experts on the hidden dragon role are looking for Fang Chen. I wonder where that guy called Fang Chen is hiding. He must be hiding and does not dare to come out. Zhu Hai and Luo Zhongtian said at the same time that they want to capture and kill him. They don't need to do anything. Their subordinates will kill Fang Chen. Yeah, now most of the experts on the hidden dragon role are looking for Fang Chen. They all want to bring Fang Chen's head to curry favor with Zhu Hai and Luo Zhongtian. Hearing the discussion of these people, a terrifying golden light shot out from Fang Chen's eyes. He then continued to listen. Zhu Hai and Luo Zhongtian want to kill me, Fang Chen muttered to himself. At that moment, the words of these martialists enraged Fang Chen instantly. Recently, I heard a piece of news. It is said that Su Yu, who is ranked 20th on the Hidden Dragon list, is a genius under Zhu Hai's command. His strength is exceptional, and he is already on the move. Oh, Su Yu is on the move, another martial artist said. Don't you know? I came from a city up ahead yesterday. I heard that Su Yu captured a woman. It's said that this woman is related to Fang Chen, the martial artist said. Could it be that he wants to use this woman to make Fang Chen submit? Asked the cultivator who had asked the question earlier. The martial artist nodded and said, Fang Chen hasn't shown himself yet, so Su Yu is getting a little anxious. When he heard these words, Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. When the surrounding martial artists saw this, they all turned their heads to look at Fang Chen. However, they merely took a glance at him. The reason for that was because they simply did not know who he was. Fang Chen stood up abruptly and walked quickly to the side of these martial artists. He immediately asked in a low voice, Where is Su Yu? Who are you? Hearing Fang Chen's tone, a skinny martial artist was a little displeased. He stood up directly and said coldly, Where is Su Yu? Fang Chen continued to ask, Lad, do you want to die? How dare you speak so fiercely to us? The skinny martial artist's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he spoke in a low voice. Get lost! Fang Chen bellowed and sent the martial artist flying with a punch. Seeing this, the faces of the other martial artists changed greatly. To be able to send the skinny martial artist flying with a punch, this martial artist's strength was too strong, and they couldn't resist him. Brother, if you have something to say, let's talk it out, the bloated fatty said to Fang Chen with a beaming smile. Where is Su Yu? Fang Chen asked coldly. His words gave people an unquestionable feeling. Su Yu is in a city not far from here, the plump fatty said hurriedly. When Fang Chen heard this, he turned and left the dilapidated city, leaving behind the shocked martial artist. Suddenly, a miserable scream woke them up from their shock. The person who let out the miserable scream was the skinny martial artist who had been sent flying. He shouted, Why didn't you guys help me? Hearing this, the plump fatty shook his head slightly and said, You are lucky, lad. The martial artist just now was very strong. If he wanted to kill us, none of us would be able to escape. Who is he? The skinny martial artist asked in surprise. He has been asking about Su Yu's whereabouts. If my guess is correct, he should be the Fang Chen that Su Yu is looking for, the plump fatty said in a low voice as he looked at Fang Chen's departing figure. He is Fang Chen, the skinny martial artist cried out involuntarily when he heard this. He actually dared to provoke a martial artist who could split a priest in half with a sword. Thinking of this, the skinny martial artist felt his heart palpitate. Fortunately, Fang Chen didn't stoop to their level. In a slightly intact city, there was a spacious martial arts practice platform. The edges of the platform had been worn away, and it was obvious that it had existed for a long time. This martial arts practice platform should be the place where some of the genius martial artists of this city fought in the past. There were many geniuses in this city, and the reason they came here was because Su Yu was here. On the dilapidated martial arts practice platform, there was a man in black clothes. His face was slightly cold, and beside him was a cross made of wood. On the cross, a beautiful woman was tied up tightly with a rope. Li Mingzhu was the strongest martial artist of the younger generation of Kaiyang City's Li family. She was also one of the 3 great goddesses of Kaiyang City. Even though Li Mingzhu was tied up, her whole body emitted a thick cold aura. Her beautiful face was filled with coldness, without a trace of fear. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disdain, as if she looked down on Su Yu's methods. I heard that you have a good relationship with Fang Chen. I wonder if he will appear if I tie you up, Su Yu said in a low voice as he looked at Li Mingzhu playfully. Li Mingzhu was too beautiful, so much so that Su Yu couldn't bear to destroy her. Li Mingzhu's eyes were cold as she said disdainfully, Using such methods to deal with Fang Chen, you have already lost. Hearing the name Fang Chen, Su Yu's face instantly turned cold as he said, You better pray that Fang Chen will appear. Otherwise, I will strip you naked and let all the martial artists in the city see what exactly is under your clothes. After saying this, Su Yu no longer paid any attention to Li Mingzhu. With a flash of his body, he leaped onto a stone pillar at the edge of the martial arts practice platform. He sat down cross-legged and waited for Fang Chen to arrive. The news had already spread for a few days, but Fang Chen still hadn't appeared. Su Yu's patience was slowly wearing thin. If you still don't appear in 3 days, don't blame me for what happens next, Su Yu said coldly as he looked into the distance. Su Yu's words instantly spread throughout the entire city, then quickly spread out. Su Yu believed that as long as Fang Chen was still in the blood battle space, he would definitely hear the news. At that moment, among the crowd in the city, there was a woman in purple clothes. She wore a bamboo hat on her head, which completely covered her beautiful face. She was mixed in the crowd, trying to rescue Li Mingzhu. She was Li Xiaoke. After learning that her sister had been kidnapped by Su Yu, she was very anxious and quickly came to the city. Seeing that her sister was safe and sound, she was finally relieved. Li Xiaoke wasn't stupid. She knew that if she acted rashly, she would definitely be captured by Su Yu. Hence, she couldn't act rashly. She was waiting for Fang Chen's arrival. As long as Fang Chen arrived, all her problems would be solved. Sister, you have to hold on, Li Xiaoke said anxiously. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, there was still no news about Fang Chen. On the contrary, the news of Li Mingzhu's kidnapping had spread like wildfire. Many martial artists heard the news and came. Of course, there were also many martial artists who were looking for their own opportunities and didn't have the time to come. They were also not interested in the news. Just before the 3rd day, a genius of the hidden dragon list came to the city. Young Master Su. When the person saw Su Yu, he cupped his hands and greeted him. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes and nodded. The person who had come was Sha He, who was ranked 31st on the hidden dragon list. Sha He had a good relationship with Su Yu. When he heard that Su Yu was looking for Fang Chen, he specially came to tell Su Yu about Fang Chen. Young Master Su, I know a little about Fang Chen, Sha He said. Oh, tell me about it, Su Yu said. A few months ago we met at the Shattered Plains. Then, we entered the old site of the Water God faction together. After that, he disappeared, Sha He said. The old site of the Water God faction, Su Yu muttered to himself. Young Master Su, this person is not worth your time. Let me help you deal with this person, Sha He said with a laugh. Su Yu nodded and didn't say anything. Sha He's figure flashed and stood on the martial arts practice stage. In the crowd, Li Xiaoke, who was wearing a bamboo hat, secretly said, Lackey. That's right. In the eyes of many people, Sha He was Su Yu's lackey. Even so, they didn't dare say anything. There is still 1 day left. If Fang Chen doesn't appear, she will be subjected to the cruelest humiliation. Sha He looked around and shouted loudly. Now, Sha He was Su Yu's representative. Su Yu also silently agreed with this point. He was a strong martial artist ranked 20th on the hidden dragon list. There were some things that he didn't need to do personally. When the 3-day deadline arrived, Li Xiaoke, who was in the crowd, couldn't help but want to attack. Sha He's eyes glowed with coldness. He was ready to attack Li Mingzhu. However, at that instant, a voice was heard in the city. Sha He, why do you have to attack a woman? Hearing the voice, everyone looked over, thinking that it was Fang Chen who had arrived. In the end, it wasn't him. The person who had come was Fan Xinjue, ranked 30th on the hidden dragon list. Before entering the old site of the Water God faction, he had some dealings with Fang Chen. Fan Xinjue had also heard that Su Yu had used such vicious means to force Fang Chen to appear. Hence, he had come to try to persuade Su Yu to let the woman go. No matter what, there was no need to involve a woman in a battle between men. Chapter 663. Fan Xinjue, are you trying to stop me? Seeing Fan Xinjue's arrival, Sha He's face turned gloomy. He was now working for Su Yu. With Su Yu's support, he was not afraid of Fan Xinjue. Moreover, even without Su Yu, Sha He was not afraid of Fan Xinjue. In the old site of the water deity faction, he had obtained some legacies, and his strength had increased greatly. He was confident that he could defeat Fan Xinjue. Hearing this, Fan Xinjue muttered, "I'm only here to persuade young Master Su." Even Fan Xinjue had to address Su Yu as young Master Su when facing him. That was Su Yu's strength. A strong martial artist ranked 20th on the Hidden Dragon list could not be compared to an ordinary martial artist. Even though Fan Xinjue was a genius ranked 30th on the Hidden Dragon list, he was like an ant in front of Su Yu. "Fan Xinjue, is it worth it for Fang Chen?" Sha He asked coldly. Fan Xinjue and Fang Chen had met at the Shattered Plains. They had only met once. Yet, Fan Xinjue had come here to persuade Su Yu to let go of the woman in front of him. Sha He found it ridiculous. "You want to deal with Fang Chen? Do you want everyone who knows Fang Chen to be involved in this matter?" Fan Xinjue asked. "Fan Xinjue, are you going to meddle in my affairs as well?" Su Yu asked coldly. Hearing this, Fan Xinjue wanted to say something but stopped. Finally, he shook his head helplessly and stopped talking. Seeing this, Sha He laughed coldly. Previously, Fan Xinjue's ranking on the Hidden Dragon list had always been higher than his, and he had always been unconvinced. Now, seeing Fan Xinjue being defeated, he was very happy. After Su Yu spoke, he did not say anything else. His eyes were looking into the distance. The 3-day deadline was approaching, but Fang Chen had not appeared. This made him very unhappy. "I hope you can come in time. Otherwise," Su Yu did not finish his sentence. His eyes looked thoughtfully at Li Mingzhu, who was on the martial arts stage. At this time, on a plain not far from the city, Fang Chen was stopped by several warriors. Fang Chen had also heard about the 3-day deadline. He was very anxious, so he wanted to rush there before the 3-day deadline to save Li Mingzhu. However, on this plain, he encountered a few Hidden Dragon ranking martial artists. They were Luo Zhongtian's lackeys, so they immediately wanted to kill Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, you didn't expect us to kill you here, did you?" "Ha ha ha," Wei Xinyan said sinisterly. Wei Xinyan, the expert ranked 28th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm. Beside him was the expert ranked 25th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, Peng Bo. The other person was Zhu Xinghe, ranked 23rd on the Hidden Dragon list. When they had received the news that Su Yu had captured Li Mingzhu, the three of them had decided to kill Fang Chen on the way. They had investigated Fang Chen, and if he knew that Li Mingzhu had been kidnapped, he would definitely go to her rescue. If they were to kill him on the way, they would definitely meet Fang Chen. Sure enough, after waiting for a long time, they finally saw Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, the three of us are here to kill you on purpose. You can't escape," Peng Bo said. "Fang Chen, you can only blame yourself for offending Hong Wu and causing Luo Zhongtian to want to kill you," Zhu Xinghe said with a grin. Although Fang Chen was a formation master, with the three of them working together, Fang Chen wouldn't even have time to set up a formation. They were confident that they could kill Fang Chen and bring his head back with them. "Get out of my way." Fang Chen didn't want to waste time. He was worried about Li Mingzhu's safety, so he shouted coldly, "You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die." Wei Xinyan laughed loudly. "You're not worried about the woman called Li Mingzhu, are you? She might have already been raped by Su Yu," Peng Bo said. "Even I would be tempted by such a beautiful woman. I'm afraid that Su Yu has never thought of letting Li Mingzhu go." Zhu Xinghe also laughed loudly. Hearing this, Fang Chen was completely enraged. "Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish," Fang Chen said coldly, his whole body emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Seeing this, Peng Bo wanted to attack, but was stopped by Wei Xinyan. There's no need for the two of you to deal with him. I'll do it myself, Wei Xinyan said. As he spoke, an extremely wild aura emerged from Wei Xinyan's body. He clenched his fists tightly, and all the energy in his body gathered on his fists. Then, he threw a punch at Fang Chen. Seeing Wei Xinyan's attack, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with a strong murderous aura. He took out the hidden star sword and displayed the flowing water sword. Crash! In the sky, 64 ripples of water appeared in an instant. These ripples of water contained an extremely majestic sword spirit. These sword spirits were able to mobilize the surrounding energy of the universe. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet red, and he was extremely bloodthirsty. Die! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and a majestic aura shot up into the sky. The hidden star sword in his hand controlled the 64 ripples in the sky and stabbed at Wei Xinyan fiercely. Wei Xinyan seemed to have noticed that Fang Chen's attack was a little powerful. Wei Xinyan, be careful of his sword, Peng Bo reminded him. Kid, if you dare to fight me head-on, you're dead meat. Wei Xinyan grinned and said coldly. Rumble. The sky was filled with a wild aura. The murderous intent on Fang Chen's body was raised to the extreme. The hidden star sword in his hand carried the strongest power as it directly slashed at Wei Xinyan's fist. When Wei Xinyan's fist collided with Fang Chen's hidden star sword, his face was filled with an arrogant smile. Fang Chen, whom both Zhu Hai and Luo Zhongtian wanted to kill, was actually killed by his hands. He was very excited. However, his expression changed immediately, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Crack! At this moment, with a crack, Wei Xinyan found that his fist was actually shattered by Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a bloody mist gushed out. Wei Xinyan let out a miserable cry, and his body kept retreating. Fang Chen's attack was too powerful. His fist was actually shattered in an instant. His intuition told him that this kid's strength was not something he could compare with. Save me! Wei Xinyan shouted loudly as he retreated. Seeing this, Peng Bo's figure flashed, and he launched a fierce attack to save Wei Xinyan. Seeing Peng Bo take action, Zhu Xinghe did not take action. Although Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination, with Peng Bo's help, Wei Xinyan's life would definitely not be in danger. No one can save you. Fang Chen had already made up his mind to kill Wei Xinyan. How could he let him escape? Seeing Peng Bo take action, Fang Chen roared. The hidden star sword in his hand instantly sped up, and before Peng Bo's attack arrived, it ruthlessly stabbed into Wei Xinyan's chest. Poochie! Wei Xinyan's eyes widened, and he looked at this scene in disbelief. He had clearly dodged, but why was he still stabbed by the hidden star sword? No! Immediately after, Wei Xinyan felt his life force disappearing, and he roared unwillingly. It was also at this moment that Peng Bo's attack arrived. Fang Chen's other hand clenched into a fist, and he threw a backhand punch, bombarding Peng Bo's attack. He instantly neutralized Peng Bo's attack, and even forced Peng Bo to retreat. Poochie! Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword, and Wei Xinyan's body fell softly to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he died with remaining grievances. In a flash, Wei Xinyan, who was ranked 28th on the Hidden Dragon list, died at the hands of Fang Chen. Wei Xinyan! Peng Bo stabilized his body and roared loudly. At this moment, a cold murderous intent appeared in Zhu Xinghe's eyes. Fang Chen killed Wei Xinyan right under his nose, and this made him very angry. Fang Chen, you killed Wei Xinyan. I'm going to kill you! Peng Bo roared madly. Zhu Xinghe, who was standing aside, also narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. He said coldly, Kid, your strength is beyond my expectations. However, with just this little strength, you won't be able to survive. Zhu Xinghe's sentence sentenced Fang Chen to death. However, when Fang Chen heard this, he sneered and said, he's only the first. Fang Chen's words were filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent. Wei Xinyan was only the first martialist he killed, and he would kill the other two next. If he did not kill them, he would not be able to rescue Li Mingzhu. When he thought of the danger Li Mingzhu was in, Fang Chen's heart was abnormally angry. You won't have a chance after this, Zhu Xinghe said coldly. Kill! Pingbo roared, and a long spear appeared in his hand. He exerted all his strength and launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. A deafening sound was heard in the wilderness. When Pingbo launched his attack, Zhu Xinghe also moved. Zhu Xinghe waved his hand fiercely, and suddenly, dots of starlight appeared around his body. As the starlight became brighter, Zhu Xinghe's aura also rose to the peak in an instant. Galaxy Hand! Zhu Xinghe roared and used the Galaxy Hand. The bright starlight on his body gathered in his palms, and his hands instantly grew bigger, pressing down on Fang Chen. Suddenly, two void palm prints appeared in the sky. The void palm prints were covered with bright starlight, and they carried a majestic force as they pressed down on Fang Chen. At the same time, Pingbo's long spear stabbed viciously at Fang Chen. Faced with the ferocious attack, Fang Chen revealed a wild smile on his face. In fact, from the beginning, he did not care about Zhu Xinghe and the other two. Even if Zhu Xinghe, who was ranked 23rd on the Hidden Dragon list, was among them, he did not care. During the few months of cultivation in the Sky City of the Water God sect, Fang Chen's strength had improved in all aspects. Now, he was not afraid to fight a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm, let alone these 3 ants in front of him. Ignorance is the most terrifying. Fang Chen sneered and said. Fang Chen, you're dead, Pingbo said coldly. Chapter 664. The Star River Hand was Zhu Xinghe's unique skill. It was also his biggest reliance on the Hidden Dragon list. When Zhu Xinghe used the Star River Hand, he knew that Fang Chen would definitely die. However, at this moment, seeing Fang Chen's face, Zhu Xinghe became even angrier. He increased the power of the Star River Hand and directly suppressed Fang Chen. At the same time, Pingbo's long spear, which carried a strong spear intent, rapidly shot over. Fang Chen stood there quietly. When he saw the ferocious attack, there was no fear on his face. Pingbo's long spear was the first to reach Fang Chen's side. Finally, at this moment, Fang Chen made his move. Crack! Fang Chen's star-hidden sword displayed the flowing water sword technique and chopped at Pingbo's long spear. With a crack, Pingbo's long spear instantly broke into 2 pieces. Pingbo did not react for a moment. He held half of the long spear and still rushed towards Fang Chen. When he reacted, he found that it was already too late. Fang Chen's star-hidden sword had already pierced his head. This Pingbo, who was ranked 25th on the Hidden Dragon list, quietly died at the hands of Fang Chen. When Pingbo was killed, Zhu Xinghe's Star River Hand also pressed down. Fang Chen suddenly pulled out the star-hidden sword and directly swung it at the Star River Hand that was rapidly descending from the sky. Poochie! A gap appeared on the powerful Star River Hand. When the gap appeared, the power of the Star River Hand instantly collapsed. When Zhu Xinghe saw this, his face changed greatly. How is this possible? Zhu Xinghe cried out involuntarily. Who is the ignorant one? Fang Chen looked at the panic-stricken Zhu Xinghe and said softly. In the next moment, his star-hidden sword carried a majestic power and directly shattered Zhu Xinghe's Star River Hand. The latter's body was instantly exposed in front of Fang Chen. Your strength. It was not until this moment that Zhu Xinghe realized that Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. You don't need to know. After Fang Chen finished speaking, the hidden star sword pierced through Zhu Xinghe's head. The latter's vitality instantly disappeared, and his body softly fell to the ground. After killing the 3 people, Fang Chen did not stop. With a flash of his body, he flew toward the city where Suyu was. At that moment, in the city, Suyu was still sitting cross-legged on the stone pillar. However, his face was filled with displeasure. 3 days had already passed, but Fang Chen still hadn't appeared. Su Yu was furious. Suddenly, Su Yu opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "You know what to do next." Su Yu's eyes were filled with anger as he spoke to Sha He in a low voice. Sha He nodded heavily when he heard that. There was actually a trace of joy in his eyes. Sha He was very excited to be able to see the body of a beauty. Countless warriors in the city widened their eyes and stared at Li Mingzhu, who was on the martial arts stage. When Li Mingzhu heard Su Yu's words, her face turned extremely pale. Even though Li Mingzhu was a proud woman, she couldn't help but be terrified when faced with what Sha He was about to do next. Sha He walked toward Li Mingzhu, one step at a time. He extended his hand and stroked Li Mingzhu's beautiful hair. After which, he sniffed it and said, "So beautiful." However, Sha He was not in the mood to be gentle. His palm suddenly grabbed Li Mingzhu's neck. He lifted Li Mingzhu's beautiful face and laughed sinisterly. "Beauty, if you want to blame someone, blame Fang Chen." After saying that, Sha He was about to tear Li Mingzhu's clothes. Fan Xinjue shook his head slightly and turned around. With Su Yu around, even if he attacked, he would not be able to stop Sha He. Ah! On the martial arts stage, Sha He's sinister laughter could be heard. His hands were slowly unbuttoning Li Mingzhu's clothes. However, at that moment, a cold voice reverberated throughout the city. After which, a woman wearing a bamboo hat leaped and appeared on the martial arts stage. "Stop it!" Li Xiaoka couldn't bear it. She couldn't bear to see her sister being humiliated, so she stood up. Whoosh! Li Xiaoka leaped onto the martial arts stage. Without any hesitation, she waved her palm. At once, a majestic aura blasted toward Sha He. Caught off guard, Sha He's body was forced back a few steps. When Sha He stabilized his body, he realized that Li Xiaoka was undoing the ropes on Li Mingzhu's body. "You are courting death!" Sha He roared furiously. How could he mess up the task that Su Yu had given him? Sha He launched a fierce attack, wanting to kill Li Xiaoka. "Xiaoka, run quickly!" Li Mingzhu noticed Li Xiaoka's arrival and shouted with all her might. "Sister Mingzhu, I won't leave you alone," Li Xiaoka said in a low voice. Unfortunately, before she could undo the ropes on Li Mingzhu's body, Sha He's attack arrived. Li Xiaoka used all her strength to block Sha He's attack. Bang! However, the difference between Li Xiaoka and Sha He was too great. Sha He easily sent Li Xiaoka flying. Sha He angrily punched Li Xiaoka onto the martial arts stage. The bamboo hat on Li Xiaoka's head fell off. A peerless face that was not inferior to Li Mingzhu's appeared in front of the crowd. This, within the city, all the martial artists exclaimed, marveling at the woman's appearance. Even Sha He was a little surprised. Then, he eerily said, "I didn't expect her to be a beauty." Just as Sha He was about to kill Li Xiaoka, Su Yu spoke. "Tie her up as well." Hearing Su Yu's words, Sha He licked his dry lips. Then, he tied Li Xiaoka to the cross, side by side with Li Mingzhu. "Xiaoka, why are you so foolish?" Li Mingzhu said. Li Xiaoka was too foolish to appear even though she knew that she was no match for Sha He. However, from Li Xiaoka's point of view, even if she was no match for Sha He, she had to intervene. The woman on the martial arts stage was her sister. How could she watch her sister be humiliated? "Sister Mingzhu, I'm sorry. I'm too weak to save you," Li Xiaoka said. "Continue," Su Yu said in a low voice as he closed his eyes. Sha He had a wretched smile on his face. He looked at Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoka and said, "I didn't expect the two of you to be sisters. Ha ha, I wonder what will happen if I strip you naked. Fang Chen will not let you off," Li Xiaoka said in a low voice when she heard Sha He. At the mention of Fang Chen, Sha He was a little angry and said, "Humph, he doesn't even dare to appear now. You still expect him to save you? What a joke." Sha He's words had just left his mouth when his figure suddenly flashed. He arrived beside Li Xiaoka and Li Mingzhu, reaching out his hands to tear their clothes. Although the two women resisted with all their might, their bodies were tied up and their powers were suppressed. They were unable to avoid Shahi's tearing. Poochie! The sound of clothes tearing could be heard. In Shahi's hands were two pieces of cloth. These were the cloth from the two women's clothes. Looking at the two women again, there was a large hole in their clothes. Their delicate bodies were faintly discernible. The two women's faces were filled with anger. If looks could kill, Shahi would have been killed many times over. If you have anything to say, just come at me. Let Xiaoka go, Li Mingzhu said in a low voice. Sister, Li Xiaoka said when she heard her. Looking at Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoka's beautiful faces, Shahi's body had an impulse. However, he knew that Su Yu was waiting, so he did not dare to be negligent. Shahi's palm once again extended toward Li Xiaoka and Li Mingzhu. His eyes were filled with lust. At that moment, outside the city, a soaring aura shot toward them. Stop! Fang Chen's voice reverberated throughout the city. Countless martial artists were shocked. Crash! Su Yu, who was on the stone pillar, opened his eyes abruptly. He stared at Fang Chen and said, "You are finally willing to come?" In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's figure appeared in the city. When he saw the two women, whose clothes were in disarray, the anger in his heart soared. "You are going to die." Fang Chen did not pay attention to Su Yu. He stared at Shahi and said each word clearly. "Fang Chen, I did not think that you would dare to come here," Shahi said coldly, turning his head to look at Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flashed. With lightning speed, he flew onto the martial arts stage. Even Su Yu did not have time to attack. His hidden star sword was already stabbing toward Shahi. "You are courting death." Shahi saw the situation and attacked to block Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Poochie! A crisp sound could be heard. Shahi did not have any power to resist. His body was pierced by Fang Chen's hidden star sword. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Bang! Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword, and Shahi fell to the ground softly. "Fang Chen, you are courting death." Su Yu finally reacted. He stood up from the stone pillar and said coldly. Crash! The hidden star sword released a ray of light and cut the ropes on the two women. The two women regained their freedom. They quickly took out clothes from their space rings and put them on. Fang Chen, seeing Fang Chen's arrival and killing Shahi in a rage, the two women's hearts were filled with shock. "Wait for me here." Fang Chen looked at the two women and said apologetically. The two women knew that Fang Chen wanted to deal with Su Yu and could not be disturbed. "Be careful," the two women said. Fan Xinjue, who was beside them, was also completely shocked. Only a short time had passed, and Fang Chen was strong enough to kill Shahi with a sword. Shahi was a strong martial artist who was on par with him. "He is too scary," Fan Xinjue said to himself as he stared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen had killed Zhu Xinghe and the other two people and rushed here in a hurry. When he saw the two women being humiliated, he was furious and directly pulled out his sword to kill Shahi. The sudden change shocked all the martialists in the city. Su Yu stood on the stone pillar and stared at Fang Chen. He said coldly, "Shahi is one of my people. He will not die in vain." A genius ranked 20th on the hidden dragon list. In order to achieve your goal, you are unscrupulous. Even women are not spared. "I am ashamed of you," Fang Chen said coldly. "Fang Chen, let's cut the crap. Since you are here, you must be prepared to die," Su Yu said. In the eyes of the outsiders, Fang Chen had not appeared for a few months and had been hiding. However, they did not know that Fang Chen had been training in the Water God faction for the past few months and did not hide at all. Now, he had appeared in front of the crowd. He wanted to tell the world that he, Fang Chen, was not a pushover that anyone could bully. Chapter 665. Fang Chen's heart was filled with anger. Especially when he saw Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoka almost being humiliated in public because of him. How much harm was that to a woman? Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at Su Yu, who was standing on top of the stone pillar. When the 3-day period had arrived, Su Yu thought that Fang Chen would not dare to appear. He did not expect Fang Chen to arrive at the last moment. He had really appeared. He was no longer a coward. Fang Chen, who had just appeared, killed Sha He with a thunderous sword strike. This caused Su Yu to be a little surprised. However, it was merely a surprise. Every genius who entered the bloody battle space was prepared to die. Hence, when he saw Sha He die, Su Yu's heart did not waver. However, Sha He was Su Yu's subordinate. If he did not do anything when Sha He was killed by Fang Chen in front of him, many martial artists who worked for him would be bitterly disappointed. Hence, no matter what, he had to take revenge for Sha He. Of course, killing Fang Chen was something Su Yu wanted to do. Taking revenge for Sha He was just a bonus. At that moment, when he heard Fang Chen ask him if he was prepared to die, Su Yu's eyes revealed a disdainful smile. That's right, it was disdain. He scoffed at Fang Chen. Who was Su Yu? He was a strong martial artist ranked 20th on the Hidden Dragon list. Other than the members of the 5 Elements Academy, there were very few people in the younger generation who were stronger than him in the entire 5 Elements Prefecture. And this arrogant guy in front of him actually wanted to kill him. At this moment, Su Yu laughed. After laughing, Su Yu looked at Fang Chen and asked softly, "Do you think you can kill me?" "Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand," Fang Chen said word by word. Su Yu was stunned. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Killing me is as easy as flipping your hand. Are you sure you are not dreaming?" Su Yu mocked. All the martialists in the city exclaimed when they heard Fang Chen's arrogant words. Killing Su Yu is as easy as flipping one's hand. Isn't he too arrogant? What an arrogant guy. Does he not know the disparity between him and Su Yu? Do you really think that you can be compared to Su Yu just because you killed Sha He with a single sword? Many martial artists were disgusted by Fang Chen's words. They believed that Fang Chen was no match for Su Yu, and that he was just trying to please the crowd. Of course, Fang Chen didn't care about these people's opinions. In his eyes, there was only one thing that needed to be done, and that was to kill Su Yu. Oh right, I almost forgot. On the way here, I met 3 guys. One of them called himself Zhu Xinghe. He was like you, saying that he wanted to kill me, but in the end, he was killed by me. Fang Chen suddenly said, as if this was a trivial matter. Zhu Xinghe? After hearing what was said, Su Yu's eyes were filled with astonishment. He stared at Fang Chen and said in a low voice, "You are right. Zhu Xinghe was a strong man ranked 23rd on the Hidden Dragon list. His cultivation had reached level 3 of the spiritual vortex realm. Although he was not as strong as Su Yu, he was not far behind." "You killed Zhu Xinghe?" Su Yu asked in a low voice. "If I can kill Zhu Xinghe, I can also kill you," Fang Chen said. Su Yu stared at Fang Chen. From Fang Chen's words and actions, coupled with the fact that he had just killed Sha He, he believed what Fang Chen had said. However, it was a fool's dream to think that he could go against Su Yu with just this. "Kid, I am getting more and more interested in you." Su Yu's eyes were filled with passion as he spoke in a sinister tone. In an instant, Su Yu's body emitted a terrifying aura. His eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Fang Chen. Crash! Su Yu stood high above the stone pillar, looking down at Fang Chen. His face was filled with disdain as he said coldly, "Fang Chen, today I will behead you." Su Yu had never failed to kill anyone he wanted to kill. Su Yu had just finished his sentence when a wild aura erupted from him. A pitch-black halberd appeared in his hand. "Great halberd of breaking dreams!" Su Yu shouted in a low voice. The halberd in his hand suddenly emitted a misty aura. This aura then engulfed the entire martial arts practice arena, enveloping Fang Chen. The Great Halberd of Breaking Dreams was the most powerful move of Su Yu's halberd technique. He had directly used this move in an attempt to kill Fang Chen with a thunderous strike. Too weak. Seeing Su Yu use the great halberd of breaking dreams, Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said softly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the crowd in the city began to discuss among themselves. Even Su Yu sneered when he heard Fang Chen's words. He said, "Humph, kid, you are too arrogant." The halberd in Su Yu's hand spun rapidly. Suddenly, a dazzling ray of light shot out from his halberd. This ray of light contained the strongest power of the great halberd of breaking dreams. Boom! A deafening sound could be heard. The halberd in Su Yu's hand was violently aimed at Fang Chen. If struck by this halberd, even a martial artist of level 3 spiritual vortex realm would be severely injured, if not killed. Fang Chen still had not released his aura. Could he have been scared silly? Of course not. This was because the current Su Yu still did not pose any threat to him. Unable to withstand a single blow, Fang Chen's voice suddenly traveled into Su Yu's ears. The next moment, Su Yu realized that his great halberd of breaking dreams did not strike Fang Chen's body. Instead, it struck Fang Chen's star-hidden sword. At this moment, Fang Chen finally released his aura. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Judging from Fang Chen's aura, his cultivation was only at the second level of the spiritual vortex stage. How can a level 2 spiritual vortex realm martial artist resist the attack of a level 3 spiritual vortex realm martial artist? This kid hid his abilities. His true abilities are definitely comparable to level 3 spiritual vortex realm. He is too powerful. He actually blocked Su Yu's great halberd of breaking dreams. How terrifying! Seeing Fang Chen's star-hidden sword block Su Yu's great halberd of breaking dreams, many martial artists exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, on the fighting stage, Su Yu, who was originally full of confidence, finally revealed a surprised expression. This, before Su Yu could finish his sentence, he felt a strong force coming from the halberd. Immediately after, Su Yu was sent flying. A large wound split open between his thumb and forefinger. Blood instantly gushed out. As for the halberd, it flew into the air and landed on the fighting stage. Su Yu let out a furious roar. His great halberd of breaking dreams was actually unable to defeat Fang Chen. Instead, it was easily blocked by Fang Chen. Impossible! You can't possibly block my great halberd of breaking dreams, Su Yu shouted crazily. At the same time, Su Yu's surroundings underwent a huge change. His aura fluctuated between strong and weak, giving off a very strange aura. Immediately after, Su Yu picked up the halberd that had fallen on the fighting stage and attacked Fang Chen fiercely. This is a forbidden technique. Fan Xinjue, who was at the side, could not help but open his mouth. He had just been shocked by Fang Chen's strength. A few months ago, Fang Chen's abilities were inferior to his. Now, he could actually block Su Yu's strongest attack and even force Su Yu to use his forbidden technique. What a freak! Fan Xinjue looked at Fang Chen's figure and thought to himself. Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke, who were not far away, were so shocked that they could not speak. Sister Mingzhu, Fang Chen, Li Xiaoke's eyes flickered. She had entered the old site of the Water God faction with Fang Chen and then parted ways. Li Xiaoke had also guessed that Fang Chen would accept the legacy, but she did not expect his abilities to become so powerful. Freak! Li Mingzhu had already regained her cold demeanor. Her pretty face was expressionless as she uttered 2 words. Indeed, Fang Chen's abilities were too freakish. Previously, Su Yu had also investigated Fang Chen. All the signs indicated that Fang Chen's abilities were only comparable to those ranked in the 30th places on the Hidden Dragon list. His most glorious achievements were probably killing the priest and Jin Zhong. Su Yu could not find Fang Chen, so he used such despicable means to attract Fang Chen here. He had thought that he could easily kill Fang Chen, but he was wrong. Fang Chen's abilities were beyond his imagination. He could even stand shoulder to shoulder with him. At this moment, Su Yu really believed that Fang Chen's claim that he had killed Zhu Xinghe was true. Not only Su Yu, but many martial artists in the city were also shocked. The people who did not think highly of Fang Chen at the beginning now felt their faces burning, as if they had been ruthlessly slapped by someone. Regardless of the outcome, after this battle, Fang Chen's reputation would definitely soar and spread throughout the bloody battle space. However, how could Su Yu not know of Fang Chen's threat? How could he leave such a threat alive? Letting the tiger return to the mountain would cause endless trouble. Su Yu had originally wanted to kill Fang Chen. At this moment, he was even more determined to kill Fang Chen, no matter what. This person was too freakish. Chapter 666. Su Yu roared angrily. An unprecedented aura surged from his body. The martial artists below the stage retreated one after another, afraid that they would be affected by the powerful aura. Su Yu held the halberd tightly in his hand. His eyes were scarlet, and he was extremely furious. Dream-breaking halberd, break the sky. Su Yu's voice, which contained rich spiritual energy, resounded throughout the entire city. Immediately, the halberd in Su Yu's hand danced in an instant. In the sky above Su Yu's head, countless illusory halberd shadows appeared. These shadows floated side by side with Su Yu's halberd, emitting a terrifying aura. Below the stage, many martial artists were shocked. It seemed that Su Yu was going all out. On the stage, Fang Chen saw this scene, but there was no change in his expression. "No matter what, you can't change your fate," Fang Chen said softly. He turned his toes, and his figure swept towards Su Yu in an instant. The star-hidden sword in his hand, which carried a majestic concept of water, slashed directly at Su Yu. Su Yu's dream-breaking halberd was activated to the extreme. With this move, even some martial artists who were ranked higher than him on the Hidden Dragon list would not dare to confront him head-on. He did not believe that Fang Chen could resist his dream-breaking halberd. Go to hell. The halberd in Su Yu's hand slammed towards Fang Chen's star-hidden sword. He roared loudly. Boom! The deafening sound resounded through the sky. Su Yu's halberd hit Fang Chen's star-hidden sword heavily. The majestic aura in the halberd instantly penetrated the star-hidden sword, trying to destroy it. You are too weak. Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a sneer, and then he said softly. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, he suddenly exploded with all his strength. In an instant, he shattered Su Yu's aggressive attack. Then, the star-hidden sword slashed on Su Yu's halberd fiercely. Crack! Su Yu's halberd, under the strong attack of the star-hidden sword, broke directly. Su Yu's body was instantly blown away. He spat out blood from his mouth, and his face was extremely pale. Bang! Su Yu's body fell heavily at the edge of the martial arts practice arena. At that moment, he no longer had the vigor he had previously. His eyes were filled with fear. How is this possible? Su Yu started to speak in an uncontrollable manner. He could not believe that Fang Chen's abilities were so strong. He had defeated Su Yu so easily. How powerful was Fang Chen? It was only at this moment that Su Yu realized how terrifying Fang Chen was. At the same time, he regretted his recklessness, as he had not thoroughly investigated Fang Chen's abilities before choosing to deal with Fang Chen. At this moment, only the chaotic aura on the martial arts stage could prove that an extremely intense battle had just taken place. Su Yu, who everyone thought highly of, had been easily defeated by Fang Chen. This man's abilities were too shocking. With just a single sword strike, he was able to break Su Yu's great halberd. Moreover, he had even severely injured Su Yu. With such abilities, even a strong martial artist ranked 15th on the Hidden Dragon list would suffer the same fate as Su Yu if they were to fight against him. It was too terrifying. This was the thought in the hearts of all the martial artists in the entire city at that moment. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the figure on the martial arts practice arena. Their hearts were in turmoil. Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke were so shocked that they were speechless. Back at the Luoying Peaks, Fang Chen had almost died and was saved by Li Xiaoke. They didn't expect him to have grown to such an extent. Beside them, Fan Xinjue was also shocked. His eyes were filled with envy. At this moment, Fang Chen was walking step by step towards Su Yu, who was lying on the ground. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. I lost. Su Yu saw Fang Chen walking towards him. He gradually restrained the fear on his face and sneered. He was mocking his own ignorance. It was ridiculous that he had tried to kill Fang Chen. Now, it seemed that his life was going to end at the hands of Fang Chen. Since you lost, you can pay with your life, Fang Chen said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the hidden star sword in his hand danced. With a swoosh, Su Yu, who was ranked 20th on the hidden dragon list, was left here forever. He had lost his life. The powerful Su Yu had fallen here, just like that. This made many martial artists sigh even more. In the bloody battle space, unless one had sufficient abilities, one had to be careful. The slightest carelessness could cost one's life. While the crowd was still in shock, Fang Chen turned to look at Li Xiaoke and Li Mingzhu. The two women's pretty faces were filled with shock. Let's go. While the crowd was still in shock, Fang Chen left the city with the two women. Boom. When Fang Chen left, the whole city went completely crazy. After they recovered from the shock, they looked at Fang Chen's back in horror. The news that Fang Chen had killed Su Yu in anger spread throughout the bloody battle space in an instant. A genius who could be ranked on the hidden dragon list was definitely an outstanding martial artist. Su Yu was ranked 20th on the hidden dragon list. Such abilities were considered very powerful among the younger generation of the Five Elements Prefecture. However, such an outstanding disciple had been killed by a martial artist whose cultivation was on par with his. This incident caused a great commotion in the bloody battle space. Fang Chen's name had also spread throughout the bloody battle space. All the martial artists knew that although Fang Chen was no longer on the hidden dragon list, his abilities were enough to rank him in the top 20 of the hidden dragon list. In the entire bloody battle space, all the martial artists were discussing Fang Chen's name. On a mountain peak somewhere, two figures stood. This D*MN guy, what kind of luck did he have to become so powerful? Hong Wu, who was dressed in red, said coldly. Her pretty face was covered with frost. In her hand, she still held half of the fiery red whip. According to Hong Wu's words, she wanted to personally use this half of the fiery red whip to smash Fang Chen's head into pieces. This time, Su Yu had used Li Mingzhu to spread the news in an attempt to lure Fang Chen out. They had also heard about this matter. She had thought that Su Yu alone would be enough to deal with Fang Chen. However, she had not expected the outcome to be so unexpected. Su Yu was dead, but Fang Chen was still alive. A clown who thinks he is invincible just because he obtained some legacies. Even such a big piece of news could not cause a ripple in Luo Zhongtian's face. His face was always as calm as an ancient well. Unless it was the four people ranked ahead of him, there was nothing that could shock him. Zhongtian, if we leave this kid alive, he will be a disaster sooner or later, Hong Wu said worriedly. Luo Zhongtian nodded and said indifferently, when I meet him, I will definitely help you kill him. Hearing Luo Zhongtian's words, a smile appeared on Hong Wu's pretty face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with gentleness. The people that Luo Zhongtian had said he wanted to kill had never survived. Fang Chen had been targeted by Luo Zhongtian. That meant that his time of death was near. At the thought of being able to kill Fang Chen, Hong Wu was very excited. Of course, Luo Zhongtian was not the only one who wanted to kill Fang Chen. Even Zhu Hai, who was far away in a relic, had heard the news. Su Yu is dead. Zhu Hai's body was filled with rich spiritual energy. His eyes opened abruptly, and the spiritual energy around him was completely withdrawn. He then said coldly, Su Yu was his subordinate. In order to help him find Fang Chen, he had spent a lot of effort. He did not expect that the news he had heard was that Su Yu had been killed by Fang Chen. Kid, if I do not kill you, I, Zhu Hai, am not human. Zhu Hai's eyes shot out a beam of scarlet as he said coldly. After saying this, Zhu Hai came out of the relic. Then, he activated his movement technique and disappeared into the horizon. He wanted to find Fang Chun personally and kill him. A few days later, Zhu Hai came to the city where Su Yu had died. When he landed in the city, a shocking aura instantly filled the entire city. All the martial artists in the city exclaimed in surprise. They all looked at the place where Zhu Hai was. What's going on? Why is there such a rich aura all of a sudden? Could it be that a strong martial artist on the hidden dragon list has landed in our city? Many martial artists exclaimed in surprise. And there were some martial artists who recognized Zhu Hai. It's Zhu Hai, the 9th on the hidden dragon list. Why is Zhu Hai here? Is he here for Su Yu? It's really Zhu Hai. Gosh, I actually saw Zhu Hai. I'm so excited. When many martial artists learned that the person who had come was Zhu Hai, they were extremely excited. In the 5 Elements Prefecture, it was usually too difficult to see a strong martial artist on the hidden dragon list. In particular, the top 10 martial artists on the hidden dragon list were elusive. It was even more difficult to see them. They did not expect that Zhu Hai would personally land in this city this time. After Zhu Hai landed in this city, his gaze fell on the martial arts practice arena. Whoosh! Zhu Hai's figure leaped onto the martial arts practice arena. When he saw Su Yu's corpse still lying there, he was furious. Damn it! Zhu Hai was burning with rage. He clenched his palm into a fist and punched out forcefully. Rumble! Zhu Hai's punch directly shattered the stone pillars at the edge of the martial arts practice arena. The stone pillars fell to the ground with a loud crash and turned into countless shattered stone fragments. The martial artists in the city retreated one after another, not daring to provoke Zhu Hai. The furious Zhu Hai walked to Su Yu's side. Looking at Su Yu, who had lost all signs of life, he said in a low voice, "I will definitely kill Fang Qin and avenge you." After speaking, Zhu Hai stretched out his palm abruptly. Then, a tyrannical energy emanated from his body, directly shattering the entire martial arts practice arena. A large gap appeared in the middle of the martial arts practice arena. Zhu Hai placed Su Yu's corpse into the gap. Then, he filled the gap with the shattered stone fragment. On another stone pillar of the martial arts practice arena, Su Yu's name was engraved. Using the martial arts practice arena as a grave was something only the strong martial artist on the hidden dragon list, Zhu Hai, would do. After Zhu Hai finished all this, he turned to look at all the martial artists. Then, he said in a low voice, "This place is Su Yu's grave. All of you, get lost." Hearing Zhu Hai's words, all the martial artists left the city quickly. Chapter 667. When Zhu Hai went to the city where Su Yu died to look for Fang Qin, the latter had already left with Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke. If you want to play, come to the net at this time. In another city, Fang Qin and the 2 women had been walking for several days and wanted to take a break. After entering the city, Fang Qin found that this city was a little strange. What's wrong? Seeing Fang Qin's strange behavior, the 2 women asked in a low voice. This city is a little strange. Be careful, Fang Qin said in a low voice. Then, with the 2 women in tow, they walked quickly on the street. At this time, the martial artists on the street suddenly noticed Fang Qin and the 2 women. Their eyes flashed with a sinister glint, and they looked at each other. However, they did not reveal any flaws and continued to do what they were doing. At this time, in the depths of the city, in a hidden place, there was a very secretive array. This array isolated the aura of the outside world. Inside the array there were 2 martial artists. These 2 martial artists exuded a terrifying aura from their bodies. "Human martial artists are coming," one of the men in black said in a low voice. "Act according to the plan," the other martial artist said with a sinister smile. If someone were here, they would definitely discover that these 2 martial artists were not human at all, but were the remnants of the Netherworld faction. This city had long been controlled by the two remnants of the Netherworld faction. Many martial artists in the city had lost their freedom. Fang Chun walked on the streets of the city with the two women. The deeper they went, the more he felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, Fang Chun stopped in his tracks. He saw a martial artist walking towards him. He stepped forward and blocked the martial artist's path. Then, he asked, "Brother?" Fang Chun was about to speak when a sharp dagger suddenly appeared in the martial artist's hand. He held the dagger tightly in his palm, and his whole body emitted a valiant aura. The dagger in his hand suddenly stabbed towards Fang Chun. The dagger stabbed out very quickly, and in an instant, it appeared in front of Fang Chun's forehead. "Be careful." Seeing this, the two women cried out in alarm. Fang Chun sneered and activated his sword body. Wild sword intent instantly surrounded his body. In the next moment, his figure flashed and dodged the dagger's attack. Then, he threw out a punch and instantly sent the cultivator flying with a punch. Bang! What happened here instantly attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the city. When they saw that their identities had been exposed, they urged the power within their bodies to attack Fang Chun. "Sure enough, there's something wrong." Seeing this, Fang Chun sneered and said coldly. In the next moment, Fang Chun executed the flowing water swordsmanship. The wild rippling water floated in the air, causing the warriors charging towards Fang Chun to feel a trace of fear. Pucci everywhere Fang Chun's hidden star sword passed. Martial artists fell into pools of blood one after another. Blood-curdling screams resounded through the sky. In a flash, the number of warriors who died under the hidden star sword reached more than 10. This caused the other warriors to continuously retreat, not daring to step forward to deal with Fang Chun. "He's too strong." Many warriors retreated one after another. Although they were controlled by the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, they still knew that they couldn't die in vain. Crash! Fang Chun's wrist shook and directly grabbed a warrior beside him. Then, he asked coldly, "What's going on?" Being locked on by Fang Chun's aura, the warrior's body kept trembling, but he didn't say a word. Fang Chun's soul circled around the warrior and instantly discovered the aura of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Controlled by the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chun was a little surprised. He immediately activated the illusory sword principle. A strong illusory aura instantly enveloped all the warriors in the city. Then, the strong illusory aura was integrated into the minds of these warriors. Using an illusion to create an illusion, this was Fang Chun's method. After the illusory aura drilled into the minds of these warriors, it instantly assimilated the aura of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. After a while, these warriors who were controlled by the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect all woke up. What's going on? After these warriors woke up, they were shocked. However, they instantly remembered what had happened before. Immediately, their eyes were filled with gratitude. They cupped their hands and thanked Fang Chun. "Thank you for saving our lives, young master." Many warriors thanked him. "This is a place of trouble. You should leave this place quickly," Fang Chun said in a low voice. Many cultivators nodded and quickly left the city. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Chun and the other two were left in the huge city. They stood quietly in the middle of the street. It was also at this moment that a ripple appeared in the corner that Fang Chun's eyes were staring at. Following that, two figures walked out of the formation. "What an interesting guy. He can actually break our illusory technique," the black-clothed man sneered. "It doesn't matter if we let them all go, as long as we can kill you," the other man said coldly. The two remnants of the Yellow Spring sect had discovered that Fang Chun was extraordinary in the array. They concluded that Fang Chun should be an expert on the hidden dragon role. This made them very happy. Their goal this time was to kill the powerhouses on the hidden dragon ranking. "It's you," Fang Chun said coldly as he stared at the two remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect had actually sneaked into the bloody battle space. This surprised Fang Chun. It seemed that the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect had hidden themselves very well. However, since they had encountered the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, they naturally had to be killed. You bunch of remnants of the Yellow Spring sect that everyone wants to kill. How dare you appear in the bloody battle space? Fang Chen said in a low voice. Brat, we're here to slaughter so-called geniuses like you. As he spoke, the black-clothed man took the initiative to attack. A dense evil aura emerged from his body as he launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Fang Chen could tell at a glance that the Yellow Spring sect remnant's cultivation was at the middle stage of the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. For other disciples it was strong enough. However, in Fang Chen's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. Too weak. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he used the flowing water swordsmanship. The hidden star sword suddenly stabbed out. It was such a simple sword, but it unexpectedly pierced into the black-clothed man's body. No! After the black-clothed man sensed Fang Chen's strength, he roared crazily. However, it was too late. Puchi Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword, looked at the other Yellow Spring sect remnant and said, "It's your turn." The remaining Yellow Spring sect remnant sensed Fang Chen's strength. His eyes flickered, and for a moment, he did not dare to attack Fang Chen. "Since you're not attacking, then let me take your life," Fang Chen said coldly. In the next moment, Fang Chen used the flowing water swordsmanship with all his strength. The powerful flowing water swordsmanship, coupled with the hidden star sword, instantly exploded with a shocking aura. Damn it! Seeing this, the Yellow Spring sect remnant roared loudly and desperately tried to resist. However, it was to no avail. In the blink of an eye, the Yellow Spring sect remnant was captured by Fang Chen. "Answer my question, and I'll let you die a quick death," Fang Chen said coldly with his hand on the Yellow Spring sect remnant's neck. In the beginning, the Yellow Spring sect remnant did not speak. However, after being beaten by Fang Chen, he finally revealed his plan. In the end, he was killed by Fang Chen. I didn't expect the Yellow Spring sect remnant to want to kill all the geniuses in the bloody battle space. Li Xiaoka's face was full of surprise. "We have to spread this news as soon as possible," Li Mingzhu said. Fang Chen nodded and said, "I'll leave this matter to the two of you. I'm going to Bloody Battle Mountain." "Okay." The two women nodded and watched Fang Chen leave. Bloody Battle Mountain was the central area of the bloody battle space. Every time the final battle of geniuses was held, it would be held on Bloody Battle Mountain. This time was no exception. Bloody Battle Mountain would be the final battle of the genius battle. There was still a month before the bloody battle space closed. Many warriors had already begun to slowly head to Bloody Battle Mountain. Fang Chen also learned from the Yellow Spring sect remnant that their leader was hiding near Bloody Battle Mountain, waiting for an opportunity to capture all the geniuses in the bloody battle space in one fell swoop. Fang Chen asked the two women to spread the news that the Yellow Spring sect remnant had infiltrated the bloody battle space, while he quickly headed to Bloody Battle Mountain. While Fang Chen was on his way to Bloody Battle Mountain, a few shocking things happened in the bloody battle space. Luo Zhongtian, who was ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon list, had obtained a mysterious inheritance. His cultivation level was close to LV4 Spiritual Spiral Realm. Although he had not reached LV4, his combat power was comparable to an initial LV4 Spiritual Spiral Realm warrior. On the third day after Luo Zhongtian came out of seclusion, he engaged in a shocking battle with Lu Xiuming, who was ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, Luo Zhongtian defeated Lu Xiuming with absolute strength and became the expert ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list. It was said that after Luo Zhongtian defeated Lu Xiuming, he continued to search for the top 3 experts on the Hidden Dragon list. He wanted to be in the top 3 before the final battle. As soon as this news came out, it shocked countless warriors. As expected of Luo Zhongtian, he defeated Lu Xiuming, who was ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list, with his cultivation level of LV3 spiritual spiral realm. Countless warriors were discussing Luo Zhongtian in a frenzy. They believed that Luo Zhongtian was the dark horse of the Battle of Geniuses and that he had hopes of being in the top 3 on the Hidden Dragon list. Of course, in addition to the news about Luo Zhongtian, there was also news about Zhu Hai. It was said that after Zhu Hai learned that Su Yu had been killed, he was furious. In his fury, he managed to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. After the breakthrough, Zhu Hai's abilities increased tremendously. He even defeated the expert ranked 7th on the Hidden Dragon list, and his ranking on the Hidden Dragon list rose. Of course, in addition to these two, the names of the other experts on the Hidden Dragon list rose more or less. There were also some experts on the Hidden Dragon list who died in the bloody battle space. In short, the entire bloody battle space was filled with a tense atmosphere. The primordial sword master of Chongqing Book Factory only represents the views of the author, Qin Shisiu. If any content is found to violate the laws of the country, please delete it. Our position is only to provide a healthy and green reading platform. Chapter 668. Fang Chen was very far away from Bloody Battle Mountain. It took half a month for Fang Chen to reach the vicinity of Bloody Battle Mountain. There was only half a month left before the bloody battle space closed. Many warriors had already arrived at the foot of Bloody Battle Mountain. The entire bloody battle space was filled with a tense atmosphere. Fang Chen wanted to stop the plan of the remaining members of Yellow Spring Sect. He traveled at lightning speed and finally arrived at the boundary of Bloody Battle Mountain. Bloody Battle Mountain had a radius of 100 miles and was very wide. At this moment, Fang Chen was standing on a plain at the foot of Bloody Battle Mountain. He was at the edge of the plain. Just as he was about to continue forward, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air. Then, a purple shadow jumped onto his shoulder. Fang Chen was overjoyed when he saw this. He knew that it was Little Mouse. "Why are you here?" Fang Chen asked. "There is only half a month left before the bloody battle space closes. I'm here to look for you, boss." Little Mouse said, "Boss, all the ancient beasts in the bloody battle space have been subdued by me." Fang Chen was stunned when he heard Little Mouse's words. The bloody battle space was huge. Little Mouse had actually subdued all the ancient beasts in the bloody battle space in the past few months. "Boss, my strength has broken through to LV3 spiritual whirlpool realm. With the suppression of the bloodline, ancient beasts at LV4 spiritual whirlpool realm are no match for me. The rules of heaven and earth in the bloody battle space seem to be a little incomplete. Almost none of the ancient beasts here have reached LV4 spiritual whirlpool realm. The strongest one is only at LV3 spiritual whirlpool realm," Little Mouse said. Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. When he found out that Little Mouse had broken through to LV3 spiritual whirlpool realm, he looked at Little Mouse with astonishment. Truly powerful, Fang Chen thought to himself. When the Little Mouse saw Fang Chen's doubtful gaze, he chuckled and said, "Boss, actually, I unintentionally unlocked some of the inheritances sealed in my mind. After receiving these inheritances, my strength increased dramatically." "What inheritance?" Fang Chen was puzzled. In Little Mouse's mind, there was actually an inheritance sealed. "I don't know either. It seems to be my race's inheritance." The Little Mouse shook its head and said. Fang Chen was shocked. He was even more curious about what race the Little Mouse was. Inside the python sword, Ancestor Bronze sighed. The mystery of the Little Mouse was beyond his imagination. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and stopped thinking about it. No matter what, the increase in Little Mouse's strength was also very beneficial to him. Crash! A yellowed book appeared in the Little Mouse's hand. He then handed it to Fang Chen and said, "Boss, when I was sweeping through the bloody battle space, I accidentally found this book." After Fang Chen took the yellowed book from Little Mouse, he was immediately attracted by the few large words on the book. God Attraction Technique. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he softly muttered these 3 words. What technique is this? Fang Chen was very curious. He directly flipped open the yellowed book and saw the introduction of the God Attraction Technique. The God Attraction Technique is a soul secret technique that I created with my life's effort. When cultivated to the perfect realm, one can attract divine lightning and destroy all enemies. When he saw this sentence, Fang Chen was shocked. He did not expect this to be a soul secret technique. The God Attraction Technique was really arrogant. Oh, it's actually the God Attraction Technique. Ancestor Bronze exclaimed from within the python's sword. Ancestor, you know about the God Attraction Technique? Fang Chen hastily asked. Back when I was still alive, I saw the God Attraction Technique, Ancestor Bronze said. The God Attraction Technique is a soul secret technique. It's very powerful. If even Ancestor Bronze said it was very powerful, then it had to be very powerful. Fang Chen looked at the God Attraction Technique with a smile on his face. Ever since he had become an early third-rank soul cultivator, the Daluo soul slaughter flame had not been able to satisfy his needs. He had been searching for a soul secret technique, but to no avail. Who would have thought that the little mouse would stumble upon such a powerful soul secret technique by chance? Fang Chen excitedly put away the God Attraction Technique and prepared to head to Bloody Battle Mountain. However, he was stopped by Ancestor Bronze. Kid, with your current strength, even if you head to Bloody Battle Mountain, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat the cultivator who threatened to kill you. Why don't you cultivate the God Attraction Technique first? Ancestor Bronze said. But what about the remaining members of Yellow Spring Sect? Fang Chen hastily said. There's still half a month before the bloody battle space closes. If the remaining members of Yellow Spring Sect want to make a move, they will only do it at the last moment. If you go now, you will only be killed by the kid who threatened to kill you, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded and suppressed his desire to head to Bloody Battle Mountain. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the God Attraction Technique. After a quarter of an hour, Fang Chen had memorized all the contents of the Spirit Attraction Art. The rest of the time was spent cultivating the Spirit Attraction Art. According to the book, in order to cultivate the God Attraction Technique, one's soul had to be at least at the yellow rank. Fang Chen's soul just so happened to be at the yellow rank. Most importantly, Fang Chen was also a soul cultivator. This God Attraction Technique seemed to be tailor-made for soul cultivators. When Fang Chen started cultivating, he felt that it was very easy for him to reach the entry level. What a wonderful feeling, Fang Chen said in his heart. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate the God Attraction Technique. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these few days, many cultivators passed by Fang Chen and headed to Bloody Battle Mountain. At a certain moment, a few cultivators arrived and discovered Fang Chen. Isn't this Fang Chen? Why is he here? Looks like he's cultivating. Could it be that he had an epiphany? He's really bold. Luo Zhongtian and Zhu Hai have been looking for him. I didn't expect him to still dare to appear. Let's go and tell Zhu Hai. A cultivator suggested to tell Zhu Hai about this matter. Soon, the geniuses on Bloody Battle Mountain knew about Fang Chen. Many geniuses had a sneer in their eyes. Zhu Hai and Luo Zhongtian had not arrived yet. Once they arrived, this man would definitely fall. Of course, there were also some geniuses who wanted to kill Fang Chen and use Fang Chen's head to befriend Luo Zhongtian and Zhu Hai. I heard that this lad killed Su Yu, who was ranked 20th on the Hidden Dragon list. I'd like to see how capable he is. The person who spoke was Yi Lei, who was ranked 15th on the Hidden Dragon list. His strength was countless times stronger than Su Yu's. He was also one of Zhu Hai's followers. When he heard that Fang Chen was cultivating on the bloody battle plains, he had a murderous intent in his heart. Yi Lei left Bloody Battle Mountain and headed to where Fang Chen was. Some of the cultivators who wanted to watch the show also followed him. After a short while, Yi Lei arrived at where Fang Chen was. At this time, Fang Chen's eyes were closed, and he seemed to be breaking through. "Humph, you're feeling afraid and want to break through," Yilei sneered. Many of the surrounding cultivators were also staring at Fang Chen curiously. They wanted to see how this legendary ruthless man would withstand Yilei's attack. "Lad, you want to cultivate, but I won't let you." Yilei's fist blasted out without warning, and it landed on Fang Chen's body. The latter's body, which was sitting cross-legged, was sent flying with a bang. Even so, Fang Chen still did not open his eyes. His body fell to the ground, motionless, as if he had fallen into a coma. At this time, Fang Chen's mind was filled with the aura of the godly attraction technique. His soul was spinning at high speed. The godly attraction technique had been cultivated to the most critical moment. Fang Chen could not wake up from the aura of the godly attraction technique. "Yes, play dead." A trace of killing intent flashed in Yilei's eyes. He walked step by step towards Fang Chen. When he arrived in front of Fang Chen, he once more extended his fist. Specks of light appeared on his fist. These specks of light contained a powerful energy. "Brat, I want to see just how long you'll play dead for." Yilei sneered and his fists smashed towards Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen's body was directly smashed into the ground. A huge crater appeared. Fang Chen's clothes were in tatters, but his sword had automatically activated to protect his vitals. Dense sword intent surrounded his body. This sword intent emitted a terrifying aura. Yes, it automatically protects the body. Seeing the dense sword intent around Fang Chen's body, Yilei's eyes shone with killing intent. "Brat, you'll never have the chance to wake up," Yilei said coldly. As soon as Yilei's voice fell, he suddenly swung his fist. Immediately, a wild aura bombarded Fang Chen. "Stop!" Just as Yilei's fists were about to hit Fang Chen's body, a delicate voice suddenly came from afar. In the next moment, a charming aura filled the air. The surrounding martial artists actually felt their minds go into a trance in an instant. Even Yilei was caught off guard. He was also confused by the charming aura. His fists changed the direction of his attack and bombarded an empty space on the blood battlefield plain. Crash! Yilei woke up from the charming aura. His eyes focused in front of him. What entered his eyes was a stunning beauty. She was wearing purple clothes and had a natural charming aura. Every move she made could cause a commotion. "Who are you?" Yilei asked coldly. This woman's charming aura was too terrifying. Even he had almost been bewitched by it. The grand 15th rank of the Hidden Dragon ranking, Yilei, actually dares to take advantage of someone's perilous state. Lu Lianxue's eyes flickered as she icily said. Her words were filled with a charming aura. The surrounding martialists all became dazed. Yilei stared at Lu Lianxue. "Humph, a trifling charming aura wants to charm me? How laughable. If I, Yilei, want to kill someone, you won't be able to stop me." Yilei sinisterly smiled. Lu Lianxue's charming aura might be powerful, but her cultivation base wasn't high enough. Yilei wasn't afraid. "Yilei, you're so narrow-minded. You actually have the nerve to call yourself an expert of the Hidden Dragon ranking." Lu Lianxue provoked Yilei. Chapter 669. Lu Lianxue, one of the three goddesses of Mizar City. Although she was as famous as Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke, she had a completely different fate from them. From the beginning, she was controlled by the Western region god thief. Later on, she met Fang Chen and was able to escape from the Western region god thief's hands. The divine charm technique that the Western region god thief gave her was very powerful. When cultivated to the complete realm, it was said that even a mid-level spiritual whirlpool realm ancient martial art practitioner could not resist it. After Lu Lianxue entered the bloody battle space, she separated from Fang Chen and the others. During this time, she had been looking for opportunities. Finally, the heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. In a secluded place, Lu Lianxue found an ancient ruin. After entering the ruin, she realized that it was the old site of an ancient sect. This ancient sect was actually a sect that specialized in illusions. Illusions, in a way, were similar to charm. Charm was also born from illusions. After discovering the illusions sect, Lu Lianxue was very excited. When she began to accept the inheritance of illusions, she used a few months to completely accept the inheritance of illusions. At this time, her divine charm technique had also been cultivated to the peak. She was only one step away from reaching the complete realm. Lu Lianxue's cultivation had reached the second-level spiritual whirlpool realm. Her combat power was already comparable to a peak second-level spiritual whirlpool realm ancient martial art practitioner. She already had the strength to enter the hidden dragon role. However, Lu Lianxue kept a low profile. She only wanted to increase her strength and did not think of entering the hidden dragon role. However, one day, when she received news that Luo Zhongtian and Zhu Hai wanted to kill Fang Chen, she was very worried and immediately rushed to the bloody battle plains. Finally, after a few days, she arrived at the bloody battle space and happened to see Yi Lei attacking Fang Chen. Although she knew that she could not defeat Yi Lei, she stepped forward resolutely. It was not for anything else but because Fang Chen had once helped her. Lu Lianxue was a great beauty. As soon as she appeared, she caused countless ancient martial art practitioners to exclaim in surprise. At this moment, seeing that Yi Lei was about to destroy the beauty, some ancient martial art practitioners even spoke up to stop him. Yi Lei, why bother with the beauty? That's right, Yi Lei. You're also a warrior ranked 15th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. There's no need for you to attack a beauty, right? Yi Lei, let her go. Yi Lei, your target is Fang Chen. Why do you have to involve her? Many martial artists who were ranked at the bottom of the Hidden Dragon role spoke, one after another. Yi Lei's eyes flickered, and then he said in a deep voice, My target is Fang Chen. You can leave. Yi Lei was also a person who cared about his reputation. Attacking a woman in front of so many people would ruin his reputation, so he chose to give Lu Lianxue a chance. However, after hearing that, Lu Lianxue lightly shook her head. A complicated look appeared in her beautiful eyes. Then, she said softly, Fang Chen saved my life before. I can't watch you kill him. Lu Lianxue's intention was very clear. She wanted to resist to the end. Hearing this, Yi Lei was completely enraged. I gave you face, but you don't want it, Yi Lei said coldly. Do you think that you can stop me, Yi Lei, with your charming techniques? Yi Lei sneered. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and punched towards Lu Lianxue. Seeing this, Lu Lianxue's fair hands continuously formed complicated seals. Then, an extremely dense charming aura instantly surged out from her body. Lu Lianxue pushed her charming techniques to the extreme. The dense charming aura caused the surrounding martial artists to inadvertently fall into an illusion. Open. Yi Lei was enveloped by the charming aura. He roared and punched the charming aura. Instantly, the charming aura dissipated. Yi Lei's punch directly shattered Lu Lianxue's charming aura. Then, it carried a boundless power and attacked Lu Lianxue. Charming divine technique. Lu Lianxue still did not give up. She still wanted to resist Yi Lei's attack. Bang! Yi Lei's punch landed on Lu Lianxue's delicate body. Instantly, the latter's body was sent flying. Lu Lianxue was injured. The charming aura instantly dissipated. The surrounding people all recovered their senses. They saw Yi Lei coldly glance at Lu Lianxue. Then he turned his head and looked at a large hole in the blood battlefield plains. Fang Chen, no one can save you, Yi Lei sinisterly said. He then walked step by step towards the hole. A boundless aura surged out of his fist. He was prepared to kill Fang Chen. Just at this moment, a violet shadow suddenly jumped out of the hole. It was panting with rage. Standing on the ground, its little paws were at its waist. It angrily said, You dare attack my boss? The little mouse had been resting in a special spatial ring when it was woken up by the sudden vibration. When it came out, it was shocked to see that this damnable human had actually sent its boss into the hole. Humph, a mere spiritual pet dares to order me around? Sneered Yilei. You're too weak. You're not worthy of me attacking you. I'll leave you for my boss to personally kill you, said the little mouse loudly. Its words were filled with arrogance. Hearing the little mouse's words, the surrounding people were all flabbergasted. This little mouse should be one of Fang Chen's spiritual pet. It was actually so arrogant. When Lu Lianxue saw the little mouse, her beautiful eyes flickered. The dignified expression on her face disappeared, and her hanging heart relaxed. Humph, you're just a brute. You actually dare to be arrogant in front of me? Do you believe that I won't cut you in half? Icily said Yilei. You're too weak. You're not worthy of me attacking you, arrogantly said the little mouse. Are you courting death? Icily said Yilei. I say, why are you so annoying? Don't you have the slightest self-awareness? To think you're a genius on some broken ranking. You really are a disgrace. The little mouse pointed its paw at Yilei and shook its head. The little mouse continued to ridicule Yilei, causing him to be completely infuriated. Trash, if I, Yilei, personally attack you, I can easily take your head, icily said Yilei. Facing this arrogant mouse, Yilei couldn't wait to kill it. Hearing this, the little mouse laughed loudly. Its eyes were filled with disdain. With its paw behind its back, it calmly said, You're not even worthy of carrying my boss's shoes. Boom. The little mouse's words completely drove Yilei crazy. I want you to die. Yilei roared. Clenching his fist, he punched out. But, under everyone's shocked gazes, the little mouse stood there quietly. It stretched out its paw and directly grabbed Yilei's fist, easily breaking Yilei's powerful attack. I said, you're too weak. The little mouse impatiently looked at Yilei. Yilei's fist was grabbed by the little mouse's paw. He wanted to pull it out, but he realized that the little mouse's paw had a powerful force that blocked his fist. You! Yilei was furious. His other fist punched towards the little mouse. Bang! The little mouse let go of its paw. Then, it tiptoed and directly stepped on Yilei's head. Too weak. The little mouse shook its head and said calmly. Ah! Yilei was furious. He looked up to the sky and roared. There had never been a demonic beast that dared to stand on his head. The little mouse was the first. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Yilei roared furiously. A majestic aura emerged from his body. In his sea of qi, the spiritual spiral spun rapidly. A powerful force gathered on both of his fists. Then, he punched towards the little mouse above his head. Bang! Bang! Yilei's fist punched out, but it couldn't hit the little mouse. She made use of her speed and her small, agile body to jump continuously on Yilei's body. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed. During this time, Yilei had been attacking the little mouse, but the latter was safe and sound. Moreover, it was standing on Yilei's body. This was a great humiliation. Yilei's heart was burning with anger. You beast, do you dare to fight me face to face? Finally, Yilei gave up on capturing the little mouse. The latter's speed was too fast. Yilei couldn't catch it at all. The little mouse sat on Yilei's head and said slowly, Aren't you the 15th expert on the hidden dragon list? Aren't you very capable? Why can't you even deal with the beast you're talking about? You, come down quickly. Yilei was furious, but there was nothing he could do. You want me to come down? Dream on, the little mouse said. The surrounding martial artists were completely shocked. Where did this little mouse come from? It could actually dodge Yilei's attack. Moreover, it sat on Yilei's head without restraint. Yilei was speechless. Many of the martial artists were secretly laughing. Yilei was furious, but he couldn't do anything to the little mouse. What do I have to do to make you come down? Yilei gave in. He was the 15th expert on the hidden dragon list. If the news spread that a little mouse was sitting on his head, he would definitely become a laughingstock. First, he had to trick this damn little mouse to come down. Then, he would think of a way to kill it. That was what Yilei was thinking. However, he had obviously underestimated the little mouse's intelligence. It's not impossible for me to come down. The little mouse thought for a while and said slowly, "Kneel down and kowtow to my boss, then I'll let you go." "Dream on!" Yilei roared angrily when he heard that. His eyes were scarlet. A huge axe appeared in his hand. The huge axe contained an extremely majestic aura of lightning. "Go to hell." Yilei's wrist shook. The huge axe in his hand carried the power of lightning and chopped towards the little mouse. Seeing this, the latter jumped up into the sky. At this moment, Yilei's body moved. He left the little mouse's feet and chopped towards the little mouse with his huge axe. Bang, bang, bang! Wherever the huge axe passed, there was a crackling sound in the air. The aura of lightning in the air swarmed over. Streaks of lightning snakes appeared from the huge axe. "Little bastard, I'm going to chop you into pieces." Holding the huge axe, Yilei's aura changed instantly. His eyes were bloodshot as he said coldly. Chapter 670. Yilei was completely enraged. He took out his high-rank spiritual weapon, the Thunder Battle-Axe, and wanted to kill the little mouse in one fell swoop. Yilei looked at the little mouse. However, there wasn't any fear on the little mouse's face. Hearing the little mouse's words, Yilei seemed to have gone mad. The Thunder Battle-Axe in his hand violently chopped down. Streaks of lightning shot out from the Thunder Battle-Axe, forming a dazzling sea of lightning in the sky. Rumble! Rumble! The deafening sound of thunder came from the sea of lightning. Yilei, who was holding the Thunder Battle-Axe, instantly entered the sea of lightning. Flaming Thunder Technique. This was Yilei's ultimate technique, and also his strongest attack. He had just suffered a great humiliation, so he swore to kill the little mouse. Too weak. The little mouse looked at the enraged Yilei and lightly shook its head. Then, a purple halo appeared around its body. A majestic aura instantly spread out. For the first time, the little mouse unleashed its true strength. It clenched its little claws into a fist. A purple halo covered its fist as it punched towards the sea of lightning in the sky. Crack! On the little mouse's fist, a purple glow shot out. After it entered the sea of lightning, it let out a cracking sound. In an instant, a lightning snake broke apart in the sea of lightning and dissipated. Following that, more and more lightning snakes fell from the sea of lightning and dissipated in the sky. In a flash, the sea of lightning in the sky was so thin that it was about to dissipate. The lightning snakes in the sea of lightning had all dissipated. Yilei, who was hiding in the sea of lightning, also instantly appeared. His eyes were filled with astonishment, but his attack did not slow down. The Thunder Battle-Axe in his hand suddenly chopped towards the little mouse. "I won't kill you. I'll leave you for our boss to personally kill you." The little mouse muttered to itself when it saw Yilei's Thunder Battle-Axe descending. Just as it finished its words, the purple halo around its body suddenly burst out with a dazzling radiance. The little mouse's fist directly punched towards the Thunder Battle-Axe. Boom! A deafening sound resounded. The little mouse was still standing on the bloodstained plains. Yilei, on the other hand, was sent flying far away. The Thunder Battle-Axe also fell to the ground. How is this possible? At this moment, all the surrounding warriors were completely shocked. If the little mouse was able to step on Yilei's head previously because of its speed, then right now, it was able to face Yilei's flaming thunder technique head-on and send him flying. This was definitely its true strength. Too strong. This laughing little mouse defeated Yilei with ease. No wonder Little Mouse kept emphasizing that Yilei is too weak. Little Mouse held back, or else Yilei would have died. Even his strongest thunder fire technique was broken. This Yilei is really pitiful. Many cultivators exclaimed in surprise. The little mouse arrogantly jumped onto Lu Lianxua's shoulder, pointed at Yilei who was lying on the ground, and said, "I'll spare your life. Wait for my boss to deal with you." After saying that, the little mouse ignored Yilei and turned to talk to Lu Lianxua. The entire blood-stained plains was dead silent. All the warriors stared at the mysterious little mouse. Yilei stood up and picked up the Thunder Battle-Axe. He glanced at the little mouse with his scarlet eyes, then turned and left, returning to the blood-stained mountains. The news that Yi Lei, ranked 15th on the hidden dragon ranking, suffered such a great humiliation instantly spread. A few days later, Wu Qing, ranked 13th on the hidden dragon ranking, came. "Brother Yi, what happened to you?" Wu Qing saw Yi Lei's expression and asked. "I'm fine." Yi Lei was already annoyed, so he directly said. Wu Qing saw this and was a little surprised. Then, he heard from the warriors on the blood-stained mountains that Yi Lei was defeated by a little mouse. Fang Chen's spirit pet defeated Yi Lei? Wu Qing was a little surprised. Then, Wu Qing said that he wanted to meet the little mouse and see if he was as powerful as the rumors said. "Brother Yi, I'll help you take revenge." Wu Qing laughed and left the blood-stained mountains. When everyone heard that Wu Qing wanted to take revenge for Yi Lei, they all followed. After a while, Wu Qing arrived in front of the huge pit. Fang Chen was still cultivating in the pit and hadn't woken up. The little mouse and Lu Lianxue were standing next to the pit to protect him. "You're the little mouse that defeated Yi Lei?" Wu Qing stared at the little mouse and asked. "Yes, are you looking for a beating?" The little mouse said. "What an arrogant fellow. You're just a spirit pet, but you're so arrogant." Wu Qing sneered. "Do you want to follow in Yi Lei's footsteps?" The little mouse said bluntly. "I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications." Wu Qing sneered. "Everyone on the blood-stained mountains is talking about you. I want to see just how strong a little mouse like you can be." "My power isn't something you can imagine," said the little mouse. 3 minutes later, Wu Qing returned to the blood-stained mountains with an expression that looked like he wanted to cry. Seeing Wu Qing's appearance, Yi Lei knew what had happened. At this time, he finally calmed down. "Brother Wu," greeted Yi Lei. "Yi Lei, what's the background of this little mouse?" asked Wu Qing furiously. Yi Lei expressed that he didn't know. Wu Qing was infuriated to be humiliated by a little mouse. Yi Lei and Wu Qing had both been humiliated by the little mouse. That caused the little mouse's fame to soar. Countless disciples on the blood-stained mountains were discussing the little mouse. There was still a week until the blood-stained space closed. Other than the top 10 disciples on the hidden dragon ranking, all the other geniuses had gathered here. Of course, those disciples who had died would never appear here again. The entire blood-stained mountains were bustling with noise and excitement. Of course, most of them were discussing the little mouse. One day, Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke also came here. When they learned of the situation, they were shocked. The closer it got to the end of the genius battle, the more tense the atmosphere became. At this moment, the aura of the god-drawing art in Fang Chen's mind had enveloped his entire soul. Although he knew what was happening outside, he was unable to move his body. He couldn't even open his eyes. The god-drawing art had reached the most critical moment. He couldn't give up. He had a premonition that as long as he succeeded in cultivating the god-drawing art, his strength would definitely soar. He might even be able to challenge the top 5 geniuses on the hidden dragon ranking. When he saw the little mouse humiliate Yi Lei and Wu Qing, he was a bit speechless. This little fellow clearly had the strength to crush his opponents, but he was pretending to be weak. However, one day, when Zhu Hai came here, the situation finally changed. All the cultivators focused their gazes on Zhu Hai. "Brother Zhu Hai," many cultivators greeted Zhu Hai. Zhu Hai's sharp eyes swept across the crowd before landing on Wu Qing and Yi Lei. "Brother Zhu Hai," Wu Qing and Yi Lei lowered their heads and greeted Zhu Hai. "What's wrong with the two of you?" Zhu Hai asked in a deep voice. There was a dense aura of death on Zhu Hai's body. The surrounding cultivators didn't dare to approach him. Zhu Hai's strength had soared some time ago. He challenged the expert who was ranked 6th on the hidden dragon ranking and defeated him in a single move. His ranking rose from 9th to 6th. The two of them lowered their heads in silence when they heard Zhu Hai's words. It was truly difficult to speak. There was a sliver of displeasure between Zhu Hai's brows as he asked. Brother Zhu Hai, the two of us have been humiliated by a little mouse. Yi Lei gritted his teeth and raised his head as he said in a deep voice. Humiliated by a mouse? Zhu Hai asked in surprise. Afterwards, Yi Lei told Zhu Hai about how he wanted to help Zhu Hai kill Fang Chen. The latter's face darkened when he heard this. He said, it's just an animal. With that, Zhu Hai's figure flashed and he left Bloody Battle Mountain furiously, arriving in front of the huge pit. Fang Chen, I've finally found you, Zhu Hai said coldly as he stared at the huge pit on the bloody battle plains. Fang Chen was cultivating in the huge pit. A sliver of disdain appeared on Zhu Hai's face as killing intent surged from his body. Don't disturb my boss's cultivation. At this moment, the little mouse's petite body blocked Zhu Hai's path as it said loudly. You're that little animal, Zhu Hai said coldly when he saw this. Scram, before I have the urge to kill you. Zhu Hai was very eager to kill Fang Chen. He had even chosen to ignore the little mouse when he saw it. In his opinion, only the experts ranked in the top 5 of the Hidden Dragon ranking could make him feel threatened. The others would not be able to do so, let alone this little animal. Old fart, believe it or not, I'll kill you, said the little mouse. Zhu Hai's gaze shifted from the huge pit to the little mouse. Killing intent surged from his body as he locked onto the little mouse. I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it, said Zhu Hai coldly. At the same time, he extended his hand. The aura of death spread as it directly pressed down. A purple halo flickered around the little mouse as it clenched its claws into a fist and punched out. At the same time, the aura of its bloodline instantly erupted as well, directly breaking free from Zhu Hai's lock. Boom! With a huge sound, the little mouse's fist blocked Zhu Hai's hand. Zhu Hai was shocked when he saw this. A sliver of surprise appeared in Zhu Hai's eyes as he stared at the little mouse. Chapter 671. A hint of surprise surfaced in Zhu Hai's eyes when the little mouse blocked his attack so easily. Interesting. Zhu Hai's pitch-black eyes stared at the little mouse as he muttered to himself. At the same time, Zhu Hai sighed inwardly. This Fang Chen's luck was really good. His own strength wasn't very strong, but his spirit pet's strength was tyrannical. Zhu Hai put away his previous contempt as he stared at the little mouse with a serious gaze. A frightening aura emanated from his body. Skeleton Extermination Fist. Zhu Hai growled. Suddenly, a dense aura of death surged around him. He clenched his fist tightly, and a wild aura surged into his fist. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, phantoms of skeletons appeared on Zhu Hai's fist. These phantoms of skeletons contained an extremely majestic power. The Skeleton Extermination Fist was one of Zhu Hai's fist technique. It was extremely powerful. When cultivated to the great perfection realm, a single punch could break a river. The fact that Zhu Hai had used the Skeleton Extermination Fist was enough to show the importance he placed on the little mouse. Rumble, Zhu Hai controlled the skeletons on his fist as killing intent surged from his body. At the same time, a dense purple halo also surged around the little mouse. Immediately after, the blood in its body circulated continuously. Strands of bloodline aura surged from its body. Bang! The skeletons on Zhu Hai's fist exploded the moment they came into contact with the little mouse. A shocking aura spread from the exploding skeletons and enveloped the little mouse in an instant. A cold smile appeared on Zhu Hai's face when he saw this scene. Although the little mouse was very strong in the end, it was still dealt with by him, Zhu Hai. Hiss! The majestic aura enveloped the little mouse as the latter struggled with all its might. Crack! Just when Zhu Hai thought that this punch would be able to kill the little mouse, a cracking sound suddenly came from the aura that enveloped the little mouse. Immediately after, a crack appeared in the aura. The purple light instantly spread out. The many cultivators on the plain felt their hearts palpitate. What a powerful aura! Many cultivators exclaimed in surprise. It was also at this moment that the purple light instantly devoured the majestic energy surrounding the little mouse. Then, the little mouse clenched its little paws into fists and punched towards Zhu Hai's fist. Bang! Zhu Hai suddenly punched out when she saw this. When his fist collided with the little mouse's fist, he instantly felt a majestic force flowing from the little mouse's claws into his fist. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Hai's body involuntarily retreated a few steps. When he steadied himself, his eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Zhu Hai's heart was in turmoil. A small spiritual pet had actually blocked his skeleton extermination fist and forced him to retreat. The numerous cultivators on the plain were already stunned. The strength that the little mouse displayed was too powerful. Even a martial artist at the 4th level of the spirit vortex realm was nothing more than this. After Zhu Hai's cultivation increased, he was already ranked 6th on the hidden dragon roll. With such strength, apart from the top 5 experts on the hidden dragon roll, no one in the 5 elements province could match him. However, such strength was actually unable to do anything to the little mouse. There was an uproar on the plain. On the other hand, the little mouse stood quietly without the slightest fear on its face. It was as if it was doing something insignificant. "You're not my match," the little mouse said indifferently. Zhu Hai's heart was filled with rage. He wished he could directly attack and kill the little mouse. However, after the exchange earlier, he knew that even if he attacked with all his strength, he would still be unable to kill this little mouse. "However, I won't attack you. Your opponent is my boss," the little mouse said. The little mouse's mission was to protect its boss and allow him to break through smoothly. During this period of time, as long as someone dared to disturb its boss's cultivation, it would defeat them. "Humph, I'd like to see how long Fong Qin will hide for." Zhu Hai snorted coldly and turned to leave. Zhu Hai's departure indirectly proved the fact that he couldn't kill the little mouse. This scene caused countless cultivators to exclaim in surprise. Even the 6th on the hidden dragon roll, Zhu Hai, had failed. Who in the entire bloody battle space could defeat this little mouse? Could it be that only the top 5 geniuses on the hidden dragon roll could do it? At this moment, Wu Cheng and Yi Lei, who stood on the bloody battle mountain, had bitter smiles on their faces. To think that they wanted to defeat the little mouse. When they saw the little mouse even forced Zhu Hai to retreat, it made the two of them feel that the little mouse was a monster. Just what kind of monster is it? Wu Cheng and Yi Lei thought to themselves. After Zhu Hai was forced to retreat by the little mouse, the entire bloody battle plains was filled with discussions about the little mouse. Of course, there were also some cultivators who were looking forward to the appearance of the top 5 disciples on the hidden dragon roll. They wondered if the top 5 disciples on the hidden dragon roll could defeat the little mouse. Of course, apart from that, many cultivators were looking forward to when Fong Qin would wake up even more. When he woke up, there would probably be many people looking for him for revenge. At this moment, there was only about a week left before the bloody battle space closed. All the cultivators were waiting nervously. The top 5 disciples on the hidden dragon roll had yet to appear. However, the atmosphere on the bloody battle plains was becoming more and more tense. On the second day after Zhu Hai was forced to retreat, Fong Qin finally moved in the large pit. In his mind, the aura of the God attraction technique instantly merged with his soul. Immediately after, a wild aura erupted from his body, soaring into the sky. The cultivators on the bloody battle plains were instantly attracted by what was happening here. When they discovered that the aura was coming from the large pit, their eyes burned with desire. Could it be that Fong Qin is about to break through? Is this kid finally going to wake up? Many cultivators stared at the large pit with burning gazes as they spoke excitedly. On the bloody battle mountain, Zhu Hai stood silently as a frightening golden light shot out from his eyes. Behind him, Wu Cheng and Yi Lei also stared at the large pit with a fiendish aura. Rumble, a deafening sound rang out from the large pit. The cultivation of the God attraction technique had reached the most critical moment. Suddenly, Fong Qin's eyes snapped open. His soul shook, and the aura coming from the large pit was instantly withdrawn. In an instant, Fang Chen regained his calm. "It hurts." These were the first words that Fang Chen said after waking up. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Li Mingzhu and the other two were stunned as well, but soon after, their faces were filled with smiles. "Boss, you've broken through," Little Mouse cried out when he saw Fang Chen wake up. Fang Chen nodded, then stood up and jumped out of the pit. The surrounding gazes all gathered on Fang Chen. "Boss, are you all right?" Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head. "I'm fine. It's just that I was thrown into a large pit while cultivating. It's a very unpleasant feeling." "I knew Boss would be fine." Little Mouse grinned. Fang Chen greeted the three girls, then turned his head and looked in the direction of the bloody battle mountain. He said with a heavy voice, "Who was it that threw me into the pit?" Fang Chen's words were filled with iciness. When a cultivator cultivated, the greatest taboo was to be disturbed by others. When he had been cultivating the spirit attraction art, he had actually been blasted into a large pit. If not for Little Mouse stopping him, perhaps he would have already been killed. Fang Chen naturally wouldn't forget such a great enmity. So the first thing he did after waking up was to take revenge. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yilei took a step forward and directly flew into the sky. Looking down at Fang Chen, he icily said, "Fang Chen, have you finally stopped being a coward? Trash, you can't even beat my spirit pet, and you still have the nerve to talk to me?" Fang Chen looked at Yilei and sneered. Yilei was furious and immediately landed in front of Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with fiendish light as he stared at Fang Chen. "If you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one." Clearly, Yilei was a bit afraid of the Little Mouse. That was why he had proposed a one-on-one duel with Fang Chen. "You're not my match." Unexpectedly, Fang Chen was as arrogant as his spiritual pet and said disdainfully. Many martial artists around looked at Fang Chen. They didn't know if he was playing to the gallery, or if he could really defeat Yilei easily. If it weren't for your spirit pet, you would have died in my hands long ago," Yilei was furious and said coldly. Little Mouse no longer cared about what was going on here. It jumped directly onto Lu Lianxue's shoulder and watched all this with a smile. "If it weren't for the fact that you didn't injure me, you would have died long ago," Fang Chen said directly. At that moment, Zhu Hai and Wu Qing also came to Yilei's side. Zhu Hai's eyes were filled with coldness. "Did you kill Zhou Kunshan?" she said coldly. "So what if I did?" Fang Chen looked straight at Zhu Hai and said in a deep voice, "Did you kill Su Yu?" Zhu Hai asked again. His words were filled with murderous intent. "You talk too much nonsense," Fang Chen said. Hearing that, a smile actually appeared on Zhu Hai's face. However, anyone could see that Zhu Hai's smile was filled with a bloodthirsty aura. "Then, I now announce that I'll take your life," Zhu Hai said softly, as if he was doing something insignificant. "You were forced to retreat by my spirit pet, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a strong man who is 6th on the hidden dragon list. How embarrassing," Fang Chen said. Hearing that, Zhu Hai's eyes turned cold. His whole body emitted a terrifying aura. "Brother Zhu Hai, I'm enough to deal with him," Yilei said immediately. In his opinion, the Little Mouse was very strong, but Fang Chen's strength was nothing to be afraid of. He could deal with him alone. "All right, you kill him for me," Zhu Hai said. If he did it himself, it would dirty his hands. When Yilei heard this, there was a playful smile in his eyes as he said, "Fang Chen, are you prepared to die?" Fang Chen didn't speak. He looked at Yilei. The latter thought that Fang Chen was afraid, and laughed even more wildly. "Today, let me, Yilei, take your dog's head." Yilei let out a low growl. He took out the thunder battle axe in his hand and performed the flaming thunder technique. Chapter 672. The thunder fire technique was displayed, and the thunder battle axe was emitting an extremely dense aura of thunder. The aura of thunder formed a huge sea of thunder in the sky. In the sea of thunder, thunder snakes rolled, and the aura shot up to the sky. Yi Lei held the thunder battle axe and hid in the sea of thunder. He controlled a large number of thunder snakes to attack Fang Chen. Rumble. Every time the thunder snakes descended, there would be a deafening sound. Fang Chen stood quietly on the blood plane and secretly activated his sword body. The sword body at the initial stage of body refinement realm was fully activated. The defense comparable to the 7-star Dao body surrounded Fang Chen's body. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen sneered and said disdainfully. With his current strength, the cultivation method that Yi Lei used could indeed be said to be an insignificant skill. Boom! A deafening sound was heard. In the sea of thunder, a thick thunder snake with a majestic aura of thunder came down and hit Fang Chen directly. The attack of this thunder snake was very powerful. Even a level 3 spiritual vortex realm martial artist would not dare to face it head-on. However, out of everyone's expectations, Fang Chen did not dodge at all. He stood quietly and allowed the thunder snake to hit his body. Humph, after being hit by my thunder snake, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. Yi Lei said coldly in the sea of thunder when he saw the thunder snake hit Fang Chen. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a comfortable sound. So comfortable. Fang Chen stretched out his arms as if he was stretching. He was mumbling something under his breath. His body was filled with the aura of thunder, but he was completely fine. He's using the thunder snake to refine his body. Finally, someone noticed. After discovering that Fang Chen was using the thunder snake to refine his body, everyone was even more shocked. How strong was Fang Chen's physical defense that he could ignore the thunder snake's attack? It's too scary. Only he would dare to use the thunder snake to refine his body. Yeah, he's really bold to refine his body under Yi Lei's thunder fire technique. I wonder if Yi Lei will be angered to death if he knows. On the blood plane, many martial artists were watching. When they saw Fang Chen absorbing the power of the thunder snake to refine his body, they all exclaimed, "How is this possible?" At this moment, Yi Lei, who was hiding in the sea of thunder, also noticed this scene. He did not believe it and continued to control the thunder snake to attack Fang Chen's body. Rumble! One after another, thick lightning snakes bombarded Fang Chen's body. The lightning instantly drowned Fang Chen. Even Wu Qing did not dare to take the attacks of these lightning snakes head-on. If Fang Chen was engulfed by the lightning, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. This is the consequence of your arrogance. Yi Lei's voice of the sea of thunder. Will Fang Chen be all right? Li Xiaoke asked worriedly when she saw Fang Chen being engulfed by lightning. A mere thunder snake wants to kill my boss. What a joke. The little mouse grinned. Inside the sea of thunder, Fang Chen was bathing in the thunder and refining his body. If I can keep bathing in the thunder, my sword physique will definitely rise to the middle stage of the body refinement realm. Fang Chen thought to himself. His surroundings were already covered by the lightning. He was absorbing the power of the thunder to refine his body. 3 minutes later, the lightning around Fang Chen gradually disappeared. His figure once again appeared in front of the crowd. I'm fine. A cry of surprise came from the sea of thunder. Under the concentrated attack of the thunder snake, Fang Chen was actually safe and sound. He had even absorbed all the thunder. How is this possible? This was the thought in the minds of all the martial artists. It was too crazy. How strong did his physical defense have to be to withstand the concentrated attack of the thunder snake? At this moment, Zhu Hai's eyes finally twitched. 7-star Dao physique. Zhu Hai said gloomily. When he discovered that Fang Chen's physical body was at the level of the 7-star Dao physique, he already knew that Yi Lei was no match for Fang Chen. It was impossible for him to defeat Fang Chen with the thunder fire art. Amidst the crowd's shock, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the sea of thunder. He said, "It's over." Fang Chen still wanted to absorb the power of the thunder. However, with Yi Lei's strength, It was impossible for him to control more thunder snakes. Therefore, he could only stop here. Fang Chen clenched his fist. Sparks of thunder flashed. His aura instantly rose to the peak. Then, he threw a punch at the sea of thunder. Thunder Fire Art. Yilei did not give up. He was still controlling the Thunder Fire Art. However, before he could control the Thunder Fire Art, he felt the sea of thunder tremble. Immediately after, the sea of thunder collapsed. His body was exposed to the crowd. After Fang Chen's thunder fist shattered the sea of thunder, it landed on Yilei's body. Bang! Yilei's body directly fell to the ground. He was covered in blood and his face was extremely pale. However, he was still alive. Too weak. Fang Chen glanced at Yilei and shook his head slightly. Yilei, who was ranked 15th on the Hidden Dragon ranking, had been defeated so easily by Fang Chen. This shocked everyone. At this moment, everyone finally understood how terrifying Fang Chen's strength was. When Fang Chen's gaze landed on Zhu Hai, the latter was also staring at him. "Your strength has exceeded my expectations," Zhu Hai said softly. "However, you still can't challenge me with just this." Zhu Hai's meaning was very clear. Although Fang Chen's strength could defeat Yilei, it was still far from being comparable to Zhu Hai. Before I defeated Yilei, no one thought that I had the strength to fight Yilei. However, what about now? Fang Chen looked around and said faintly. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the surrounding cultivators all lowered their heads. "Fang Chen, don't be complacent too early," Wu Qing said coldly. He had long wanted to take revenge for being humiliated by the little mouse. However, he was no match for the little mouse. Although he was surprised that Fang Chen had defeated Yilei, he believed that his strength was much stronger than Yilei's. "You want to fight?" Fang Chen asked when he saw this. "You're no match for him." Zhu Hai stopped him. "Brother Zhu Hai, I've been humiliated by the little mouse. I already have an inner demon. I want to take revenge," Wu Qing said stubbornly. Hearing this, Zhu Hai no longer stopped Wu Qing. The latter took a step forward and stared at Fang Chen. A terrifying aura emanated from him. Boring. Yilei's Thunderfire art could allow Fang Chen to bathe in lightning and temper his body. However, Wu Cheng's cultivation method was clearly useless against Fang Chen. Therefore, before Wu Qing could attack, Fang Chen beat him to it and sent him flying with a punch. That's right, he was sent flying with a punch. When Fang Chen became serious, his strength was terrifyingly domineering. Bang! The most humiliating thing in the world was to lose before even fighting. Wu Qing belonged to this type of person. He had just said that he wanted to take revenge, but before he could do anything, he was sent flying with a punch. He did not even have the strength to resist. Ah! Wu Cheng's heart was filled with unwillingness as he screamed madly. After defeating Wu Qing, Fang Chen looked at Zhu Hai and said, "You're still not going to fight?" Fang Chen knew that Zhu Hai had always wanted to kill him, so there would be a battle sooner or later. Zhu Hai was silent for a moment. She actually did not attack. Instead, she stared at Fang Chen and said coldly, "You'll die at my hands sooner or later. I'll let you live for a few more days." After saying this, Zhu Hai's figure flashed and she flew back to Bloody Battle Mountain. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Fang Chen had defeated Yilei and Wu Qing with absolute strength, causing Zhu Hai to feel a little pressure. Although she could definitely kill Fang Chen if she went all out, it would affect his competition with the other geniuses. Everything would have to wait until the competition was over. After glancing at Zhu Hai, Fang Chen led Li Mingzhu and the other two girls up Bloody Battle Mountain. The entire Bloody Battle Mountain was extremely majestic. Countless cultivators stood on Bloody Battle Mountain. Of course, other than the experts on the Hidden Dragon ranking who could reach the top, the other cultivators could only reach the middle of the mountain. In every bloody battle space, all the cultivators would gather at Bloody Battle Mountain in the end. This was because the person in charge of the Five Elements Academy would appear on Bloody Battle Mountain and announce the list of disciples they were recruiting. Fang Chen defeated Wu Cheng and successfully entered the Hidden Dragon ranking 13th. Of course, everyone knew that with Fang Chen's strength, it would not be a problem for him to enter the top 10. However, the Hidden Dragon ranking was calculated based on battle result. He did not display absolute strength, nor did he defeat the top 10 cultivators of the Hidden Dragon ranking, so he could only be ranked 13th for now. Of course, to Fang Chen, the Hidden Dragon ranking was meaningless. If he could not join the Five Elements Academy, so what if he was ranked first on the Hidden Dragon ranking? In the eyes of the students of the Five Elements Academy, being ranked first on the Hidden Dragon ranking was just a joke. The atmosphere on the entire Bloody Battle Mountain was very heavy. Zhu Hai sat down with his legs crossed, waiting for the other geniuses to arrive. Finally, after 3 days, a genius arrived. Rumble! A black ray of light shot over from afar, attracting everyone's attention on Bloody Battle Mountain. It's Sun Chiwen, ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. He's finally here, someone shouted. Sun Chiwen, ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon ranking, was originally ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. However, he was defeated by Luo Zhongtian not long ago, causing his ranking to drop. As for Luo Zhongtian, he replaced him and became the expert ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Sun Chiwen wore a golden robe. Between his brows there was a hint of coldness. He carried a long spear on his back, emitting a terrifying aura. Sun Chiwen landed on Bloody Battle Mountain and scanned the surroundings. In the end, his gaze landed on Zhu Hai. Sun Chiwen. Zhu Hai opened his eyes and called out, "Zhu Hai." Just as the two were talking, another terrifying aura came from afar. Luo Zhongtian, ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon ranking, had arrived with Hong Wu. After Luo Zhongtian, a blue ray of light shot into the sky. Everyone knew that the blue ray of light represented Qing Jingtong, ranked 3rd on the Hidden Dragon ranking. "I'm not late, am I?" Qing Jingtong's speed was very fast. He surpassed Luo Zhongtian and landed on Bloody Battle Mountain while laughing out loud. "I'm not late," Sun Chiwen replied. "Qing Jingtong, can't you try something else?" Luo Zhongtian's voice came from afar. Following this, Luo Zhongtian landed on Bloody Battle Mountain as well. Every time he traveled with Qing Jingtong, he would surpass the others with the speed of his wind intent at the last moment and arrive first. This was not the first time. Chapter 673. The geniuses in the top 5 of the Hidden Dragon ranking believed themselves to be the most dazzling geniuses of the Five Elements province. They were the top geniuses. Even Zhu Hai, who was ranked 6th, was unable to enter their circle. Luo Zhongtian, Qing Jingtong and the others had just arrived, and they immediately became the focus of everyone's discussion. Seeing the treatment Qing Jingtong and the others received, Zhu Hai clenched his fists tightly. He swore inside that he would definitely charge into the top 5 in the following genius battle. "Qing Jingtong, I'm afraid that the current Luo Zhongtian already has the qualifications to challenge you," said Sun Chiwen with a grin. He didn't feel the slightest bit of anger because Luo Zhongtian had defeated him. Of the top 5 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, other than the person ranked first, whose position no one could shake, the rankings of the other 4 could change at any time. You might be stronger than me right now, but that didn't mean you would always be stronger than me. So, after entering the top 5, the rankings were no longer that important to them. They knew that their own strength was the most important. Qing Jingtong's eyes burned when he heard that. He looked at Luo Zhongtian and said, "If you want to challenge me, wait until you enter the Five Elements Academy." The surrounding atmosphere instantly froze when they heard the words Five Elements Academy. Clearly, entering the Five Elements Academy was too difficult. Even the top 5 of the Hidden Dragon ranking wouldn't dare say they could enter the Five Elements Academy for sure. Just as they were chatting, Hong Wu suddenly saw Fang Chen on the Bloody Battle Mountain. An icy aura shot out of her eyes, and she icily said, "Fang Chen, you still dare to appear?" Hong Wu's voice broke the silence of the bloody battle mountain. Everyone's gazes were drawn to her. Even Luo Zhongtian was slightly taken aback. Following Hong Wu's gaze, his deep gaze landed on Fang Chen's body. "Fang Chen, you coward, you finally dare to appear?" Hong Wu relied on Luo Zhongtian's support to speak arrogantly. Fang Chen stared at Luo Zhongtian. He could sense a dangerous aura emanating from Luo Zhongtian. However, he wasn't afraid of Luo Zhongtian in a fight. "Humph, you're just relying on your fiancé to intimidate others. If we were to fight one-on-one, my boss would be able to suppress you with one hand," the little mouse said disdainfully. "You bastard, who gave you the right to speak?" Hearing that, Hong Wu's face turned ice-cold. The remaining half of the fiery red whip in her hand was violently brandished. With boundless power, it directly shot towards the little mouse on Fang Chen's shoulder. Pad Little Mouse's little paw grabbed onto half of the red leather whip with lightning speed. Then, with a forceful pull, Hong Wu's body instantly leaned forward. However, at the crucial moment, Luo Zhongtian reached out and grabbed Hong Wu's fair hand, preventing the little mouse's plan from succeeding. "You, Zhongtian, kill it for me." Hong Wu was furious. In front of so many people, this damnable little mouse actually dared to play with her. She was furious and immediately ordered Luo Zhongtian. Luo Zhongtian stared at the little mouse, his body emitting a terrifying aura. "Humph, ignorant," said the little mouse disdainfully. "You're Fang Chen." Luo Zhongtian's gaze fell on Fang Chen as he asked. "Correct," said Fang Chen. "Good, very good. This half of the whip will be your end." Luo Zhongtian pointed at the whip in Hong Wu's hand as he icily said. In Luo Zhongtian's eyes, Fang Chen was merely an ant. However, after Fang Chen had cultivated the spirit attraction art, he no longer feared Luo Zhongtian. "Humph, I've long heard that Luo Zhongtian is incomparably tyrannical. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation." Fang Chen suddenly laughed and coldly said. His words were filled with mockery towards Luo Zhongtian. "Yes." Hearing this, Luo Zhongtian's expression slightly changed as he coldly said, "Brat, how do you want to die?" Qing Jingtong and Sun Chiwen did not speak, but there was a trace of astonishment in their eyes. They never thought that this brat would actually dare to challenge Luo Zhongtian. However, a moment later, they found out that this brat had easily defeated Yi Lei and Wu Qing. His strength was comparable to the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Of course, what shocked them the most was that the little mouse was actually able to force Zhu Hai back. Such strength was already comparable to the top 5 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. "Boss, let me do it." The little mouse directly jumped onto the ground and icily said, "You don't have the qualifications to fight with my boss." After speaking, the little mouse directly scuttled in front of Luo Zhongtian. Seeing this, the latter clenched his fist and suddenly threw out a punch. Instantly, a deafening sound was transmitted into everyone's ears. Rumble, a majestic aura swept through the entire bloody battle mountain. Countless warriors curiously looked towards the center of the aura, wanting to see who had won. When the majestic aura quickly dissipated, everyone could finally see clearly. Luo Zhongtian was quietly standing there, while the little mouse was standing on Luo Zhongtian's arm. This, everyone was completely stunned. The little mouse was actually able to block Luo Zhongtian's attack. Wasn't this too abnormal? What kind of demonic beast is this? It's so powerful. Even Qing Jingtong and Sun Chiwen were a little astonished. Damn it! Luo Zhongtian was furious. Shortly after, an extremely powerful aura exploded from his body, wanting to kill the little mouse. At this moment, the entire bloody battle space started to tremble. Countless martialists were terrified. In the sky above the bloody battle space, a blood-colored cloud appeared. On top of this blood-colored cloud, there was a blurry figure riding on the cloud. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored cloud appeared above bloody battle mountain. At this time, everyone could clearly see that the person standing on top of the cloud was actually the Bloody Spearman. It's the Bloody Spearman. Is the bloody battle space about to end? Atop the blood-colored cloud, the Bloody Spearman's face was filled with a solemn aura. He looked around and said, "Is everyone here?" "Bloody Spearman, He Jingwei and Xiao Fang still haven't arrived," said Qing Jingtong. He Jingwei was ranked second on the Hidden Dragon ranking. As for Xiao Fang, he was the legendary number 1 expert on the Hidden Dragon ranking. The two of them appeared and disappeared mysteriously. They still hadn't appeared. "Wait," said the Bloody Spearman. He then sat down cross-legged on the blood-colored cloud. Time slowly passed. Everyone on Bloody Battle Mountain was incomparably excited. They were only one step away from the 5 Elements Academy. As long as they could obtain the Bloody Spearman's approval, they would be able to enter the legendary 5 Elements Academy. 3 days later, Xiao Fang and He Jingwei finally arrived. Their bodies were filled with boundless auras. With a single glance, one could tell that they were powerful geniuses. After the two of them arrived, the other geniuses on the Hidden Dragon ranking also arrived one after another. Xiao Fang and He Jingwei? Fang Chen was shocked. He could clearly feel that Xiao Fang and He Jingwei were emitting an oppressive aura. This was especially true for Xiao Fang. As he stood on Bloody Battle Mountain, he gave off an unsurpassable feeling. "They're too strong." Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. Even if he cultivated the spirit attraction art, he still wouldn't be Xiao Fang's match. Xiao Fang and He Jingwei's arrival caused an uproar on Bloody Battle Mountain. Countless martialists stared at the two of them with burning gazes. At this moment, the Bloody Spearman suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he waved his hand. Immediately, the entire bloody battle space changed color. A scarlet aura instantly engulfed the entire bloody battle space. Immediately after, streams of majestic power converged on Bloody Battle Mountain in an instant. Suppression. Countless martial artists felt an extreme suppression. Rumble while everyone was puzzled, cracks appeared on the Bloody Battle Mountain. Then, a boundless aura instantly spread out from the ground. Then, several copper pillars rose from the ground. "What is this?" someone exclaimed. There were a total of 6 copper pillars rising from the ground. These 6 copper pillars contained an imposing aura. The 6 copper pillars were at least 100 meters tall. A dense aura surrounded them as they stood quietly on Bloody Battle Mountain. It was a very shocking sight. At this moment, the Bloody Spearman stood up. Stepping on a blood-colored cloud, he stared at the numerous martialists on Bloody Battle Mountain and said, "This year, the 5 Elements Academy will only recruit 6 people. Anyone who can step on one of the pillars will be considered a disciple of the 5 Elements Academy." When they heard the Bloody Spearman's words, the martialists' hearts were filled with excitement. Countless eyes were filled with madness. If you step on one of the pillars, you can become a disciple of the 5 Elements Academy? Many martialists cried out involuntarily. Although the disciples on the Hidden Dragon list were very outstanding, the 5 Elements Academy didn't care about quantity, but quality. In the past, the 5 Elements Academy had only recruited 3 or 4 students at most. However, there were actually 6 spots this time. Countless martialists went crazy over this. The 6 bronze pillars represented the 6 quotas. "Let me do it." Suddenly, an excited voice spread throughout the entire Bloody Battle Mountain. Then, a bloated fatty leaped onto one of the copper pillars. "Ha ha ha, I'm going to become a disciple of the 5 Elements Academy!" The bloated fatty shouted excitedly as he stood on the copper pillar. "You dare to embarrass yourself with this little bit of strength?" Seeing this, a martialist coldly snorted and chopped out with his axe, directly splitting the bloated fatty in half. Seeing this scene, many of the restless martialists felt their hearts palpitate a little. At this moment, the Bloody Spearman spoke again. "Before sunset, the copper pillars will sink into the ground. The martialists who can stand on the pillars and last until the end will become students of the Five Elements Academy. The bloody spearman's meaning was very clear. The struggle for the copper pillars would be extremely intense, and some people might even lose their lives. Xiao Feng, He Jingwei, and the others' eyes flickered as they looked at the 6 copper pillars. In the entire bloody battle space, there was practically no one who could compete with them. Therefore, they would definitely be able to stand on the copper pillars. On the other hand, the lower-ranked disciples on the Hidden Dragon list had bitter expressions on their faces. The situation wasn't good for them. Fang Chen's eyes were also blazing. If there were only 1 or 2 spots, he wouldn't dare guarantee that he would be able to enter the Five Elements Academy.